Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Speed Tour from COTA. It's a beautiful day, although it's a little bit overcast at the moment, but we're expecting mid-80s as we get ready for one of the biggest days of racing in the Speed Tour. We started all off with JS F4 and the actual F4 Championship. Now, JS stands for the juniors, and yesterday we got a little bit of history. Teddy Masella not only won the first race of the season, but he's capped it off with the championship yesterday with one race to go. So, visor is down, he's ready to go. He's got his big opponent, Keke Hiwanio, and now the real pride is about winning that last race. You're only as good as your last race. Now, when you see the podiums, you see these little trophies that they get, and they swap hats, and it all looks fun. But there's a serious side to this. This young man won $186,000 towards next year of getting into F4, and that's the whole game here. It's all about progressing up the ladder towards Formula One, and they're very close. F4 is the starting point. Here is Perth, Australia's Nicholas Stati. He's leading the championship at the moment, and Nicholas, you told me earlier, what are you going to do? What's the plan today?
The plan is to try and finish the tie off as well as taking as least risk as possible.
It's a good point. You watched Formula One a few weeks ago. You can see how it can all go wrong at 12 and at turn 1.
Yeah, it can all go wrong, but we've got to stay calm and keep focused on what we need to do.
All right, will you channel your inner Oscar Piastri? The man he's up against is this man, Daniel Quimby, and as he says, Daniel, he's just got to stay behind him. Daniel, you've got a fan in there, but you've got a lot of fans outside. How do you feel? What's your plan?
Yeah, I just got to try keep Mick behind me, obviously. Just do my best and we'll see what happens.
Well, listen, best of luck. I don't want to get in your way. Best of luck for the last race. Now, the interesting part is that's for the championship. But how about this guy? This guy's won, he could be the spoiler today. He's won both races so far. Alex, what a weekend. Can we go for 3?
Yeah, I'm just so happy to be here at COTA with MLT. I mean, it's been incredible so far. Pole and quali. First in race 1, first in race 2. Let's try to make it 3.
Well, listen, we all know about your dad's exploits here in America. Are you following his footsteps?
Hopefully, that's the plan. Obviously, the goal is always to try to make it an open wheel. But, I mean, I'm happy racing wherever I can. If I can make it to prototypes like he did, I'll be more than happy and happy with what we've done.
Well, we're delighted to have you on board. Go for 3, my friend. So, 3 in a row, that's what he's looking for. And I mentioned his dad. His dad's a famous IMSA driver as well, by the same name. Finally, I just want to mention Alex Crosby, racing from New Zealand. So think about this. Perth, Australia, Invercargill, New Zealand. They're coming in from all over the world to take part in this championship, which is quickly becoming one of the most prestigious in the world. It's F4, brought to you by the Speed Tour, all owned by Pirella Holdings, and things are moving fast. We are finding Formula One stars and Indy stars of the future. Who's the next one? We're about to find out.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Unbelievable. I love watching Jonathan Green and his grid walks. And something that he mentioned is yes, this is the F4 U.S. Championship, or the Formula Regional Americas. But because North America has such fantastic tracks, a lot of these drivers that want to move up the ladder into F1 will come and race from America, from South America, from Europe. And then I'm joined in the booth by our FR champion, Patrick Woods-Toth from Canada. And Patrick, I know that you were an F4 champion last year, here crowned at Circuit of the Americas. Then this year at CTMP, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, on Fellows and his kind of home track. And speak to the international feel of this, because you wouldn't think a U.S. championship would have so many international drivers.
Yeah, I mean, F4 is popular all around the world. It's a FIA series, as well as FR and F3. So, we get some good competition from all around the world. Everyone's trying to compete for a trophy, and no better place to do it than in the U.S.
Yeah, and the tracks, the schedule that we have, the circuits that we race are just some world-famous circuits. Like, Formula One was here just, 12, 13 days ago. So, of course, everybody wants to show up here and have a good race weekend. But the F4 champion, you were just telling me, you follow this, that there's two drivers that are within just a certain amount of points from each other. Explain to the crowd what that means.
Yeah, I mean, Staddy and Quimby have been racing all year together, hard battles. I mean, they've had some nice races, and the fight has come to the last race. I think it's 3 or 4 points that separates them today. So the best man is the one who crosses the line in front of the other today. So I think we're going to have an interesting race, but I know their stress has got to be pretty high. I mean, a lot of tension, a lot of build up to this. I hope they have a nice, clean race.
So it's going to be kind of weird, because Alex Popov has really kind of dominated this weekend, his first weekend here. But all eyes are on these two gentlemen here in frame, Staddy and Quimby, because they're running for the championship. They've been with us all weekend long. So even in this one group of F4, it's almost a race within a race.
Yeah,
because they're racing each other. It really doesn't matter what happens to Alex up front. If he runs up front like he has all weekend, or if they're fighting for him. So this should be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, I'm focused on those two. I mean, best of luck to Alex. He's been doing a great job in his first weekend. It's really impressive. It's not an easy car, easy track, but we got to see those two, see what happens.
And then we go out, and there's the Ligier JS F4, which is the car that you won the championship in last year with the Honda K20 engines developed by Montoon. We're so excited to have those here. Those cars, they're very competitive. I have noticed a difference. The new F4 cars are quicker, but it's almost like the FR cars where there's a lot of aero, and the races just don't seem to be as close like they are in the old F4. The old F4, to me, coming from vintage racing, looks like Formula Fords out there. You guys can race wheel to wheel, get right behind them in the draft and pass, and I haven't seen that yet in the new F4s.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit more difficult in the new car. I think the old car was really, really good to drive. The draft was huge. But I think the new car has potential as well. We just need a couple more guys out there to get the racing going. It's a bit tough when you only have 4 or 5 guys really racing hard at the front to make a good battle. But yeah, I think we'll also see a great race in the old F4 car. These guys, I mean, they were racing hard all weekend. I saw some videos and I was watching live, so it should be interesting.
Yeah, so we are going to do a split start. So there's almost like 4 different races going on there. I love that you can see them coming out. Now, we can talk about tire strategy because this is the last race, and it all kind of went out the window because the weather forecasts were calling for rain for one of these races. So I think a lot of people went out and now have to change their strategy. I'm not seeing anybody yet going out on what I consider brand new tires, right? So these are probably yesterday's race tires because you're allowed 2 sets of tires for 3 35 to 30-minute races, and everything can change. Now we're seeing the Ligier JS F4 cars coming up, and I'm still seeing everybody on, looks like yesterday's tires. And it's a pretty green track today. We're in the new paved area. You can see him kind of going back and forth trying to get heat in the tires. So what would you be telling yourself last year when you're coming into this race in the F4 Series championship on the line? What are you telling yourself on these warm-up laps?
It's super important to get a good start. I mean, these races are decided often in the first few quarters, so you need to get good temperature in the tires and the brakes, as per usual. But yeah, you need to have a clean first lap, and then from there it should be pretty smooth sailing for most people.
The race to the turn 1 after the green flag at Circuit of the Americas is like no track that we go to. It goes up with these cars, it's 6 to 8 lanes wide to the entry of 1. As soon as you go by the apex, it's down to 3 lanes wide, and we see a lot of people go off. We saw it in the Formula One race here just a couple days ago that people get pushed off into turn 1. Jonathan Green is joining us in the booth. This is his home track, and Patrick, I know he's got a lot of good questions for you. I'm going to step away. It's great to talk to you, champ. I know that a few years from now, Jonathan, we're going to be bragging that we had Patrick Woods-Toth in the booth with us, and what a great kid he is, and a true champion.
Yeah, and
Ron Fellow's the nicest guy in motorsports, and Patrick Woods-Toth is following in the footsteps.
And then at the 500, while he's drinking the milk, I'll say, "Hey, Patrick," and he'll say, "No, I haven't got time now." No, they always remember you on the way up. It's good. Patrick, great to have you on board. First and foremost, congratulations on the championship.
Yes, thank you very much.
7 wins.
Yes, we had a great 2 seasons, 2 in a row. It's been an amazing journey.
Yeah, I bet. And let me just ask you, what would you, I mean, there's so many young kids out there that, you must be smiling really to think that, you were there, you've been there, you've done that, and now you've got the T-shirt, so to speak. What would be the biggest piece of advice you would give a Nicholas Statti or, one of these guys coming through, or Teddy Masella, in terms of, doing what you've done, which is to break through and win the FR Championship?
It might sound simple, but you got to use your brain. You really got to. Yeah. It's so important to be thinking on your feet. It sounds a lot easier than it is, but that's most sports, and especially racing, is it's a huge mental game, and it's not always easy. Far from it, actually. So you got to keep pushing, stay smart, stay out of trouble, and just fly under the radar. Actually, has been my key for the last 2 years. Not too many interesting races, just trying to finish the job, and that's it, get some points.
Well, clearly you go better when I'm not around. That pesky journalist that was in your face all through New Zealand, and then he disappeared, and then you started winning more and more and more. So I guess it's me just in your way. That's it.
No, we had a great time in New Zealand.
We certainly did. So we're about to get ready for the start of this one. And as you can see, tightly packed together as they should be. This is exactly what Scott Goodyear wants. We're watching the 41 and the 55 coming up the hill. Alex Crosby leading the way for Inge Cargill. Raced against Patrick Woods-Toth in New Zealand, and he leads them through the first turn. Nice and smooth through there, and that's a good start from all of the participants. Here comes your second crew. That's the JS F4 team. 18 cars in all. And as you can see, nice tight start with them too. KK Hiwanio determined to beat Teddy Masella today in what should be a really interesting race, because it was close yesterday. We had some wheel-to-wheel stuff. And Patrick, what do you like or dislike about the Circuit of the Americas? Is it a tough place to race?
I think it's a pretty awesome track. Considering it's an F1 track, that's a huge deal for most of us. We all watch F1 and we all dream of being there one day. So, watching it and being able to drive it is pretty awesome. But also the layout itself, you have a lot of flow. It's a bit long for my liking, over 2 minutes sometimes. Yeah. It makes it quite difficult. One mistake can ruin way too much time in qualifying or in the race. So you need to be careful about that.
Crosby leads, as you can see. Alex Popov, who's won both races, is in second place. Here come the juniors. You'll tell the difference between the cars, obviously, with the halo. That's the most obvious thing. But the F4 car is a little bit bigger. Now, I presume this is the car that you drove back in F4 yet?
Yes.
Have you driven the newer F4?
I have not yet.
What's your feedback? What have you heard about it?
I've heard it's a really nice car. It's they took a lot of ideas from the newer F4 and newer F3 cars. So I've heard good things.
Well, you're listening to Patrick Woods-Toth, who is the Canadian who won the championship and is on for bigger and better. We may talk about that if we get a safety car, but of course it's just the end of the season, so everybody's jostling for position in terms of where they're going to be next year and what they're going to do. But we've had a huge history, and Patrick continues it, of people like Kyle Kirkwood and Dakota Dickerson, Hunter Yaney, so many more have come through, both F4 and F4. Josh Day from Australia, I'm thinking of Nicholas Stati. We've had some great Aussies come through in the time. And Patrick, what impresses me, I mean, Canada's not too far afield, but to have so many international drivers, you know, here's Crosby, who you've raced before, but that's got to be good for Americans and the Canadians, too, to see where they fit in an international field.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's not easy for someone like Crosby. I went to New Zealand and I think I was traveling for 2 days. So for him to do that every single race, I mean, it's
unbelievable.
He's committed, and that's, you know, he loves the sport and he's trying to make it in racing. So.
And just so people know, yes, they know maybe they've heard of New Zealand, but Invercargill, where he's from, and we've both been there, is the southernmost tip of the southern island. Look out from Invercargill, and all you can see down the road is the Antarctic. So that's how far he's come to be leading this race. So it means a lot to be here, and this championship is getting more and more prestigious every weekend. Patrick, I've got a question for you. You've got a half-hour race. How does the car change, and does that mean you change your driving as the race goes on, or is it just hell-bent for leather?
Yeah, I think the car changes a decent amount, especially on a new surface like this. I mean, sometimes you keep getting faster and faster. Sometimes the tires get destroyed after 2 laps. I'm not too sure about this track, but almost every track we went to this year was resurfaced. We had tons of different strategies and everything, trying to save tires or just having no worries at all. So it definitely changes a lot.
Well, JS F4, led by Teddy Masella at the moment. Leonardo Escorpino is in second place in the 26th. The young Brazilian from Sao Paulo, already been on the podium twice. And then behind him, Drew Such in the JS Series. And here they are coming into turn 12, one of the critical corners here, and one of the places where you would try to make an overtake. But you've got to be in the right position. We saw this in Formula One. Try a pass around the outside. It might work, but it might not. And track limits is also a factor in this. Meanwhile, at the front of the FR race, it's Alex Crosby, Daniel Quimby, and Alex Popov. Now, Stati just needs to finish behind Quimby, and he knows that. But, of course, I said the spoiler might be Alex Popov. Right now, he is being just that. So the championship's on the line. There's only about 3 points between them. But really, it's just a case of Quimby's got to beat Stati at the moment. Stati just needs to finish behind Quimby, and he's got it. This is the final race of the year. Do you remember how you were feeling in Canada? Because you were flying.
Yeah.
But you've got to get nervous. It doesn't matter how many races you've won.
Canada was a great weekend, but the pressure was building. I mean, more and more people every single day at the races. You know, winning the first race, then the second one. All eyes are on you for the third one. But you know, luckily I was calm, focused, and just did my job, and we had finished off the weekend in the championship well. Yeah,
it doesn't help that you go home and the expectations are there. You come in as the championship leader, and everybody's like, "Wow, he's one of our own," you know.
Yeah. Being a Canadian was awesome, though. I mean, lots of great fans. I met so many people, so it was a really cool experience.
Yeah, you've had a busy year. Yes. Started off in New Zealand. You've been traveling all around the USA, but were you commuting kind of back and forth, or were you based here?
Well, I live in Montreal, so
okay.
You know that race was a couple hours away from me. But I grew up there racing go-karts right across the street, so it's like a second home to me.
What are your hopes then? Where would you like to be next year?
I want to stay in single C or try and move up to some Indy next. Oh, we got a good move.
Nice
Stati
move
here.
Stati making a move, and that's what he needs to do in the 55. Alex Popov, he makes that move on him, so he's got away from Alex Popov, but Popov coming back at him, and this is going to be a good battle. Stati doesn't need this right now. He just needs to get ahead of these guys and then go in pursuit of Quimby, and that's exactly what he's doing. And if he can just put some space between those chasing him, it'll settle things down for that last 20-minute hurrah for the end of this one.
He needs this spot just on the outside now.
Yeah, I know. He's got. I tell you, this is the worst thing, isn't it? You do. Oh, look at him, right wide there, and sent wide. And this is really going to be. This is where you've got to have a real, like you say, mental approach to this, because this is where the pressure is. They don't care about his championship. They want to just win. And that is what's so good about this. I mean, Alex Popov just came into the championship this weekend. He's run 1-2. Here comes Connor Roberts. He's up for it too. He's had some great consistency of podiums, but is, I think, only got one win. So all of them, everywhere. That's a motor racing, mantra, isn't it? You want to finish any season you're in, no matter whether you finish 18th or you're the champion. You want to finish on a high. You're only as good as your last race. That's what people remember, right?
Even to yourself, that's all you're going to remember too. I mean, your mind's an interesting thing, and it's super important to have confidence. So, this last race for all these guys is really important.
Do you do mental sort of agility, if that's the right word, but do you work on your mental approach to it?
Yeah, I mean, there's no real way to train it except for being in a race car, being in high-stress situations. But, just got to constantly remind yourself to stay calm and just do your job. I
think that's a point I talked to Landon Macriano Lim yesterday about just that ability to have the heart rate where it is, the adrenaline flowing, the excitement, the noise, everything else. I mean, it's fight or flight, but you've got to stay calm in that situation. And also, with the championship on the line in terms of Stati, you can't be thinking about that. Because the minute you start thinking about that and not Connor Roberts coming up the inside, Stati's risking it all here. He doesn't really want this fight. Roberts is going to try to get through and locks up. If Stati gets hit here, he is going to be out of this race and potentially lose the championship. He does not want to fight with Roberts, who he's been fighting with all season long. Connor Roberts doing a great job. Stati doing everything he can to hold on here.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Stati. He needs to get away from these two.
Yeah, it's the worst possible scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, this is not good. But he's playing it smart and doing what he needs to do.
Yep, he got sent wide last time, but he's managed to gather it all in this time. There's Crosby, here's your leader, there's Quimby, and there's Stati. Now, if Stati stays where he is over the next 20 minutes, no mean feat, he's got it. But, as you can see, he's got two hungry cars behind him, all wanting to be in his position or at least get on the podium. And right now, he has that podium position. But as you can see, the 46, made famous by Valentino Rossi, is now with Connor Roberts. And Roberts has definitely got his tail up in the last round. He's coming off 5 consecutive podiums at the moment. And going back to Teddy Masella, what a season it was to go to the championship. 5 wins, 10 podiums in 13 races. And he was on the podium at every track. And I would have said, would that be true of you too? Did you miss out at all?
I don't think so. I think we had a podium at every track last year. We almost had a win at every track. That was what we were missing.
There's also a bit of luck in any championship. Did you have any mechanicals? Did you have any things that could go wrong? Because that's how you control.
Yeah, we had one mechanical failure at the start of the year at Road America, which really, and that just shows your momentum and your confidence. Race 2 we had suspension fail, and then race 3 I made a slight mistake because I was just pushing too hard, trying to get back what we lost in race 2. And yeah, that was our 2 worst races of the year. After that, we just put our head down and focused again.
So once again, Roberts makes a move to try to get up the inside of Stati, and Stati's just got to let it go, really. But he can't, because if he does, and now he's got the 55 as well, this is getting really interesting. I feel for him out there. This is not easy. Alex Popov has proven that he's capable of winning, and Stati knows it. They've both watched him lead the way for the last 2 races here this weekend. So Stati's got to build again, and 18 minutes to go. And when this happens, and you know what the prize is, which is right now Connor Roberts, do you start making a mental plan of where you're going to attack?
Yeah, that's all he's thinking about. He's not worried about the guys up front. He's just trying to keep Roberts and Popov behind, because that's all that matters. So
back to the JS F4, and that's Dimitri Nolan in the number 5. Back with F4, and there you see it. Roberts, Stati, and Popov. I mentioned Invercargill was a long way. Here comes Popov again. Well, so too is Perth, Australia. That's an eon away. That's even further away than Invercargill in many ways. It's right at the western part of Australia, so about as far away from here as you possibly could be to go racing. Tense moments in the pits. As more great racing. Look at this. Teddy Masella under big pressure here from... Is that... Kekai? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Kekai. So these two have fought all through the season. And were it not for an incident yesterday, or sorry, on Friday, Thursday, that... God, my days are going wrong. On Friday, where he had to start from the pit lane for the second race, Kekai was still in pursuit of winning the title away from Masella, but Masella's got it. So all that Kekai can do now is try to win the race. And he's certainly odds on right now, putting the pressure on Masella. But the same is true of Teddy. He wants to win as well, given that the championship is his. Where are the best places to overtake in these smaller cars? Formula One might be a little bit different with less places, right?
I don't remember the turn numbers too well, but this corner that we're going into is a great one, and then at the end of the long back straight.
Yeah, this is turn 11, and this is called the bobby pin, and that wasn't exactly what he did. Nicely done, but he lost impetus there, and he's going to lose out.
I'm not too sure that was worth it now, because we got the long back straight. I don't know who's in third here, but they're going to have a great run.
Yep. And that's the thing. If you go hard like he did and look good, but you lose a lot of impetus, you've got to brake harder. Once you brake harder, then you've got to get back up to speed, and the drive out of that corner, and you're seeing it now.
Yep, there he comes.
It's exactly what you said. Now at 3 wide into 12. And look at that. First to third. Nicely done. So Masella being duffed up a little bit there because he's lost out the worst, and he's at the back of this group now. Lincoln Day, Barrett Wolf. Day just getting ahead for a moment. And this is a great 5-way battle now between these guys for the lead of JS F4.
That's soon to be 6 or 7 as well. We got 2 coming.
Well, Crosby's doing a good job. He is out front. Alex Crosby, former Formula Ford champion from New Zealand. I watched him in New Zealand because their championship is at the same time as the Toyota Racing Series. So a couple of years ago, I saw him come through the ranks, and he had a season like yours where he was there or thereabouts. He pretty much won the entire season and was on the podium almost every weekend.
So really good battle. Oh, got one over the curb. Really good battle here. Yeah, we got seven in a row right here.
This is awesome. JS F4. This is what we want. Meanwhile, you're missing nothing at the front. Crosby's building on that lead, and it's now 3.5 seconds over Quimby. Connor Roberts third, and the big story is it's Nicholas Stati of Australia has to get going and needs another place. He needs to get past Roberts in less than 15 minutes. Watching on the big screens around the circuit, taking some notes, and now it's kind of like there's not a lot they can do. It's all in the hands of the driver. They can advise from the sidelines, but that's about all. So Drew Such, I think that's how you pronounce it, down in 12th position. But doing the business in JS F4, and I think Escopioni is just ahead, so leading for the JS thing. So this has actually now become the battle for second place. Now we go back to Stati, and he's under pressure again. How do you defend here? Because you know the guy in your mirrors has got the advantage, surely.
Yeah, this is a pretty much impossible battle for Stati. I mean, he's got to try and fight for every point, but yeah, there's not much you can do against Pop-Up. He's so quick this weekend.
Yeah, he's got some experience in US, I think US F Pro or US 2000, I'm not sure, but that's his background. But this is his first weekend here in the FIA F4, so really impressive. Very impressive. Yeah, it's a horrible position to be in. What you really want when you're trying to win the championship is to get the pole and get away. What you don't want to be is embroiled in a battle where you have to overtake, because then the risk factor comes in. You take, you do things that you wouldn't normally do, but you have to, kind of. And Stati, you can see he's under pressure. Now he's lost a place to pop off as well. at the exit of 11. Now the long run. Now he needs to tuck himself in behind Pavlov or try to do this drag race. But he's got to kind of pass him before they get to 12, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we got Roberts. Roberts is maybe catching Quimby as well. You never know what could happen with 12 minutes left. So he just needs to keep fighting, and we'll see what happens.
Well, this is very similar to Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, but Stati goes wide, doesn't try to go around the outside. And you've made a good point there, which is if he does catch Quimby, that's Roberts we're talking about, just ahead, they might get into a battle, and this might bring this battle closer and give Stati a chance to get both of them.
Yeah, 100%.
Goes high and wide at 15. That's a good move. Get the drive. Tuck yourself in for the triple right-hander under the tower. He's still got the Formula One logos up from the race just a few weeks ago, so that's a nice little reminder of where they're all trying to head. Alex Albon, just another one of the great juniors that came up through the ranks and is now in the dizzy heights of Formula One. Brazilian Grand Prix this weekend.
Roberts is definitely catching Quimby.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, there's enough time where these two battles could come together, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, Quimby is missing about half a second on the last 2 laps there, so we should have a good battle here, I'm hoping.
Not missing anything at the moment in JS F4. Leonardo Copini, excuse me. I'll get it right. It's his first weekend, and mine too. Ahead of Kekai Buanio. Teddy Masella's dropped to 3rd and 11th overall. Really impressed with Connor Roberts. He came in and did some commentary. Nice kid. Tall kid, 6'4". That's quite a task to squeeze himself in. I said, what do you want to do? He said, I think sports car racing. I said, that sounds sensible. Because, it's not easy to do single-seaters when you're so tall. But he's managed. And I think he's in the right car for now. And he's caught right up to Quimby now as they exit 11. How much of a slipstream can you get down a long straight like that?
That's a ton. I mean, you're probably over a second behind and you're still getting towed. When you're that close, you're really like probably 5-10 kilometers an hour faster.
Now we've got a replay here. How about this? Now these are the leaders coming through. Oh no! The worst possible scenario. Oh no! Well, that happened while we were looking at F4, but that's just disaster. And they just came together at the exit of 12.
Well, you know what, Jonathan? We are going to get a safety car here, so this does spice things up.
Oh, it does.
But we got to hope that we can get restarted in time. We got 10 minutes, so...
I think we should be. I mean, it seems like as Drew Such went round, and then it was Sasha van Padbosch, the young Dutchman who got on the podium yesterday, but was... given a penalty and dropped off that podium, so he was so desperate to get that podium. And yeah, as you say, Patrick, this changes everything, because now we form up behind the safety car.
This is exactly what Stati needs.
Yes,
this is exactly what Quimby was not looking for, but Stati was praying for this. As I said, anything can happen, so let's see what happens here. But
now, so this is your new leader of the F4 Series, and it looks like it's Teddy Masella. So, what? Oh, no, this is Sasha van der Bosch, excuse me. Well, listen, under caution, you're not going to miss anything. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back from the Circuit of the Americas after this.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back. There's the lovely little Ginetta car, which is our pace car, and as you can see, the light's still on, so you've missed nothing. Alex Crosby of New Zealand leading the way at the moment. And it's an interesting decision, and I get your opinion on this. This is a much, he's basically, Crosby's gone down a level for the American season, because of course he was racing at FR level in his home of New Zealand, but decided to come to America and do F4. Interesting decision, something you think was a good idea or not?
Yeah, I don't think it was a horrible idea at all. I mean, Crosby came from Formula 1600, what we call Formula Ford, I guess, in New Zealand, and then hopped straight into the FR. Albeit the F4 is not that different from the FR, a little bit less horsepower, a little bit less downforce, but in New Zealand you don't have that option. So I think him coming here and doing it is actually a good idea. And then whatever he plans to do after it, it's a good step. You don't want to be missing steps when you're trying to learn and when you're starting in racing.
Especially if you do have the budget and if you do have the time and you're young enough, yeah, absolutely, do all the steps. Crosby currently 4th in the championship. I think we're going green after this. And Crosby with a win in New Jersey, and he's been pretty consistent everywhere he's gone. And now he's just got to get a good restart. Looks like we're going to get one more lap under safety. So tell me the procedure. What will he be doing now?
So the teams will be notified that they're going green here and that the lights are going to go out soon. So it's important to get as much heat again, because after sitting behind the pace car, everything cools down. Yeah. And then it's full focus on the restart zone, which is going to be into the last corner there. Right around the apex, so you got to try and get a good launch on these guys. That's your things that you're thinking about.
Do you worry about overheating? Because of course these cars are meant for airflow and to keep everything going.
For sure. If you're on the brakes too much, you can overheat. Yeah, you can overheat the brakes and even the tires if you're scrubbing them too much. So you just got to feel it.
Well, Patrick, we've got a couple of minutes before we go racing again. Let's take another look at that incident and see what you see here as we look at the replay of what really changed the Junior F4. It's an interesting incident. Let's have a look at it again. So coming into 12, here we go, the 29, the 27. Just a simple, can you apportion blame?
That's a tough one for sure. KK got it a little bit deep, I'd assume. But honestly, for him to spin another guy out, that's just unlucky. So sometimes that stuff happens.
He's not happy. He's giving the proverbial, what are you doing?
He was not impressed.
So KK Hawanio's day ends, sadly, in the exit of turn 12. And as you can imagine, the other driver involved not particularly impressed with that move, because he could do nothing about it. And it's ruined his race too.
It's a 26. I think he might be right there in about 5th. Oh no, he's a bit further back.
I'm just trying to find him now. The timing board, yeah. A little bit of debris there, but luckily it's off track. That's right, it's Leonardo. So that's who it is. It's the young Brazilian that was involved. So it's going to be green this time, but it's going to be green and white, Patrick. Now that really does give you the willies, doesn't it? That's the worst.
Staddy's on my team, Boston Kiwi, so I got to be rooting for him.
Of course.
I think, honestly, I raced against Quimby, and he's a great driver, and he's a great kid as well. So I wish the best luck to both of them. But I just want to see a good battle now. We have one lap, and let's see what happens.
We'll talk about a shootout in Texas like the good old West. I mean, wow, you've got. So just explain that again. The lights are off now on the safety car. But as they come to restart, it's going to be white flag, which means it's the last lap. So we have a one-lap dash, and all hell could break loose because these guys are all desperate. And the championship is on the line. Right now, Daniel Quimby could win it if he stays where he is, which is 2nd place behind Crosby. The lights are out now on the safety cars. We come through what I call the McConaughey complex.
I think
16, 17, and 18.
Quimby's got to stop. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking about, but he needs to try and actually win this race, because that's the best way to stay out of trouble, is to stay in the front.
Well, and also he must be thinking cushion. So if I can get ahead of Crosby now, because remember, he was about 4 seconds behind Crosby, so there was no way he could have done that until this situation. They creep around 18, 19, and as soon as they get on the exit of 20, the safety car will pop into the pits. And then the race will be controlled by this man, Alex Crosby. Green flag waves, so does the white. Away we go. Crosby from New Zealand leads the way. Quimby looking for the championship. Statty at the back of this group of 5 cars has got work to do, and he really needs to get the hurry up on. Meanwhile, back with Teddy Masella. Well,
Crosby had a great start there.
Didn't he?
Amazing.
And look how he's pulled away from Quimby, and we said that Quimby needed to pounce, but he hasn't really had the chance to.
No, and now Quimby's under attack from the 3 guys behind.
Well, Statty is literally racing for his entire season here, the man from Perth. And you can see there's some desperate moves being made. So up the hill they go for the last time through turns 8 and 9. And it looked, yeah, I was going to say, I just saw it out of the corner. You saw that, didn't you? It was a full course caution again, right?
Yeah, I could have sworn.
Yeah, and I suddenly thought, well, maybe they didn't turn the lights out. But I think actually we've got another caution, so we're going to finish under caution. But we'll soon find out. Ah, it is. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, well, I hate to say it, but that's pretty much put paid to that then. And by my calculations, Quimby's got this.
Yeah, Statty's still racing.
Well, Statty's still racing, and he can't. He shouldn't, and he's going to get disqualified if he does. Well, not disqualified, but he's going to get a penalty for overtaking under yellow. Yeah, no, it's full course yellow.
That's an unfortunate end to a great, what I thought was going to be a great battle.
Yeah.
Especially heading into those 2 straights. But.
Well, it's going to be a second victory for the man from Invercargill, New Zealand. And I know a lot of my friends down in New Zealand, like the Leeches, will be watching and cheering him on. It's only a small town, Invercargill. And it's actually famous for the world's fastest Indian. Caution, and that is going to give victory once again to Alex Crosby, his second of the season. Daniel Quimby in second place is going to be on the podium, but more importantly, he's got ahead of Statty, and there was a 3-point gap between them coming in there, and now with Roberts and Popoff between him and Statty, who's going to finish 5th, it's going to push it to Quimby's way. There's the checkered flag then. And well done to Alex Crosby. Delighted for him. That's exactly what he wanted. That's the way you want to finish your season, isn't it?
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, he's been doing great all year, but just getting better and better, and that's a great way to close it out.
Meanwhile, coming across the day now, across the checkered flag now, is the JS F4 Series, led by Drew Such. It looks as though it's got the win ahead of Teddy Masella, and Javier Das taking 3rd place. So in the end, lots of drama, more in the JS F4 Series than perhaps at the front of F4. But either way, 3 great races this weekend. Popoff won 2, and then Crosby wins the other. And Statty, sadly, is not going to be the man for the day. But race winner, the number 41, Alex Crosby. And I'm really interested to see where he goes next. I've got a feeling he might just stay in the States, because he's kind of done everything he can in New Zealand. He may come back for a second season of the Toyota Racing Series back at his home. But that's in our winter, their summer. And again, that's a great tune-up for what we call traditional season ahead. Certainly helped you this season, didn't it?
Yeah, no, that was a huge advantage, I think, going to New Zealand. It's just so much track time and testing, over there against some great drivers. And, it helped me a ton going from the F4 to the FR.
Yeah, I smiled yesterday when the first ever winner with doing the Toyota Racing Series 20 years was Brendan Hartley. And I smiled when he got pole at Bahrain yesterday for the World Endurance Championship, because, that's the plan. You'd be quite happy with that in a few years, wouldn't you?
Definitely. that would be awesome.
Great driver, so many great Kiwis, and I wonder if Crosby's following in their footsteps, because we've had El Bamba, we've had, Ryan Yardley winning here a few weeks ago, and so they just keep bringing them out. Scott Dixon still leading the way for Ganassi, and we've got some news on Ganassi too later today in the FR Championship, so that's big news, so we'll tell you about that. But what a great race. Sadly, 2 safety cars kind of getting in the way. At one point we thought Statty was odds on to get a restart and get that 1-lap dash. And he did do that, but unfortunately it was foiled at about turn 7, where I just caught that FCY coming out. So then, Well, my thanks to Patrick Woodstock for coming in here. Congratulations, young man, again. And best of luck in whatever you choose to do. And I hope you do stay in single-seaters, because the more you can do, the better. But confirmation then of the results for round 14. Alex Crosby for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport wins ahead of Atlantic Racing's Daniel Quimby. Connor Roberts for Team Roberts Racing is third, and Alex Popoff in MLT Motorsports is fifth. Championship leader at the start of the race was fifth for Crosslink, Seth Gilmore, Barrett Wolf, all with Crosslink, and then Lincoln Day, Sasha van Pad Bosch of the Netherlands, and then Drew Such in 10th position. Well, in they come. And good to see Tony Perella, who always handshakes everybody before they go. I always think that's a nice touch. He just says good luck and be safe and all that sort of stuff. And then he's there at the end, and it really means a lot. And there you see. Well, they were happy with him yesterday. They're even more happy with him now. Well done, Alex Crosby, winner. Give him a cheer. And by the way, you wonder why that interesting colour scheme of purple and gold and white? Those are the colours of the Invercargill County. There you go. So he's representing, as they say.
Yeah,
well done.
It's so cool to see Tony there, congratulating everyone. And
it is.
He goes to the grid, he talks to all the drivers. He's a great guy, and he loves the sport. So
yeah, it's got to give you a good feeling that you're in the right place when the guy who could be sat in a desk, counting his receipts sort of thing, instead is out there actually pumping the fists with the guys that are making it happen. And by the way, let's just have a shout out to Buell Racing. This is their first national title with Teddy Masella. And that's important too. Crosslink Kiwi, great. They've been the most successful team over the last few years, and that, good. But how about this? So Daniel Quimby does it. You know this. The pressure must be just drifting off those shoulders now.
Yeah, huge weight lifted off your shoulders now, especially with that late restart. I mean, he's done for today. Ready to go back to bed. That's job done.
Yeah, back to bed. Well, certainly one man who's not going back to bed is John Phippen. He's about to talk to our man Daniel Quimby. Down to you, John.
Daniel, we talked about it in the pre-race. I ran into you in the media center, and we talked about it. You did what you needed to do. It's unofficial, but congratulations on the championship.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Big weight lifted off my shoulders. Yeah, a bit nervous this morning, but yeah, hopefully everything goes well, and yeah, really good race. I'd like to thank everyone that's come on board this year, Motorhome Republic, Cruise America, the boys from Atlantic done a freaking awesome job all weekend. Crank House, Galvanized Insurance, the boys,
Of course, if it stands, you'll be in the FR Championship next year.
Yeah, so that'll be exciting. New car. Yeah, go race with James, our teammate, so should be good.
All right. Well done, my friend.
Thanks, guys.
Daniel Quimby, your new champion, elect at least. Let's find our winner in the Ligier JS F4 Championship. Are we talking to the winner or to the champion? Yes.
So JS F4 winner.
Yes, gotcha. Okay, sorry. Got it. I'm still looking.
We've just got to make sure that we get to the right people first. We want the JS F4 winner first, and John trying to do his job, trying to get out there.
Sasha, let's get a word if we can. The drive of the season so far, in my opinion, last to first, my friend. How did you do it?
Yeah. I just got a really good package of the team. I got the speed and overtaked everyone and P1. I'm so happy.
Fantastic. Of course, you had a little help, but nonetheless, a fantastic drive. Anybody to thank?
My team, Core, my coach, my mom, my family, everyone who supported me. Thank you very much, everyone.
Great way to finish the season. We hope to see you next year.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sasha Van Pod Bosch, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, John. Yeah, well done to him. And, if New Zealand is producing great drivers, how about the Netherlands? I mean, it's what an era for, I mean, I used to remember Jan Lammers back in the day, back in Formula One coming through, and that was then Jos the Boss in Jos Verstappen, now Max, and now we've got Van Hoppen, this young man Bosch, and so many, and it's Richard Verschoor. I mean, I could go on and on. There's so many single-seater youngsters now making their way, and here's the next one, straight from the Netherlands. So a little country punching above their weight as ever. So have you got anything planned a winter, or are you just going to sleep, hibernate? So Patrick Woodstoff alongside me. And I was just saying, Patrick, what do you do in the winter? Hibernate?
Yeah, maybe do a couple winter sports, but yeah, pretty boring now.
What are your other sports? What do you do?
I like skiing. I haven't been able to go in a while, trying to stay safe, but
yeah.
One of my favorites for sure.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I love skiing, but I'm at the slower end of it. Well, listen, as things calm down, let's take a look at some of the highlights of what was an interesting and intriguing final race of the season. No question about it. So here they come. We got underway in a split start. And the action was fast and furious and close. Alex Crosby, though, building on a lead. But unfortunately, a safety car would come out. Roberts was really giving Stati a hard time. Then some good overtaking in the JS F Series, the JS F4 Series, I should say. That was the big moment in JS F4 when Kikai Hiwanio caused that incident and crashed his car out. That brought out the safety car. The restart got Crosby up and going, but then we finished under safety and a win for Alex Crosby. Still a bit muggy here at the Circuit of the Americas. We are expecting mid-80s by the end of the day, and usually kind of a bit like being by the coast. Tends to, here in central Texas, blow off by the end of the day. So hopefully it'll brighten up. But let's head down to John Phippen again, who's got the latest winner.
Let's get the podium celebration underway for the F4 U.S. Championship. Coming home third, his 9th podium on the season, Connor Roberts, ladies and gentlemen. Connor, I don't know if you're aware of it, but you had something to say about the championship at least.
Yeah, I did. I had it a little bit planned out. You know, I've been working with Daniel loosely all year, and I knew that I had to finish 3rd or 4th to secure my place in the championship since Alex was so far out front. And so, yeah, it just kind of happened out that way, but I'm glad that we got the result we did.
Yeah, so unofficially at least, pending review, you got 3rd in the championship. Well done. Anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, Dad, Tom, Rick, Mom, ApexSpeed.com, Team Roberts Racing, and Entropy Sellers.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Connor Roberts, ladies and gentlemen, unofficially our 3rd place championship finisher. And once again, we thank Chris Roostrom, the designer of this race car, for presenting our trophies here on the F4 podium. All right, let's move up to our 2nd place finisher. And ladies and gentlemen, unofficially, your new champion of the F4 US Championship, Daniel Quimby. Daniel, we talked briefly on the TV interview. You knew what you needed to do, and you got it done.
Yeah, Crosby was so quick that race. Connor was really quick. We struggled a little bit with tyre there, but yeah, team's done a really good job. I'd like to thank Moto Home Republic, Cruise America, MIR Race Line, Galvanize, everyone in the team. Mum, all my family's come over from Australia, so it's a long flight. I'd like to thank all of you. Grandma at home, she's watching. All my aunties, I'd like to thank everyone. Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you at the banquet tonight and in that FR car next season.
Thank you.
Daniel Quimby, ladies and gentlemen, 2nd place on the road, but your new champion. Chris Roostrom, the designer of this beautiful race car, making the podium presentation. Let's take nothing away from the winner, ladies and gentlemen. his second win on the season for Alex Crosby. Alex, well done. You had it handled this weekend. You got out in front and nobody had anything for you.
Yeah, it definitely was a good race, that one. Kept my cool. Finally found the speed I needed for this weekend. But yeah, great to finally get the win for the last race of the series.
Well done. Anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Golden Homes and the Southern Lakes and my parents for everything they've done.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Top step of the podium for Alex Crosby for the second time this season. Great to see 3 different teams on the podium as well. Alex with Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport, Daniel with the Atlantic Racing Team, and Team Roberts Racing for Connor. Ligier hats go on to our drivers, Chris Roostrom, as we acknowledge the designer of this race car, Mo Murray and his entire crew at Ligier. What great support they give us for all 3 championships. And just looking forward going from strength to strength for the 2025 season. Hankook Tires now on the podium for our drivers. One more round of photos. Gavin Baker, our official photographer, getting these snaps. And now it's time for the celebration. So let's have one more big round of applause for Connor Roberts from Team Roberts Racing, Daniel Quimby from the Atlantic Racing Team, and Alex Crosby from Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. All right, we've got one more award to give here, and that is the Homologato Perfectly Timed Move of the Race. This is an award that is voted on by the stewards of the meeting, the guys up in race control, for the driver who's done the best job over the course of the weekend. And that award of a custom Homologato timepiece is awarded to Alex Popov, ladies and gentlemen. Alex, I'm sorry you weren't able to sweep the weekend, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, with what we came in with, it's just really good. Even to go P1 and P1 and then P4, sadly, is just still incredible. I mean, we didn't know we were going to be here around 2 weeks ago. So the fact that we're just here was already a great achievement. And thank you to everyone who made this happen, just all the guys at MOT, everyone that was involved in the organization to get my license expedited as well. Just thank you for everything.
Congratulations. We hope to see you next year.
Thank you.
Alex Popov, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Homologato Perfectly Timed Move of the Race. All right, we'll reset and we'll do our podium for the Ligier JS F4 Championship. Let's bring up our 3rd place finisher. He's already been crowned champion, Teddy Musella, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so it isn't a sweep of the weekend, but hey, you did the job yesterday, my friend.
Yeah, I saw that. I knew Kagar was going to be aggressive, so I knew I had to defend early if I wanted any chance of the victory because he had such good pace. So defending, and then he got by me, him and Leo, and then they got in an incident, and then from there on, it was just P3, and it was a good job for my teammate. Laster first, great drive from him.
Anybody to thank?
I would like to thank my mechanic Borda, everyone at Scooter Well, Artie, my coach, my father, my family, and all of the sponsors to get me here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
3rd place finish, but your new champion, Teddy Musella from Scuderia Buell. Let's bring up our 2nd place finisher. He's raced with us all season. His best finish of the year for Drew Such. Come on, Drew. Dude, you saved the best for last. A podium yesterday and 2nd today.
Yeah, it's just incredible. We've been fighting for this podium all season, and it's just awesome to finally get it done. Obviously, I have to thank my incredible family, my incredible team behind me as well, and my sponsors, Team Concept Print, Trend North, and Zims Productions.
I don't think I've seen a bigger smile on a driver's face in a lot of time. Congratulations, Drew.
Thank you.
We'll see you at the banquet tonight. Drew Such for Such Racing, taking his best finish on the season, his 2nd podium of the weekend. All right, this youngster came to race with us here this weekend for the first time. He suffered a penalty, not his fault. There was a technical infraction with the car, so he had to start at the back. He started very last. Guess who won this race? Sasha Van Pod Bosch. We talked briefly on the TV interview. How did you do it?
Yeah, I just have a really good car. I had the speed and overtake everyone. I don't have any words.
Fantastic. You've shown you've had pace all weekend long. You started on the pole in one race, setting the fast lap. You got to be pleased with the way this first weekend has gone.
I'm so happy. I thanks the team a lot, my sponsors, my family, my mom, everyone, my mechanic. Thanks.
We hope to see you next year.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Sasha Van Pod Bosch, your winner, ladies and gentlemen. Radford Racing School hats on our drivers as they take the first round of photos. Radford Racing School, sponsor of our Carts to Cars scholarship. It'll be happening in December, and we'll have a new batch of racers to join us. Again, Mountoon, our power plant supplier. But let's have a little bit of applause for these guys who have made it happen. Finishing third, your new champion, Teddy Musella. His best finish of the year for Drew Such and Sasha Van
Well, we'll let them
Bosch
celebrate
is your
what
winner.
fun that has been. And you can see, I think the celebrations will go long into the afternoon for these guys because they can finally react. FR still to come, so don't forget that is still to come. But while the champagne flows and things are getting hot here, I've never seen so much champagne, or at least fizzy apple juice at this time in the morning. But we'll take a short break here from COTA and we'll wrap it up after this.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. The tower's looking a bit dusty, isn't it, up there with not much of a view today because it's an absolutely... You know, I asked Bobby Epstein what it was all about building that tower, and he said, you know, there isn't really any observation post in Austin, so he felt that at least to see the hill country in its glory, you needed a big tower, and that's what we got. Now, talking about big, we got a big weekend for you. That was just the first race, and look what we've got coming up. Formula Regional Americas Race 2, that's at 1:15, and then we've got group races throughout the rest of the afternoon, all the way through. That's all SVRA historic racing with every group involved, as well as International GT and also PSSA, which is, of course, the prototypes. And then we finish off the day with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series. We have the qualifying for them, and that, of course, with the championship on the line, will be a crucial qualifying session. And the same is true of 525 and the Trans Am Series because the championship's on the line in TA as well. SGT's already been won, and then tomorrow we go to the gold helmet when it comes to SVRA, but our feature races are starting at 10:20 with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series feature race and 12:20 the Trans Am TA, XGT, SGT and GT feature race to finish off what has been a great season. We've got a lot of West Coast drivers, we've got a lot of ringers coming in just for a one-off. Should be a cracking way to finish the year, and we finish the whole day off with more gold helmet races from Group 9, Group 6, 12, 2, 7, 11, PSSA. What a weekend. You can't ask for more motor racing than that. Anyway, that is what we've got in store coming up. But in the meantime, over the course of the 2024 season, we've spoken to some interesting people in the paddock with great stories to tell. So sit back and relax while the Speed Tour presents Stories from the Paddock.
Some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Bittersweet though, because I'm missing my better half. I want to do this because this is something me and Dave had done for years. We did it together as a team. I want to honor that memory with what we built together, what we accomplished together, and I frankly like racing. In the ALMS, I rolled my eyes. I said, we're not ready yet. Yeah. So we did it. So then he said, yeah, I think we're ready to go to Le Mans. I rolled my eyes. I said, Dave, do you know what an undertaking that is? We're going to do it. We did it. We were accepted to come over, and history happened. We did it. And it happened to be mine and Dave's anniversary. So it was hilarious. So he was standing there in pit lane when I was called in. So I get out of the car and he's standing there and he's, happy anniversary. Well, thank you. When we got up to the podium and we saw how many throngs of the people, we were just shocked, and we stood up there and people were shouting our name and we're waving and we're like, oh my God, this can't be real. This just can't be real. It's top notch. It's really top notch. And again, some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Well, you know what? I'm going to do my best. I finish my race, I'll be happy. I would say you can do it. Don't be afraid. If you've got an iron soul and you've got the determination and the bravado, you too can do this.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that.
Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Breathless Racing Team. 7 for Ernie Francis Jr.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans that are happy to see me back here. Maybe not so much drivers, you know. I'm racing in TA and SVRA. I'm sure they're not happy about me being back out there. You know, they thought they got rid of me last time. But, you know, here we are again, so. Coming around the paddock again, it's a lot of fun, seeing a lot of old faces, a lot of friends that I've known over the years. So I really enjoy coming back here. Feels like home. You know, it felt a little rusty getting back in the car for the first time, but it clicked pretty good after the first session. So, you know, it's happy to be back around here. I still follow all the Trans Am socials, so I see what's happening after all the race weekends. You know, I see Chris Dyson out there racking up the championships, getting awfully close to my amount of consecutive championships and race wins in the series. So, you know, hopefully I can come in here and at least hold them off for one more race right now.
Oh, fantastic stuff. As into the lead of the race goes Chris Dyson. Dyson's going to do it, and he takes the checkered flag and wins yet again.
At some point, the torch had to be passed on. You know, I moved out of the series, so of course somebody has to pick it up from there. And Chris does an excellent job. Their team is amazing. They put out good cars, and you know, he does a solid job on the track as well. You know, I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that. But you know, he's been doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to racing with him this weekend. I think a lot of the TA2 guys are pretty quick. Connor Zillich in TA2 has definitely been impressive, watching him come up through the ranks over the past year or two. You know, just won the race today in the TA2 class, so definitely impressive watching him come up. A lot of the TA guys, it's nice seeing the field grow a little bit. I think they're up to over 10 cars this weekend in TA, so it's pretty cool to see that.
Good start though by Ernie Francis Jr. Ernie Francis Jr. wins in Formula Regional.
Yeah, you know, spent the last 2 years racing Indy Next, you know, making my my journey in open wheel racing. Had a lot of fun doing that. Spent 2 years in that series, racked up a podium, a few good finishes. Just had a lot of fun. The whole program that I was in the last 2 years with Indy Next was racing for Roger Penske's Race for Equality and Change in the IndyCar series. So, you know, there was a lot of pressure on me in that program, and then still carrying over to where I am now does that as well. You know, being a younger driver coming up from a diverse background, a lot of kids look up to me and see me racing out here, and they want to follow in my footsteps. So, you know, I think it's great, and I'm happy to be, you know, leading the pack on that. Yeah, you know, right now just doing some sports car racing, going to be doing this weekend here, and then I'm running the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Series in IMSA this year, so going to be doing the full season in that in the pro class. Going to be pretty fun, racing sports cars again, try to get into the IMSA driver market and see where I can go from there. It's my first time driving it in the practice session earlier today. Didn't get to run it in the test sessions yesterday, so just had to come to grips with it pretty quick. But put a lap that was good enough for P4, just about a second out of the guy that's fastest. And you know, we're on some pretty old tires there, so I think we'll be pretty good once we put some stickers on for qualifying. I think we haven't shown everything we got, so I think once we get out there in qualifying, we'll show the field what we have going on with us. So.
Away we go. Ernie Francis Jr. in the Challenger, his first ever chance of racing this car. We're on board with, oh no! Dyson was getting aggressive up the inside, but a little too aggressive, and he's taken Ernie Francis out in that beautiful Challenger. Look at Ernie. Ernie Francis Jr. has gone from the back to lead the race now. Coming out of the last corner. And we'll see the checkered flag for the umpteenth time here at Sebring and win in SVRA as he has so many times.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So.
Five of us. I have my dad, my brother, and my two boys.
We had an MGA that we bought, and I started racing that 20-some years ago. And then I ran that, and then my son got an MGA, and we ran those, and then he picked up a Porsche, and my daughter inherited an MGA. And I bought the Corvette, and then she inherited that, and now she's in a Porsche.
My kids have gotten the bug. I think it's a genetic defect. So they have the need for speed as well. We'd like to have them have some skin in the game, so my dad set them up with cars.
It's probably one of the craziest family hobbies you could get into. So it's really cool. It's been bringing our family together since we were kids, but finally we got to get into cars about 4 years ago. So having the whole family at the racetrack on one single weekend, getting everybody together, you can't beat it.
It is a little concerning for me. Both my boys are in a very similar car, very similar setup, and their times, they're always right next to each other.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So it's bound to happen.
I don't generally like to watch. I watch Race Monitor, and then when it's over, clap.
Yeah, Grandpa loves it when we're winning races. He makes it so that we can have really fast, fun cars. But, he's got my mom on the podium this weekend. He's really proud. Todd's always on the podium. He's pretty upset if he's not.
My dad is still maintaining, he does all the mechanicals on his own car. He's got an old Corvette, and so, but he's got nothing else to do. He likes to manage all his car stuff. So it's a great family team. It's fun. You get together at the end of the day and rehash stories.
they're good guys, good kids, and they're very, very blessed to be able to do it.
A good race weekend is rolling the cars back on the trailers and not having to do too much work for the next race.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
This is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races. Started really good with P1 in both practices. There's always room to improve. It's a good step forward from what I have been doing. So yeah, I'm ready to keep pushing. Well, my inspiration was my brother, my father. My brother did a F1 test. He was a driver in Formula cars, and my dad is a rally driver. So I wanted to be like them. When I was 8 years old, I started to tell them, like, okay, maybe I should try racing because I love cars so much. But they didn't let me until I was 17 years old. So that was a lot of years of me fighting for what I wanted because they didn't want me to race because of the dangers of the sports. You know, they put me into tennis, piano, nothing to do with racing. When I was 17, I met Fernando Alonso, the F1 driver, and I told him, like, okay, I want to be a driver, I want to be like you. And he told me, work hard. It's just that, work hard. So that made a click on my mind to tell my parents, like, why my brother can do it and I cannot. So they give me the chance and we are here. First, I did 1.5 years of karting back in Uruguay, my hometown. I did a vice championship on my first karting championship, and then I started to step up into Formula cars, Formula 4 in Uruguay with some podiums. Then I went here for the F4 US championship, this one, and then I jumped into F1 Academy, and we are here. Thanks to the F1 Academy, I'm still racing because last year I didn't have the chance to get the budget for doing a championship. So really the F1 Academy opened the door for me. It was a big jump for the little experience that I had to go to Europe with a high level that the other girls had, but it made me improve a lot. We'll see now that I'm P1 on practice, so definitely it worked. The F1 Academy, the girls only can do like 2 years of the championship. So I said, okay, I want to fight for the first places. So I need to make more experience, prepare myself for the second year. So yeah, this is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races, and US is like my home also. I feel it like that. So it's a great way to prepare myself for the F1 Academy. Well, it's really fun. There's a lot of corners with different directions. It's really technical, NOLA, and I enjoyed very much being the first race weekend of the championship. Really is to
carry momentum, you know. Momentum is a lot, and drive it nice. Momentum with a lot of softness and smoothness, let's say, is what you need. I'm hoping to get a podium at least. No, we have been working really hard with the team, and now is the objective. Or no, seriously, the good thing is to get a lot of points for the championship. That is the main goal for this, and keep pushing, improve myself lap by lap. Yeah, I don't know. They always make comments and they laugh about everything. So, but I have the support that I'm P1, so. Well, hopefully racing in one of the highest categories, Formula 1, IndyCar, that's my dream, really. I want to become a professional race car driver. That is my ultimate dream. When I was 8 years old, and I'm really grateful to be doing it right now, because starting at 17 years old, this is not common. Usually guys and girls start with 6, 7 years old, so starting for me so late and being here, getting the chance, it's really a dream come true. So just I appreciate to be here, but I look for more.
Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. It's a long story. I decided I wanted to be a teacher after kicking around doing labor and stuff, so I went to college. I was 28 before I started the college, and I decided I wanted to teach because I thought the students needed better teachers in certain cases. After college, I started teaching automotive technology, and I didn't have anything for the students to do, but I was already working on race teams and stuff. So I just started teaching them how to take a car apart and put it together in race form, build the roll cages, build everything. The whole cars would come into the shop, and the students would take them all the way down to a tub and rebuild everything. Oh yeah, it was far better than being in an academic classroom. And it was an easy car to work on because it's really simple. So they didn't have to learn a lot of computer stuff right off the bat. They pretty much learned how to handle the tools and take a simple car apart and put it back together, just like I learned. I taught about 25 years and about 60 students a year. They did this car right here, named Dorothy, and the orange one back there, named Trixie. This particular car's been on the track since 2000. That's the Golden Shifter Award. We have a group of guys who all drive one of these with identical equipment in it. There's a formula to pick a winner for the year. The interesting thing about it is the winner from that year has to display it at every race for the next year. And we also encourage them to make modifications to it. So if you look at the trophy, it started out just as a shifter off of a Sprite, and then things have been added to it, like there's an airplane, new sparkly paint, a turntable. This year's winner will get the trophy and will feel obligated to modify it in some portion. The plan for my race car is not to break, and not to crash, and not to go off the track into the mud. No, not really. I'd like to keep doing it as long as I physically can. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't good. I started racing at SVRA events maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and I like the organization. I like how I'm treated, and I like the opportunity to race at different tracks where I haven't raced before, and not to spread hate and discontent in the pits.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detail or shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. I have a Corvette restoration facility called Corvette Repair Incorporated in Valley Stream, Long Island, New York. But my passion is cars with race history, cars that went to Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona, and so on. So I've been very fortunate. That was Roger Penske's first race car as a team owner. The car is the only C2 Corvette that back-to-back wins at the 24 Hours of Daytona and the 12 Hours of Sebring in 1966. He was overwhelmed when he first saw the car. We spent some time together. I met him once at one event, showed him my scrapbook, and then I met him again at the Simeon Museum in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and spent about 20 minutes with him, went over the whole car, and he looked inside the interior. He goes, Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. So he was a hands-on kind of guy. Oh, he's one of my biggest heroes. I pinch myself every morning when I look at my collection in my garage, and I went after the very best cars I can afford. Oh, I'm very fortunate to be a part of it. They asked me to bring the car down here. We brought out a couple of other cars. We brought a couple of cars that also raced at Sebring in 1960. It was owned by Briggs Cunningham himself. But knowing that the cars were here in 1960, these guys were here, 50, 60 years ago. This is unbelievable that we're a part of history. So we're going to preserve it and tell the story as much as we possibly can and let people get an education on what we're doing here. So it's been fun. His goal was to win Le Mans. He went back there in 1960 with a guy named Zora Duntov, who was the father of Corvette. He special ordered 3 Corvettes out of a place called Harryman Chevrolet in New York City. They got very, very special treatment behind closed doors. Got special motors and special heavy-duty features and double sway bars and the whole 9 yards. And he went over there, and actually, the record held for over 40-plus years. The number 3 car actually was 8th overall and 1st in class. And the car's here today. All 3 Cunningham cars have survived.
Just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful. My name is Landon Martriana Lim, and I'm car 73. So I actually just started with doing track days with my dad. We would take a Lotus Elise on track and just have some fun. And then I started competing in the club series just to see what it's like and everything. My competitive spirit really took over. And it was all during COVID, so it gave me a new passion to go for. And then I found out this is all I want to do. So the people in the club were just like, okay, wait, you've got a shot at this. You should really go for it. And I took it. So here I am now. Made it to Formula Regional Americas and ready to go. Last year, I ended the season on a definite high with the Omologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award. So I had the most successful overtakes in the season with 64. It's going amazing. I just did the FR Oceania Championship in New Zealand, January, February, and we did that developmentally to catch me up to anything I might be behind on, and it was the perfect thing. It was absolutely what I needed. So I'm really looking forward to this FR America season. I think we're ready to go, and my goal is definitely to be in the top 5 this year, so that's what we're pushing for. So the turbo is definitely a big difference. I mean, you just have so much more speed overall, and then the aero as well. This FR car actually has working aero compared to the F4 car last year, so getting used to that's a lot of fun, no doubt about that. It's going great so far. We finished P6 in the last practice yesterday, so I'm really comfortable, and this is a home track for me. So super stoked. It's a little extra pressure, but I'm ready for it. I love everybody here. These are the people that got me into motorsport. So I couldn't be more thankful for them, and I want to give it back to them and give them a good show this weekend. Secret's not losing your focus for 1 second. You have to be on point, pinpoint, just ready for every next move, thinking 2 steps ahead, that way you're ready. Oh, it's absolutely huge. They help us a lot out on the test days, so that's a whole extra day we get to be in the car at the track before the race weekend. So that's really helpful for getting extra time in the car and getting to learn more. It's more chances to learn, which is the biggest thing. So with the mostly Filipino background for my family, it's really big for us, and I love our culture and everything we're about. So it feels good to be able to represent those as well here in America. So my great-grandfather was Chinese, and to get out of the war in China, he had a best friend who was Filipino. So he used his last name to get out of China, and shortly after, his best friend passed away. So he combined the two names, and that's how we got Montreal on a Limb. Doing everything I can to improve and prove that I have a place here in motorsport, even starting so late. And I guess I'm technically old for the crowd, being 22, but that's just even more reason to push hard right out the gate. So just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
You know, this is a labor of passion.
Away they go there! Big spout of flame coming out the side of that car. The win for Adam Andretti!
So many things happened that weekend. Adam Andretti's birthday, it was Palm Sunday. We're both spiritual guys, Adam and myself, and for it to come together, the first win under those conditions was truly special. Long time in the making. I've been racing Trans Am for over 25 years, and I wanted to do something a little different and build a car of our own. It all has to work together. It all has to work. The coach work, the aerodynamics of the car, the chassis, how it puts power down, I would say, is one of the most important things. The biggest difference in this car is the positioning of the fuel tanks. You know, other people have tried multiple tanks and things, but this is the first car that has the whole fuel capacity in front of the rear axle. So this is similar to like an open wheel car for safety reasons and also for better balance. Because we're trying to basically consume the whole tire in 100 miles. So that's what we try to do is there's no rubber left after the 100-mile race. And that has to do with spring rates and downforce and a variety of things that consume the tire and the track surface. The unfair advantage, a superior chassis, a superior car, something that every manufacturer strives for is to make a better car. We would like to extend sales of the chassis to other competitors, but at this point, we're the ones pioneering it, and you have to prove it out, and that's how you win. You have to win races. So this is chassis 1. Chassis 2 is on the surface plate, and it will already incorporate a lot of changes that we have found over the last 6-7 months of running this car. It's not only in the shower, it's everywhere. I love the mechanical aspect of motorsport. The commitment and discipline that it takes to be a professional driver is exceptional. Adam brings a good depth of knowledge of setup on the car. Adam is a fast driver, so it balances out very well with the team. His input and Damon, lead engineer on the car, to get the maximum is what we're after, maximum potential from Adam and the car. Well, in some ways, I think we have built the ultimate dinosaur here, right? A carbureted car, probably the last of its type. This is a labor of passion, not of economics. Trans Am is the greatest American GT cars. They have been for some time. NASCAR is nice, but their whole series of rules and regulations that don't really allow maximum speed. They haven't reached maximum speeds in over 20 years, where we're going to tracks and going faster than we ever have before. So it's a different approach to motorsport. Well, without question, winning the championship. So that's what we're here for. We've proved that we can win a race now, and now it's time to go after a championship.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
All of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. So I'm running both a vintage car in Group 6, and for the first time I get a chance to run my Riley and Scott Trans Am car with the pros in Trans Am as opposed to running it with Group 10 in vintage. It's a new challenge for me. Bill Devon built both turnkey cars called the Devon SS, and then he built a series of bodies that ended up in specials either with small four-cylinder engines, so Devon Triumphs. You saw there was a Devon Volkswagen here, a Devon Porsche here, and then a whole series of cars that end up with Devon V8s. So this is an original Devon body on an MGA chassis with obviously some reinforcements, and then with a small block Chevy. So that's a car that's been in our family since actually before I was born. It's on iteration number 7, but it's a car that my father bought. We raced in SCCA solo events back when I was a kid. When I turned 16, I was able to race with him in the same car because it's one car on the track at a time. And the car sat for 25 years. We then restored it and got it ready to go vintage racing, and we've been doing that together as a family since 2015. Oh, it was fantastic, and we actually had the opportunity on the vintage side. I have another Devon, and and we ran both of the Devons in Group 4 for a couple of years. So racing with each other it's tremendous, and it's all of these races I get to do with my father. So it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. Yeah, so this is a 1992 Riley and Scott Mustang body Trans Am car. It's Riley and Scott number 11, so it's their Gen 1 car, and it's serial number 11. It was run by Ron Fellows for a couple of years between 92 and 94, successfully. And so I'm now the caretaker of it, if you will, for the last 5 years, and trying to run both of the cars. It just got to a point where, hey, maybe if you're gonna measure yourself against the best, and that's running with the pros on the TA side. Compared to this, it's really quite straightforward. It's it does all things well. It doesn't have any of the what they refer to as the nanny stuff. So there's no traction control, there's no anti-lock brakes, but it's got power steering. The brakes really work well. It turns, it stops. This one is a little more raw. This one, on a scale, is less raw, but it's very challenging. It makes you a much better driver, and the more time I spend in either car makes me better in both. I really enjoy running two different cars. It stretches your brain. It forces you to think through. Brake points are different, turn-in points are different, all of the other things, and things happen at different speeds between the cars. So it makes it. I'm an engineer. It forces you to think through each of these. It's really a lot of fun. I enjoy it very much. We refer to him as the team owner, the team principal, or the boss. He's here at every one, and it'll take him a little while to give me all of the feedback, but this is one of these things that we get to talk about just about every day. I was able to podium in the Devon, and in the Mustang, I know I'm not going to be competitive with a Gen 3 Riley and Scott car. So to drive to the limit of the car, to learn from the pros, make sure that I'm worthy to be with them in the series, that's a good result. So I finished 6th in class, I finished 8th overall. The car came off the track in exactly the same shape as it went on the track. I think for the first time I've run that's the first time I've ever driven this car for 75 minutes. To do that and do it well, it says something about the preparation and the team behind us from the preparation standpoint, and it's really a successful weekend.
Keeps me busy, keeps me active, and I like the friendship and the people, and I just love racing cars. I started racing, vintage racing, about 2010. That was the first race car I ever bought. Bought it from a gentleman from the Chicago area. I love that it's nimble. It's a very nimble car. It was a good car to learn how to drive. Not much horsepower, so you learn how to keep the momentum going, and they're just a lot of fun. Well, we got one more run with the Datsun. Tom Benjamin's my competition, seems like, this weekend. I got him yesterday. He may get me today. We'll see what happens. But I'd like to get another podium today. It'd be a nice way to finish the weekend in the B sedan. Back in 2016, when SVRA combined the Trans Am, and we're like, well, wait a minute, we're at those races anyway. Let's build a TA2 car and see what we can do. A lot of the vintage guys were doing that. We built the car. Year before last, this race was my first race with the car, our second race, and out of 42 cars, we finished 12th. I was very pleased with that. We were hoping for mid-pack, but it worked out very well. Last year, it was our last racing with TA2. And now we've decided that it's gotten a little professional for me, so it's just a little too hectic. So now we're going to race the car Group 10, Group 9. A lot less hectic. It's more laid back. Very fun. First of all, it's something to do. I'm retired, so keeps me busy, keeps me active, and I like the friendship and the people, and I just love racing cars. Do it. Don't hesitate. Life's too short.
We've won a number of B production races, and we keep tuning and developing, and it just gets faster. The 1963 Jaguar E-Type. This car actually, I found about 4 years ago, has been raced really since it was built. When I started collecting muscle cars. And my wife hated muscle cars. And what really got me into E-Types was she said, if you'll buy me an E-Type Jaguar, you can have any kind of car you want. So I bought her a 69 one-owner E-Type Jaguar, and I fell in love with the engineering of the E-Type. Shortly thereafter, bought another one, then another one. Have a couple of Jaguar saloon cars as well, 1956 XK140. This car came along, and then, you know, there are others as well, but I really kind of fell in love with the English engineering and even the Lucas Electronics, if you can believe it. I think it was Enzo Ferrari said that it's the most beautiful car that was ever made. And when I started learning a bit about them, when I started collecting, it was amazing to me how advanced they were really for their time. I didn't realize what Group 6 was about until I purchased this car, and I had a quick learning curve. Here we're running a little 6-cylinder, and you know there are 3 classes, A production, B production, and an early Trans Am. The lowest horsepower the V8s are making are probably 500, 550. So the challenge is, this car's real advantage is it gets to weigh less, but you have to handle better. So there's a lot of work, creative work that I've done to get the suspension sorted out so that it handles better. You got to brake better, handle better. You got to drive better because you certainly get outpowered on the straightaways. And so I would say that at first it wasn't fun, but as we've developed it, we're in the hunt, usually running up front. We've won a number of B production races, and we keep tuning and developing, and it just gets faster. That's muscle versus European, it is.
We ran each other really clean. It was an awesome race, especially since I was ahead.
This car, believe it or not, 2 weeks ago didn't have an engine in it because we had a minor engine problem, and due to Kyle and another good friend of mine, we hustled over a few days to actually make it here, and fortunately everything turned out, but we really were surprised by the outcome yesterday, given what we've had to deal with in the past couple weeks. Sure.
I don't know what it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Horsepower, baby. You know me, I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
I said, I want to find my dad's old car. So I hunted for about a year, and then I found it, and I had my father drive it. He was the first one to drive it after we restored it. So his name's back on the logbook again. I just thought that was kind of neat. The 1966 Yenko Stinger. It was produced by Don Yenko out of Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania.
Don Yenko, only son of Frank and Marty, genius IQ, 164, quite precocious, and since he was an only child and his parents were pretty well off, they indulged him, whatever he wanted to do. Get him an airplane, buy him cars.
He had a dream to go road racing. He'd been road racing Corvettes, and he saw this car produced and thought it would make a great car. But SCCA wouldn't allow a four-seater car in the group he wanted to run in. So he talked to him and found out you had to build 100 cars to homologate them in. So he got a hold of Chevrolet, and he bought 100 white Corvairs. Don put this little panel in here to absorb a lot of the rear window, so it looked like a 2+2 car or something like that effect of the era.
And they took a car that would barely crack 100 miles an hour. And in 1967 on the banking at Daytona, we went 147 miles an hour.
Well, they originally had 140 horsepower, and the race cars supposedly had 240. So it was a big change. And it really worked because in 1967, it won the championship. Since the engine is in the back, we have to have an oil cooler up in the front. So if you look here, we were allowed to take where the license plate goes and cut a hole in it and use that to duct air into an oil cooler. So instead of the 4.5 standard, we have almost 10 quarts of oil, and it stays a lot cooler that way. That allows this engine to survive, making an extra 100 horsepower. My father, he was running a sports racer, and he said, I want a Stinger. So we started on a hunt for a Stinger. So we drove down to Tennessee and we picked up this car, and I was 4 years old. He raced it for about 10 years, and at that point he said, I've done all I can do with it. So he sold it, and then my wife and I, about 2009, decided we wanted to go vintage racing. And I said, I want to find my dad's old car. So I hunted for about a year, and then I found it, and I had my father drive it. He was the first one to drive it after we restored it. So his name's back on the logbook again. I just thought that was kind of neat. This was the air intake from the stock Corvair. These flaps that Don put on here allowed a lot more horsepower or air to get into the engine to create more horsepower. And if you look at the dash on my car, there's a tag on there that says flaps up, balls out. And the flaps up obviously means these flaps, but Don also had velocity stacks on top of the carburetors, and to keep stuff from falling in, Dad always had 4 little balls in there. Every once in a while he'd try to start the car and it'd suck them in, so he had to have that tag up there to say flaps up, balls out.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
I was always taught you got to work for what you want. If you don't work for it, you don't deserve it. When I started racing, it was probably about 12 or 13, but it had taken me 2.5-ish years to get the money to do it. I worked every day of my life for the last 8-9 years, mowing lawns, snow shoveling. I mean, worked multiple jobs. That's kind of how I got into it. We saw it on TV, figured out how could I get into it. Bought my first kart. Like I said, it took me almost 3 years to get the money. Racing ever since. Before, when it was in go-karts, we'd just pack up and go. We'd run under our own tent. I did my own. I built my own engines for years. Did the rebuilds on my go-karts. I still do the rebuild on this car. I do everything on my own. I'm the main mechanic, especially off weekends. I do the rebuilds. He works out mostly through the weekend. He'll drive it, but then we do the maintenance together all the time. But it's not super complicated. I mean, it's just got to get done, so we get it done. I like the challenge of the technological aspect's amazing. Knowing how to make the car quick and also take it to its limit, I think it's beautiful. It's as close as science can get to art. We are still moving forward in the setup, still changing everything every weekend, trying new theories. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but like I said, it's beautiful about motor racing. You can always try something new. We're all looking for the last couple tenths. I mean, it's not like it's just one thing. These 10 things, you can do 100 per a second better. You got to do everything just a little bit better. The double major is in aerospace engineering and aeronautics, which is commercial flight. So just about anything in the aerospace business I'll be certified to do. Be a technician, flying, anything. But it's not super hard to fit in. I just try to do it a lot through the winter. I'll run 3-4 classes in a semester, and I'll take one class during the summer. Right now I'm actually off. I got to take one semester off so I can get 3 races free. But it's not too hard to do. That's my goal as far as I can go. I mean, if that's sports car racing or IndyCar Formula 1, I'd love to be there. But if not, I could be flying planes. It's just I want to go as far as I can go and learn as much as I can.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
It's got better tires, better brakes, bigger engine, more downforce, so overall I just feel like I'm in an F1 car. I worked really hard for a long time. I raced karting for about 10 years, and luckily Ron Fellows noticed from me racing in his championship that, you know, I did a really good job, and he gave me a scholarship to go to Radford with F4, and yeah, from there we just took it race by race to see how it went, and after a couple wins, we ended up winning the championship with a nice lead, and that gave us a good scholarship to do this year. I mean, the FR car is like way faster in every aspect. I mean, it's got better tires, better brakes, bigger engine, more downforce. So overall, I just feel like I'm in an F1 car. There's not a lot of Canadian racing drivers out there. I mean, we've had some in F1 in recent years as well as IndyCar, but it's not like, you know, the Americans or other countries where we have a great system to get drivers into the higher ranks. So luckily Scott and Ron are trying to, you know, bring more Canadians into motorsport, and I just happen to be in the right place at the right time as well as doing a good job. So, you know, thanks to them, I have this opportunity for sure. Yeah, we've had a little bit of like unlucky races. I mean, at the end of the day, you kind of make your own luck. So I think we just need to do a better job. But speed-wise, we've been right there all year. So it's just important to keep at it, and we'll see how it goes. It's tough. I mean, honestly, any racing, any race cars would I'd be happy to do. I mean, it's tough. We don't have a huge budget, and it's a huge jump after this. You know, either to Europe or to the road to Indy side. So we're just gonna have to see how this year goes, and then we'll try and do our best to get into anything next year, to be honest.
That's what I love about racing, is that who cares what gender you are? Just get in the car, drive fast. Yeah, I'd say basically just seat time. Like, a lot of seat time has helped a lot, as well as just continuing working on the things, and having these drivers around me that are better than me is helping a lot as well, just seeing like how their brake spikes are and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I've definitely improved a lot from NOLA, so I'm super happy about that. With podiums at Indy and Road America, super cool. So just trying to move from there. Well, it's kind of hard because like I come here with podiums under my belt and I'm expecting a lot from myself. Yeah. And then right now, like currently in practice, I'm not doing too great. I'm kind of missing something. Yeah, just trying to, refresh, like kind of like reset my mind at every track because, every track's so different. When I came into karting, there was not like this whole like women thing and stuff, so it was very kind of bland. You're just racing against the guys. You're just like another guy. And I think like that's what I love about racing is that who cares what gender you are? Just get in the car, drive fast. Well, a lot of people do complain like about the physical part of it. Yes, it's physical, but at the end of the day, just work harder. You can't really use it much, so it's definitely like a lot of stuff happening in the background, like the gym, the simulator, and all this kind of stuff. So, but it's definitely physical. You can feel it, especially in the heat. Holy cow! Like just going around is, it's warm. But no, it's super fun to drive these cars. I went and tested a Formula 4 a few weeks ago, and it's just so different. Like that's more like a go-kart to a point. Like this is like completely different. The ambition, well, first I want to win a race, but in the future, of course, like, F1 Academy is on my mind, of course, because marketing is huge. But getting to Europe is the next one. Of course, I'd look towards like Indy, like Road to Indy, looks really good. But yeah, just anything.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
The plan for this year is take the top 3 in the championship.
Now here's your battle for the top 3. Dambiano now joins it in the 55.
My father raced in Chile, just a hobby, but I'm start for racing go-karts. I searched for me and my father. I'm very good for go-karts and take the way for Formula. I like the Formula 1, I like the IndyCar, this is for me the best way for go to the IndyCar Formula 1. In Chile it's very famous, the Formula 1 and IndyCar. It's a dream for me racing in that category. Now I'm studying at college, I like tennis, play tennis. That's my life. 5 years, I can go the next year for city lights or free FIA, and the 4 years become the way for IndyCar or Formula 1. I think yes, I'm very fast in the practice. I take the pole position, and I think I take one podium. Yeah, I had good results. I'm sixth in the championship. The plan for this year is take the top 3 in the championship.
Ambiano takes the lead in the whole shot. So we're in for a cracking battle. How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Nick is all about winning, so you have to win.
So Nitro really was a brainchild of after my driving career kind of came to an end, of wanting to be involved and pass on, my experiences coming up as a kid, as a go-karter through the NASCAR ranks, in the Truck Series and Xfinity, and the go-karting was a perfect platform. Well, along with that, we found a need where we needed to help develop these drivers further, and that's where our Trans Am program came along.
He's a very simple guy. It's winning, racing, performance, and that's really it. Everything else comes second to him. It's no BS. It's straight up winning.
We brought in Connor Zillich, who was driving our go-karts at the time, and Brent Cruz, and Ben Mayer, and Thomas Annunziata. All those guys came through our go-karting program, and it was just a natural progression to help take them to the next level.
My relationship with Nick started at a young age. We started in go-karting together, and I ended up winning with him when I was 8 years old.
Push out, here he goes. Here's the run to the line. Who's going to win here today? Indeed, Brent Cruz.
Now, nearly 8 years later, I'm winning with him again.
My background in racing puts me in a unique spot where, I'm able to guide and show these kids, what's right, but also I've been there and done what's wrong, and I think that's almost as important, right, as you're developing these kids to kind of shortcut their learning experiences.
Anything he has to do to win, he'll do. And that, again, it helps us with our aggression. We're young teenagers, the testosterone's running, so all we want to do is win as well. So it really helps him and the younger kids get along very well.
We take a lot of pride in developing these talents, and I think you'll see the next decade, probably the strongest guys coming up are going to be coming out of the Nitro camp.
It's cool to be able to win championships with him in a go-kart, and then come to something at the highest level and win with him here as well.
I'm Ben Mayer. I'm a professional race car driver in the Trans Am Series.
Ben started karting when he was 3 years old, and he just had a real knack for it, so it escalated quickly. We quickly started traveling regionally and nationally. He was winning everything. Nick Tucker, who founded Nitro Kart and Nitro Motorsports, picked up Ben when he was 6 years old in Pittsburgh, and Ben has been with Nick ever since.
Nitro is really good because I've been with them. I was Nitro Kart's first ever driver for his karting team, so I've known Nick for a very long time, and one of his first ever drivers along with Brent.
Nick's been instrumental. So Nick has a very no-nonsense sort of demeanor about him, and Ben is a very sort of black and white, no-nonsense driver. So they they communicate pretty well in that regard. So he really responds to Nick's feedback. Nick knows everything about karting, knows everything about racing for the most part. So he's really been a huge influence in everything Ben's done.
You know, funny story, both Ben and Brent were two of our very first drivers in Nitro and go-karting at 2016. He's just really been a pleasure to work with, along with Brent, and he's one of the next up-and-coming guys. He's winning races, you know, running up front.
So a lot of racing teams will coddle their drivers, and they'll tell them, you know, not be as harsh as they need to be to correct problems. They'll tell them they're doing great, you know, even though they're not doing great. Nick is all about winning, so you have to win. And he's very straightforward about that. He wants his drivers to win. He gives us all the resources and tools and coaching and equipment to win, so there's no excuses. So if you're not winning, you know that the driver has work to do.
You know, we have a really strong background with understanding how kids learn and develop from our karting. So it really translates well to transition into cars, especially with you know, my experience going from karts to cars and learning the do's and the don'ts along the way.
Very cool to see the development he has with young kids and even older. Right now he's got 7 Trans Am cars and a championship behind his back, and I think he's probably going to win another one this year. So pretty cool to see how far he's came and how far he's helped me come as well.
We really enjoy the Trans Am paddock, and we feel like we have a good home here.
Some of the guys I've driven with in the series at ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Bittersweet though, because I'm missing my better half. I want to do this because this is something me and Dave had done for years. We did it together as a team. I want to honor that memory with what we built together, what we accomplished together, and I frankly like racing. In the ALMS, I rolled my eyes. I said, we're not ready yet. Yeah. So we did it. But then he said, yeah, I think we're ready to go to Le Mans. I rolled my eyes. I said, Dave, you know what an undertaking that is? We're going to do it. We did it. We were accepted to come over, and history happened. We did it. And it happened to be my Dave's anniversary, so it was hilarious. So he was standing there in pit lane when I was called in. So I get out of the car and he's standing there and he's, happy anniversary. Well, thank you. when we got up to the podium and we saw how many throngs of the people, we were just shocked, and we stood up there and people were shouting our name and we're waving, and we're like, oh my God, this can't be real. This just can't be real. It's top notch. It's really top notch. And again, some of the guys I've driven with in the series and ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Well, you know what? I'm going to do my best. I finish my race, I'll be happy. I would say you can do it. Don't be afraid. If you've got an iron soul and you've got the determination and the bravado, you too can do this. I think so. I hope so.
I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that.
Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Reckless Racing team. 7 for Ernie Francis Jr.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans that are happy to see me back here. Maybe not so much drivers, you know. I'm racing in TA and SVRA. I'm sure they're not happy about me being back out there. You know, they thought they got rid of me last time. But, you know, here we are again, so. Coming around the paddock again, it's a lot of fun, seeing a lot of old faces, a lot of friends that I've known over the years. So I really enjoy coming back here. Feels like home. You know, it felt a little rusty getting back in the car for the first time, but it clicked pretty good after the first session. So, you know, it's happy to be back around here. I still follow all the Trans Am socials, so I see what's happening after all the race weekends. You know, I see Chris Dyson out there racking up the championships, getting awfully close to my amount of consecutive championships and race wins in the series. So, you know, hopefully I can come in here and at least hold them off for one more race right now.
Oh, fantastic stuff. As into the lead of the race goes Chris Dyson. Dyson's gonna do it, and he takes the checkered flag and wins yet again.
At some point, the torch had to be passed on. You know, I moved out of the series, so of course somebody has to pick it up from there. And Chris does an excellent job. Their team is amazing. They put out good cars, and you know, he does a solid job on the track as well. You know, I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that. But you know, he's been doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to racing with him this weekend. I think a lot of the TA2 guys are pretty quick. Connor Zillich in TA2 has definitely been impressive, watching him come up through the ranks over the past year or two. Just won the race today in the TA2 class, so definitely impressive watching him come up. A lot of the TA guys, it's nice seeing the field grow a little bit. I think they're up to over 10 cars this weekend in TA, so it's pretty cool to see that.
Good start though by Ernie Francis Jr. Ernie Francis Jr. wins in Formula Regional.
Yeah, spent the last 2 years racing Indy Next, making my journey in open wheel racing. Had a lot of fun doing that. Spent 2 years in that series, racked up a podium, a few good finishes. Just had a lot of fun. The whole program that I was in the last 2 years with Indy Next was racing for Roger Penske's Race for Equality and Change in the IndyCar series. So there was a lot of pressure on me in that program, and then still carrying over to where I am now does that as well. Being a younger driver coming up from a diverse background, a lot of kids look up to me and see me racing out here, and they want to follow in my footsteps. So I think it's great, and I'm happy to be leading the pack on that. Yeah, right now just doing some sports car racing. Going to be doing this weekend here, and then I'm running the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Series in IMSA this year. So going to be doing the full season in that in the pro class. Going to be pretty fun racing sports cars again. Try to get into the IMSA driver market and see where I can go from there. It's my first time driving it in the practice session earlier today. Didn't get to run it in the test sessions yesterday, so just had to come to grips with it pretty quick. But put a lap that was good enough for P4, just about a second out of the guy that's fastest. And we're on some pretty old tires there, so I think we'll be pretty good once we put some stickers on for qualifying. I think we haven't shown everything we got, so I think once we get out there in qualifying, we'll show the field what we have going on with us. So.
And away we go. Ernie Francis Jr. in the Challenger, his first ever chance of racing this car. We're on board with, no! Dyson was getting aggressive up the inside, but a little too aggressive, and he's taken Ernie Francis out in that beautiful Challenger. Look at Ernie. Ernie Francis Jr. has gone from the back to lead the race now. Coming out of the last corner. And we'll see the checkered flag for the umpteenth time here at Sebring and win in SVRA as he has so many times.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing something a little bit different here at the COTA SpeedTour. Behind me is the COTA Town Center. But what's very exciting, we've been waiting on this for about 9 months. This is the SpeedTour Checker Flag Challenge. We have a whole semi-truck here. It folds out hydraulically into like a stage. They've been playing some rock music, but we have 4 sims from the sim shop, professional sims, really nice pedals, some really cool data. We're going to be racing at COTA. Jonathan Green's home track. Jonathan is out there right now in the Mustang. So Jonathan, looks like you're coming pit out. Now you need to drive and commentate. Give us a lap here, Jonathan.
Oh, well, I'm going up Big Red. I'm going to brake. I'm going to go down to first gear again, try to find the apex. I'm going to turn it in. So I got around Big Red. Now I'm going into 2. Thanks to Bobby MC, it's nice and smooth, no bumps through there. I'm on the race line, third gear, heading for the S's, and this is where I'm going to get in trouble, because this is where it's hard. You don't, it tightens up right here.
Nice.
But I'm getting there.
You're
now.
on it, though. You're
I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it. I feel it. Oh! Hits the bump. Oh, and he's gone sideways. Oh, no! Oh, it all went horribly wrong at 5, and Green is backwards in the middle of the circuit. And, well, he may be Jonathan Green, but there's going to be a red flag in his future, I think.
Okay, now, summon Juan Verde. How would Juan Verde race this track?
Juan Verde, for me, very simple. I race very hard, I try to beat everybody, and then I celebrate with my girlfriends.
So, unbelievable. Looking at this, you're working hard with the steering wheel. Let's pressurize. The pedals are the very nice pedals. We've got 3 pedals. This has been a lot of fun.
This has been great. Listen, I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna commentate you, see if you can do any better.
All right.
Up you come. Right, here he is, Big Ben Beniti of Nashville, Tennessee. Learned all his tricks from Scott Borchetta.
So Brent Cruz told me he did a 208. So
208.
I'm sure that I could at least quadruple that.
He's half your weight, though.
Yeah.
There's a girl next to you. I don't think she's not very old, but she's got half your size, probably about a quarter of you.
Yeah. Well, here I am. This is pretty easy here. I can do this. I might need to do a sim drag racer. I can do a straight line, okay, but now I'm in 6th gear. I'm going way too fast. Look at my braking zones. Hard on the brakes. Oh, I broke too early there.
Oh, well. At least you get right.
Turn 12.
Oh, nicely done.
In first gear. I should be here. About here. I'll be safe. Hard on the brakes. Coming around. Trying to hit the apex through the Bennett Bridge Hole section.
Oh, nice work.
Well, let's see. I'm nowhere near that green line, the suggested line.
Into 15.
I follow the beat of my own drummer, I guess.
Oh, and he's gone wide at 15. I'd wave to the fans at this point.
They say I've cut course. I've got to slow down and give time to somebody behind me, and I will not do that. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to come and do the Speed Tour Checkered Flag Challenge and see how difficult this really is. This has been a ton of fun, Jonathan. I'm just going to stay here. I'm not going to commentate with you this weekend. I'm going to try to perfect this.
All right, I don't blame you. And you know what? It is a lot of fun for me and Ben, but there's a really serious aspect to this. First of all, it can get you interested in the sport. Secondly, this is what the real drivers do each and every week before they come to the racetrack. It's a very expensive sport, so getting on a sim can actually get you up to race pace, and that's what all the top drivers do. And so if you want to get into the real thing at the circuit of the Americas and become the real driver and the new hero of either Indy or Formula One, you got to start on the sim. Me and Ben, not so sure. I think we'll stay in the booth.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in the Speed Tour, the Checker Flag Challenge here. We've got 4 sims. We have a lot of our F4 drivers racing here, and check this out. They are in the current F4 car. You can see the halo there. I'm putting my hand in front of the driver. And I was talking hey, Quimby, come here. So Alex Quimby just crowned our new F4 champion. I was watching you out there. You guys were all hitting each other out there, causing a little bit of mayhem, but you were kind of surprised how realistic it is.
Yeah, the sims are pretty good. We use these tools to practice before an event for a race. So the iRacing is a really good platform for drivers to practice before a race and get their head around the track.
And if you're going to have metal-to-metal contact with your competitors, like that just happened a few minutes ago here, better to do it on the sim.
Oh, yeah, it's a bit cheaper than crashing and totaling a race car. So, yeah, it's a bit of fun with the boys, and it's pretty cool.
Right, speaking of fun, come here, because we got to talk about this. Your buddy KK, come here, take your shoes off. The dude drives without his shoes on. And take your shoes off, man. You got to take those off.
Show the feet.
Yeah, you got to show them. Because not only did he take his shoes off, he can't even match his socks. Who dressed you this morning?
Myself. I have to make sure that the white's for the gas pedal.
Oh, okay. So that's how you know which one's the gas and brake?
Yeah, exactly.
And how would you rate these sims here?
Oh, they're pretty good. I have one just like it at home.
Nice. And who's the faster sim driver between you guys?
Me. Well, actually somebody else, but I'm going to say it's me.
I think they should give me a free sim.
They should just sponsor you free sim. Is that because you need to get so much better?
Yeah, I got everyone here. I have to improve for next year.
Because he wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
I love it. So even trash talking here when they get out of the sims. But the Speed Tour Checker Flag Challenge right here in the town center. totally free. All you got to do is come out here. You can race. You can test your skills against an F4 champion right here like Daniel Quimby. See if you can beat his time. But this has been really fun. Speaking of, we're going to send to a Speed Tour presents Stories from the Paddock, Landon Matriano Lim. So check this out.
I always tell you got to work for what you want. If you don't work for it, you don't deserve it. Hey, Daniel, save me a seat next to you.
Well, we're here outside. They let me out of the booth for the first time ever. And as you can see, we're here by the Sims. But it's about to be the autograph session here at COTA. And I love this part. I've got Connor Roberts with me, who did some commentary. How was your last race?
It was very good. You know, we started 5th, so it was a little bit of work to do at the start. Lost a couple of positions, made them back up early in the race. And then we went and fought with Nicholas Stoddy and Alex Popov. And you know, just managed to get those 2 positions back to provisionally clinch 3rd in the championship.
It's got to feel pretty good when you've got little fellas ready to get your autograph and everybody's here. That's got to feel special.
It is. It's always a special experience, and then we try to bring items for, you know, to hand out that are branded with team name and the sponsors, you know, so it just kind of brings an atmosphere of a professional environment to a junior formula race, which you don't get a lot of other places.
Very true. Connor Roberts, number 46. He's got to sign some autographs. As you can see, the rest of the boys are getting ready to sign some autographs and get going. One of these guys is going to be an Indy 500 winner. He's going to be the next Oscar Piastri. He's going to be Lando Norris. Who knows who he will be? And look at it. He's already decided. Tell you what, there's another one we're going to be talking about. Let's go back to our stories from the paddock and hear from Bacon Zelenka.
I always tell you got to work for what you want. If you don't work for it, you don't deserve it.
When I started racing, it was probably about 12 or 13, but it had taken me 2.5-ish years to get the money to do it. I worked every day of my life for the last 8-9 years, mowing lawns, snow shoveling. I mean, worked multiple jobs. That's kind of how I got into it. We just saw it on TV, figured out how could I get into it. Bought my first kart. Like I said, it took me almost 3 years to get the money. Racing ever since. Before, when it was in go-karts, we'd just pack up and go. We'd run under our own tent. I did my own. I built my own engines for years. Did the rebuild of my go-karts. I still do the rebuild on this car. I do everything on my own. I'm the main mechanic, especially off weekends. I do the rebuilds. He works out mostly through the weekend. He'll drive it, but then we do the maintenance together all the time. But it's not super complicated. I mean, it's just it's got to get done, so we get it done. I like the challenge of the technological aspect's amazing. Knowing how to make the car quick and also take it to its limit, I think it's beautiful. It's as close as science can get to art. We are still moving forward in the setup, still changing everything every weekend, trying new theories. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but like I said, it's beautiful about motor racing. You can always try something new. We're all looking for the last couple tenths, and there's not like it's just one thing. There's these 10 things you can do 100 per second better. You gotta do everything just a little bit better. The double major is in aerospace engineering and aeronautics, which is commercial flight. So just about anything in the aerospace business I'll be certified to do. Be a technician, flying, anything. But it's not super hard to fit in. I just try to do it a lot through the winter. I'll run 3-4 classes in a semester, and I'll take one class during the summer. Right now I'm actually off. I got to take one semester off so I can get 3 races free. But it's not too hard to do. I just want to go as far as I can go. I mean, if that's sports car racing or IndyCar Formula 1, I'd love to be there. But if not, I could be flying planes. It's just I want to go as far as I can go and learn as much as I can.
Recognize the 2 people I'm with right now, 2-time Trans Am champion Amy Ruman in the 23 McNichols car, and our good old friend and commentator Ben Sissel. But there's a reason why I've got them together, and it's not a TikTok challenge, but it's an interesting one. What is it, Ben?
So when we were at VIR, I was talking to Amy at the grid walk on live TV, making the, just trying to make it as awkward as I can as usual. And for the last couple seasons, I've always commented that her nails match the Ruman Racing red nails match the McNichols Chevrolet Corvette. And I said, you get on the podium, you can paint my nails Ruman Racing red. So she took me up on the challenge and got on the podium at VIR. So we're here so that I live up to my word. Amy Ruman, 2-time Trans Am champion, is about to paint my really ugly nails.
Wow, a chance to really have some fun with Ben, because he's been having fun with you guys for a long time.
Yeah, I'm no manicurist, so we'll see what happens today, but this is why Ben shouldn't make a bet on live television.
Exactly right. Well, let's get going. Come on, you asked for this.
Now, wait, she did have a screwdriver. She said she's got to fix these cuticles a little bit.
We're going to make sure none of the...
That's kind of scary. All right, so...
Do you do this often?
Never. I get my nails done. I don't normally polish them. So we'll see what happens.
First stroke, I was like, wow, that looks pretty.
Now, rumour has it, on the lead up to this, L'Oreal have made a call, but they haven't actually decided to sponsor Ben. And also, Ben tried to get some practice with his wife, but she kept turning him down. She just couldn't face the idea of doing his nails. So this is really solo.
Yeah, and this is quite an honor, to be honest. Like, the Ruman family, the team here, they were really the first team back in probably 2013-14 to kind of welcome me into the Trans Am paddock. Because at that time I was just a camera guy, video guy with SVRA and just interested in Trans Am. So this is really cool. I have a long history with Amy Ruman. She's telling me to pay attention here.
I like the smell.
Yeah, it smells good, yeah.
How long do they take to dry?
It'll take maybe like 20 minutes or so, but don't worry, Ben can take it off and brake clean. It works every time.
And I've noticed, I've watched this over the years. This is a good one. This is a good one. What else? That's a good one. So, there are many ways of getting up to the point of drying those nails.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Wow. Look at that. That's pretty cute.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I think that says it all. Well done, Ben, for taking the challenge. Thank you, Amy. Best of luck. Can you win today?
We're going to find out. We're having a little struggle on the setup, but I think we'll have a good car maybe at the end of the race.
What kind of stupid thing could I say to you on the grid to have you win?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be interesting if she does win, because the challenge is definitely on. Could be a real nail biter.
The plan for this year is take the top 3 in the championship.
Now, here's our battle for the top 3. Dambiato now joins it in the 55.
My father raced in Chile, just a hobby, you know, but I'm a star for racing go-karts. I search for me and my father, I'm very good for go-karts and take the way for performance. I like the Formula One, I like the IndyCar. This is for me the best way for go to the IndyCar Formula One. Chile is very famous, the Formula One and IndyCar. It's a dream for me racing in that category. Now I'm studying at college. I like tennis, play tennis. That's my life. 5 years, I can go the next year for City Lights or F3 FIA, and the 4 years become the way for IndyCar or Formula One. I think yes, I'm very fast in the practice. I take the 4th position, and I think I take one podium. Yeah, I had good results. I'm 6th in the championship. The plan for this year is take the top 3 in the championship.
Dambiato takes the lead in the whole shot. So we're in for a cracking battle.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the SpeedTour Town Center. We've got the SpeedTour Checker Flag Experience, the sim trailer right here. But right now we're at the autograph session with the F4, the JS F4 drivers, the FR. But check out, get a shot here, pan to the right. Look at all these fans. How about that? Come on now, fans. There we go. You're about to be on some TV here. Well, first we got to talk to look at this dude. The Smoke Show. I like that. That's very Austin. You did. Yeah, nice. And look at the shirt. And I'm guessing Ferrari's with you. No way. Well, check that out. So I guess you're just a motorsports enthusiast.
Kind of. So I'm from Texas State. We're part of the Bobcat racing team. So I'm actually part of the FSA team that's trying to build a race car for our college. It's a kind of F1 style, similar to it, more smaller than F4 cars, but kind of time attack car.
That is awesome. See, look at that. Now let's talk to you. Ferrari fan. Were you here a couple of weeks ago or a couple of days ago?
Yes, sir. I sure was. I was at Formula One.
Nice. So who were you cheering for?
Charles Leclerc, who got pole.
Nice. Now, any one of these drivers could make it here to racing at COTA in Formula One. So how cool is this?
Amazing, especially to see like women getting into motorsport. It's just fantastic to see.
Yeah, Maite Caceres right there. She was running for the championship until a little bit of heartbreak there at the end. But one of my favorite drivers also. You guys having fun? Look at that. We got the Penske shirt. Dude's drinking some gym weed. So that's what this is all about.
Sponsorships, right? Sponsorships.
Sponsorships, fan engagement, but then this is supposed to be fun. So are you guys having fun so far?
Absolutely. We're going to learn about their brand, their identity, how they prepare for a race, where they were at the beginning of their career and the end of their career.
I love it. See, there you go. The driven to care. Very nice. How about you guys? You guys having fun?
Yeah, sure. We here supporting our son all the way from Morocco, Rabat. Yeah.
Who's your son?
Zach Fareed.
Nice. I love that. And, you know, that's something we talk about because it's the F4 U.S. Championship or Formula Regional Americas. But because the tracks are so great in North America, we have people from all the continents racing with us.
Sure, absolutely. That's where it's at, I think, in terms of driver development and a proper series and competitive. So, yeah, happy to be here.
So all the way from Morocco, check that out. Thank you for coming out. So we've got a line coming through, lots of people here. They're signing, and look, they all kind of get along. Are you guys having fun so far?
Yeah, I'm having a great time. It's a lot of fun. It's amazing.
You're a little chill, I like that. Who has the best penmanship? Are we going to see that? Yeah, that's pretty good. Quimby thinks he does? Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I can't read any of these things. Let's talk to these guys. You've got a Speed Tour magazine there. Are you having fun?
Yes, sir. I'm having a lot of fun today.
Are you a motorsports enthusiast, or this kind of your first time into this?
It's not my first time. I've been here a couple times. I'm actually here for a scholarship opportunity. This group of guys right here is here for that scholarship opportunity.
Were you guys just in the group of people that was in the meeting over there? Nice. Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you for being here. Check that out. We've got a bunch of them here then. Are you guys having fun?
Yes, sir. We're having a great time. Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here. That's pretty cool. Check that out. I'm gonna just swipe the dude's wallet, see if he notices. Oh, he's turning around. Are you having fun here?
I'm having a great time. How about you?
I'm having a good time. Have you gotten to see any cars on track yet?
I was racing. I won the race.
Which race?
This one. That's my trophy right there.
You were in the F4 race. That's weird. Yeah. You guys do look somewhat similar.
Well, he's my double. He's my body double.
Oh, okay. So you're the stunt double. You jump out. Okay.
So he was racing, and I just took the win. He raced for me, kind of thing.
Yeah. Before I come in, he hops in the car and then gets out there.
It's like a movie, like WWE.
Yeah. I like that. Nice job, guys. That's good coordination. The stewards didn't even catch that. But check this out. So this is the town center. It looks like we've got a pretty endless group here that's running through the autograph session. Lots of fun. I got to talk to this dude here. 1320 video. Are you here? Are you getting to see any of the cars on track? Or are you here for the autographs?
I'm here for both.
Nice. And now you wanted to jump in here. You got the Trans Am hat. Check this out. The Trans Am hat, you can get it right there at the official merchandise trailer in our town center. Are you having fun here?
Yes, so much.
Is the GoPro on?
No, not yet.
We could be filming you filming me. That would be a little bit weird. Are you a motorsports enthusiast?
Yes, I like cars.
Have you been here to COTA before?
Yes, a long time.
Did you come to any of the Formula One races?
Yeah, I was little when we went.
See, so it's in your blood, huh? I love it. Well, that is so cool. Ladies and gentlemen, it's starting to sprinkle here a little bit, which might make our broadcast here really interesting, but I'm going to send it now to a Speed Tour, stories from the paddock. I don't even know who we're going to be talking about here, but these are super interesting stories, so stay tuned for that.
It's got better tires, better brakes, bigger engine, more downforce, so overall, I just feel like I'm in an F1 car. I worked really hard for a long time. I raced karting for about 10 years, and luckily Ron Fellows noticed for me racing in his championship that, you know, I did a really good job, and he gave me a scholarship to go to Radford with F4, and yeah, from there we just took it race by race to see how it went, and after a couple wins, we ended up winning the championship with a nice lead, and that gave us a good scholarship to do this year. I mean, the FR car is like way faster in every aspect. I mean, it's got better tires, better brakes, bigger engine, more downforce. So overall, I just feel like I'm in an F1 car. There's not a lot of Canadian racing drivers out there. I mean, we've had some in F1. Better brakes, bigger engine, more downforce. So overall, I just feel like I'm in an F1 car. I worked really hard for a long time. I raced karting for about 10 years, and luckily Ron Fellows noticed for me racing in his championship that, you know, I did a really good job, and he gave me a scholarship to go to Radford with F4, and yeah, from there we just took it race by race to see how it went, and after a couple wins, we ended up winning the championship with a nice lead, and that gave us a good scholarship to do this year. I mean, the FR car is like way faster in every aspect. I mean, it's got better tires, better brakes, bigger engine, more downforce. So overall, I just feel like I'm in an F1 car. There's not a lot of Canadian racing drivers out there. I mean, we've had some in F1 in recent years, as well as IndyCar. But it's not like, you know, the Americans or other countries where we have a great system to get drivers into the higher ranks. So luckily Scott and Ron are trying to, you know, bring more Canadians into motorsport, and I just happen to be in the right place at the right time, as well as doing a good job. So, you know, thanks to them, I have this opportunity for sure. Yeah, we've had a little bit of like unlucky races. I mean, at the end of the day, you kind of make your own luck. So I think we just need to do a better job. But speed-wise, we've been right there all year. So just important to keep at it, and we'll see how it goes. It's tough. I mean, honestly, any racing, any race cars would I'd be happy to do. I mean, it's tough. We don't have a huge budget, and it's a huge jump after this. You know, either to Europe or to the road to Indy side. So we're just gonna have to see how this year goes, and then we'll try and do our best to get into anything next year, to be honest.
That's what I love about racing, is that who cares what gender you are? Just get in the car, drive fast. Yeah, I'd say basically just seat time. Like a lot of seat time has helped a lot, as well as just continuing working on the things, and having these drivers around me that are better than me is helping a lot as well. Just seeing like how their brake spikes are and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I've definitely improved a lot from NOLA. So I'm super happy about that. With podiums at Indy and Road America, super cool. So just trying to move from there. Well, it's kind of hard because like I come here with podiums under my belt and I'm expecting a lot from myself. Yeah. And then right now, like currently in practice, I'm not doing too great. I'm kind of missing something. Yeah, just trying to, refresh, like kind of like reset my mind at every track because, every track's so different. When I came into karting, there was not like this whole like woman thing and stuff, so it was very kind of bland. You're just racing against the guys. You're just like another guy. And I think like that's what I love about racing is that who cares what gender you are? Just get in the car, drive fast. Well, a lot of people do complain like about the physical part of it. Yes, it's physical, but at the end of the day, just work harder. You can't really excuse it much, so it's definitely like a lot of stuff happening in the background, like the gym, the simulator, and all this kind of stuff. So, but it's definitely physical. You can feel it, especially in the heat. Holy cow! Like just going around is it's warm. But no, it's super fun to drive these cars. I went and tested a Formula 4 a few weeks ago, and it's just so different. Like that's more like a go-kart to a point. Like this is like completely different. The ambition, well, first I want to win a race, but in the future, of course, like, F1 Academy is on my mind, of course, because marketing is huge. But getting to Europe is the next one. Of course, I look towards like Indy, like Road to Indy looks really good. But yeah, anything.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
The plan for this year is take the top 3 in the championship.
Now, here's your battle for the top 3. Dan Bialo now joins it in the 55.
My father raced in Chile, just a hobby, but I'm a star for a racing go-kart. I search for me and my father, I'm very good for go-karts and take the way for Formula. I like the Formula 1, I like the Indy car, and this is for me the best way for go to the Indy car Formula 1. In Chile is very famous, the Formula 1 and Indy car. It's a dream for me racing in that category. Now I'm studying at college, I like tennis, play tennis. That's my life. 5 years, I can go the next year for City Lights or F3 FIA, and the 4 years become the way for IndyCar or Formula 1. I think yes, I'm very fast in the practice. I take the 4th position, and I think I take one podium. Yeah, I had good results. I'm 6th in the championship. The plan for this year is take the top 3 in the championship.
Cambiano takes the lead in the whole shot. So we're in for a cracking battle. How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Nick is all about winning, so you have to win.
So Nitro really was a brainchild of after my driving career kind of came to an end, of wanting to be involved and pass on, my experiences coming up as a kid, as a go-karter through the NASCAR ranks, in the Truck Series and Xfinity, and the go-karting was the perfect platform. Well, along with that, we found a need where we needed to help develop these drivers further, and that's where our Trans Am program came along.
He's a very simple guy. It's winning, racing, performance, and that's really it. Everything else comes second to him. It's no BS. It's straight up winning.
And we brought in Connor Zilich, who was driving our go-karts at the time, and Brent Cruz, and Ben Mayer, and Thomas Annunziata. All those guys came through our go-karting program, and it was just a natural progression to help take them to the next level.
My relationship with Nick started at a young age. We started in go-karting together, and I ended up winning with him when I was 8 years old.
Push out, here he goes. Here's the run to the line. Who's going to win here today? Indeed, Brent Cruz.
Now, nearly 8 years later, I'm winning with him again.
My background in racing puts me in a unique spot where, I'm able to guide and show these kids, what's right, but also I've been there and done what's wrong, and I think that's almost as important, right, as you're developing these kids to kind of shortcut their learning experiences.
Anything he has to do to win, he'll do. And that, again, it helps us with our aggression. We're young teenagers, the testosterone's running, so all we want to do is win as well. So it really helps him and the younger kids get along very well.
We take a lot of pride in developing these talents, and I think you'll see the next decade, probably the strongest guys coming up are going to be coming out of the Nitro camp.
It's cool to be able to win championships with him in a go-kart and then come to something at the highest level and win with him here as well.
I'm Ben Mayer. I'm a professional race car driver in the Trans Am Series.
Ben started karting when he was 3 years old, and he just had a real knack for it, so it escalated quickly. We quickly started traveling regionally and nationally. He was winning everything. Nick Tucker, who founded Nitro Kart and Nitro Motorsports, picked up Ben when he was 6 years old in Pittsburgh, and Ben has been with Nick ever since.
Nitro is really good because I've been with them. I was Nitro Kart's first ever driver for his karting team, so I've known Nick for a very long time and one of his first ever drivers along with Brent.
Nick's been instrumental. So Nick has a very no-nonsense sort of demeanor about him, and Ben is a very sort of black and white, no nonsense driver, so they communicate pretty well in that regard. So he really responds to Nick's feedback. Nick knows everything about karting, knows everything about racing for the most part. So he's really been a huge influence in everything Ben's done.
You know, funny story, both Ben and Brent were two of our very first drivers in Nitro and go-karting at 2016. He's just really been a pleasure to work with, along with Brent, and he's one of the next up-and-coming guys. He's winning races, you know, running up front.
So a lot of racing teams will coddle their drivers, and they'll tell them, you know, not be as harsh as they need to be to correct problems. They'll tell them they're doing great, you know, even though they're not doing great. Nick is all about winning, so you have to win. And he's very straightforward about that. He wants his drivers to win. He gives us all the resources and tools and coaching and equipment to win, so there's no excuses. So if you're not winning, you know that the driver has work to do.
You know, we have a really strong background with understanding how kids learn and develop from our karting. So it really translates well to transitioning with cars, especially with you know, my experience going from karts to cars and learning the do's and the don'ts along the way.
It's very cool to see the development he has with young kids and even older. Right now he's got 7 Trans Am cars and a championship behind his back, and I think he's probably going to win another one this year. So pretty cool to see how far he's came and then how far he's helped me come as well.
We really enjoy the Trans Am paddock, and we feel like we have a good home here.
Some of the guys I've driven with in the series and ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Extremely bittersweet though, because I'm missing my better half. I want to do this because this is something me and Dave had done for years. We did it together as a team. I want to honor that memory with what we built together, what we accomplished together, and I frankly like racing. I rolled my eyes. I said, we're not ready yet. Yeah. So we did it. So then he said, yeah, I think we're ready to go to Le Mans. I rolled my eyes. I said, Dave, do you know what an undertaking that is? We're going to do it. We did it. We were accepted to come over, and history happened. We did it. And it happened to be mine and Dave's anniversary. So it was hilarious. So he was standing there in pit lane when I was called in. So I get out of the car and he's standing there and he's, happy anniversary. Well, thank you. When we got up to the podium and we saw how many throngs of the people, we were just shocked, and we stood up there and people were shouting our name and we're waving, and we're like, oh my God, this can't be real. This just can't be real. It's top notch. It's really top notch. And again, some of the guys I've driven with in the series and ALMS have just come up to me. I've had some pretty big bear hugs. Well, you know what? I'm going to do my best. I finish my race, I'll be happy. I would say you can do it. Don't be afraid. If you've got an iron soul and you've got the determination and the bravado, you too can do this. I think so. I hope so.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that.
Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Breathless Racing Team. 7 for Ernie Francis Jr.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans that are happy to see me back here. Maybe not so much drivers, you know. I'm racing in TA and SVRA. I'm sure they're not happy about me being back out there. You know, they thought they got rid of me last time. But, you know, here we are again, so. Coming around the paddock again, it's a lot of fun, seeing a lot of old faces, a lot of friends that I've known over the years. So I really enjoy coming back here. Feels like home. You know, it felt a little rusty getting back in the car for the first time, but it clicked pretty good after the first session. So, you know, it's happy to be back around here. I still follow all the Trans Am socials, so I see what's happening after all the race weekends. You know, I see Chris Dyson out there racking up the championships, getting awfully close to my amount of consecutive championships and race wins in the series. So, you know, hopefully I can come in here and at least hold him off for one more race right now.
Oh, fantastic stuff. As into the lead of the race goes Chris Dyson. Dyson's going to do it, and he takes the checkered flag and wins yet again.
At some point, the torch had to be passed on. You know, I moved out of the series, so of course somebody has to pick it up from there. And Chris does an excellent job. Their team is amazing. They put out good cars, and you know, he does a solid job on the track as well. You know, I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that. But you know, he's been doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to racing with him this weekend.
I think a lot of the TA2 guys are pretty quick. Connor Zilic in TA2 has definitely been impressive, watching him come up through the ranks over the past year or two. Just won the race today in the TA2 class, so definitely impressive watching him come up. A lot of the TA guys, it's nice seeing the field grow a little bit. I think they're up to over 10 cars this weekend in TA, so it's pretty cool to see that.
Good start though by Ernie Francis Jr. Ernie Francis Jr. wins in Formula Regional.
Yeah, spent the last 2 years racing Indy Next, making my journey in open wheel racing. Had a lot of fun doing that. Spent 2 years in that series, racked up a podium, a few good finishes. Just had a lot of fun. The whole program that I was in the last 2 years with Indy Next was racing for Roger Penske's Race for Equality and Change in the IndyCar series. So, there was a lot of pressure on me in that program, and then still carrying over to where I am now does that as well. Being a younger driver coming up from a diverse background, a lot of kids look up to me and see me racing out here, and they want to follow in my footsteps. So, I think it's great, and I'm happy to be, leading the pack on that. Yeah, right now just doing some sports car racing, going to be doing this weekend here, and then I'm running the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Series in IMSA this year, so going to be doing the full season in that in the pro class. Going to be pretty fun, racing sports cars again, try to get into the IMSA driver market and see where I can go from there. It's my first time driving it in the practice session earlier today. Didn't get to run it in the test sessions yesterday, so just had to come to grips with it pretty quick. But put a lap that was good enough for P4, just about a second out of the guy that's fastest. And we're on some pretty old tires there, so I think we'll be pretty good once we put some stickers on for qualifying. I think we haven't shown everything we got, so I think once we get out there in qualifying, we'll show the field what we have going on with us. So.
And away we go. Ernie Francis Jr. in the Challenger, his first ever chance of racing this car. We're on board with, no! Dyson was getting aggressive up the inside, but a little too aggressive, and he's taken Ernie Francis out in that beautiful Challenger. Look at Ernie. Ernie Francis Jr. has gone from the back to lead the race now. Coming out of the last corner. And we'll see the checkered flag for the umpteenth time here at Sebring and win in SVRA as he has done so many times.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point, so.
Five of us. I have my dad, my brother, and my two boys.
We
had an MGA that we bought, and I started racing that 20-some years ago. And then I ran that, and then my son got an MGA, and we ran those, and then he picked up a Porsche, and my daughter inherited an MGA. And I bought the Corvette, and then she inherited that, and now she's in a Porsche.
My kids have gotten the bug. I think it's a genetic defect. So they have the need for speed as well. We'd like to have them have some skin in the game, so my dad set them up with cars.
It's probably one of the craziest family hobbies you can get into. So it's really cool. It's been bringing our family together since we were kids, but finally we got to get into cars about 4 years ago. So having the whole family at the racetrack on one single weekend, getting everybody together, you can't beat it.
It is a little concerning for me. Both my boys are in a very similar car, very similar setup, and their times, they're always right next to each other.
Luckily, to this day, knock on wood, we haven't had an incident together, but this year it probably will come at some point. So it's bound to happen.
I don't generally like to watch. I watch race monitor, and then when it's over, clap.
Yeah, Grandpa loves it when we're winning races. He makes it so that we can have really fast, fun cars. But, he's got my mom on the podium this weekend. He's really proud. Todd's always on the podium. He's pretty upset if he's not.
My dad is still maintaining. He does all the mechanicals on his own car. He's got an old Corvette, and so, but he's got nothing else to do. He likes to manage all his car stuff. So it's a great family team. It's fun. You get together at the end of the day and rehash stories.
They're good guys, good kids, and they're very, very blessed to be able to do it.
A good race weekend is rolling the cars back on the trailers and not having to do too much work for the next race.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
This is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races. We started really good with P1 in both practices. There's always room to improve. It's a good step forward from what I have been doing. So yeah, I'm ready to keep pushing. Well, my inspiration was my brother and my father. My brother did at F1 test. He was a driver in Formula cars, and my dad is a rally driver. So I wanted to be like them. When I was 8 years old, I started to tell them like, okay, maybe I should try racing because I love cars so much. But they didn't let me until I was 17 years old. So that was a lot of years of me fighting for what I wanted because they didn't want me to race because of the dangers of the sports. You know, they put me into tennis, piano, nothing to do with racing. When I was 17, I met Fernando Alonso, the F1 driver, and I told him like, okay, I want to be a driver, I want to be like you. And he told me, work hard. It's just that, work hard. So that made a click on my mind. to tell my parents like why my brother can do it and I cannot. So they give me the chance and we are here. First, I did 1.5 years of karting back in Uruguay, my hometown. I did a vice championship on my first karting championship, and then I started to step up into Formula cars, Formula 4 in Uruguay with some podiums. Then I went here for the F4 US championship, this one, and then I jumped into F1 Academy, and we are here. Thanks to the F1 Academy, I'm still racing because last year I didn't have the chance to get the budget for doing a championship. So really the F1 Academy opened the door for me. It was a big jump for the little experience that I had to go to Europe with a high level that the other girls had, but it made me improve a lot. We'll see now that I'm P1 on practice, so definitely it worked. Did the F1 Academy, the girls only can do like 2 years of the championship. So I said, okay, I want to fight for the first places. So I need to make more experience, prepare myself for the second year. So yeah, this is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races, and US is like my home also. I feel it like that. So it's a great way to prepare myself for the F1 Academy. Well, it's really fun. There's a lot of corners with different directions. It's really technical NOLA, and I enjoy it very much being the first race weekend of the championship. Really is to carry momentum, you know. Momentum is a lot, and drive it nice. Momentum with a lot of softness and smoothness, let's say, is what you need. I'm hoping to get a podium at least. We have been working really hard with the team, and now it's the objective. No, seriously, the good thing is to get a lot of points for the championship. That is the main goal for this, and keep pushing, improve myself lap by lap. Yeah, I don't know. They always make comments and they laugh about everything. So, but I have the support that I'm P1, so. Well, hopefully racing in one of the highest categories, Formula 1, IndyCar, that's my dream, really. I want to become a professional race car driver. That is my ultimate dream. When I was 8 years old, and I'm really grateful to be doing it right now, because starting at 17 years old, this is not common. Usually guys and girls start with 6-7 years old, so starting for me so late and being here, getting the chance, it's really a dream come true. So just I appreciate to be here, but I look for more.
Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19.
All these cars were built by teenagers somewhere in between the age of 15 and 19. It's a long story. I decided I wanted to be a teacher after kicking around doing labor and stuff, so I went to college. I was 28 before I started the college, and I decided I wanted to teach because I thought the students needed better teachers in certain cases. After college, I started teaching automotive technology, and I didn't have anything for the students to do, but I was already working on race teams and stuff, so I just started teaching them how to take a car apart and put it together in race form, build the roll cages, build everything. The whole cars would come into the shop, and the students would take them all the way down to a tub and rebuild everything. Oh yeah, it was far better than being in an academic classroom. And it was an easy car to work on because it's really simple. So they didn't have to learn a lot of computer stuff right off the bat. They pretty much learned how to handle the tools and take a simple car apart and put it back together, just like I learned. I taught about 25 years and about 60 students a year. They did this car right here, named Dorothy, and the orange one back there, named Trixie. This particular car's been on the track since 2000. That's the Golden Shifter Award. We have a group of guys who all drive one of these with identical equipment in it. There's a formula to pick a winner for the year. The interesting thing about it is the winner from that year has to display it at every race for the next year. And we also encourage them to make modifications to it. So if you look at the trophy, it started out just as a shifter off of a Sprite, and then things have been added to it, like there's an airplane, new sparkly paint, a turntable. This year's winner will get the trophy and will feel obligated to modify it in some fortune. The plan for my race car is not to break and not to crash and not to go off the track into the mud. No, not really. I'd like to keep doing it as long as I physically can. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't good. I started racing at SVRA events maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and I like the organization. I like how I'm treated, and I like the opportunity to race at different tracks where I haven't raced before, and not to spread hate and discontent in the pits.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for a professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car. I said, Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure? He goes, well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash? I said, yeah. He goes, I put that in myself. I have a Corvette restoration facility called Corvette Repair Incorporated in Valley Stream, Long Island, New York. But my passion is cars with race history, cars that went to Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona, and so on. So I've been very fortunate. That was Roger Penske's first race car as a team owner. The car is the only C2 Corvette that back-to-back wins at the 24 Hours of Daytona and the 12 Hours of Sebring in 1966. He was overwhelmed when he first saw the car. We spent some time together. I met him once at one event, showed him my scrapbook, and then I met him again at the Simeon Museum in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and spent about 20 minutes with him, went over the whole car, and he looked inside the interior. He goes, "Mr. McKay, it's absolutely my car." I said, "Mr. Penske, how do you know that for sure?" He goes, "Well, you see those toggle switches and that little diamond plate on the dash?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I put that in myself." So he was a hands-on kind of guy. Oh, he's one of my biggest heroes. I pinch myself every morning when I look at my collection in my garage, and I went after the very best cars I can afford. Oh, I'm very fortunate to be a part of it. They asked me to bring the car down here. We brought out a couple other cars. We brought a couple of cars that also raced at Sebring in 1960. It was owned by Briggs Cunningham himself, but knowing that the cars were here in 1960, these guys were here, 50, 60 years ago. This is unbelievable that we're a part of history. So we're going to preserve it and tell the story as much as we possibly can and let people get an education what we're doing here. So it's been fun. His goal was to win Le Mans. He went back there in 1960 with a guy named Azura Duntov, who was the father of Corvette. He special ordered 3 Corvettes out of a place called Harryman Chevrolet in New York City. They got very, very special treatment behind closed doors. Got special motors and special heavy-duty features and double sway bars and the whole 9 yards. And he went over there, and actually, the record held for over 40-plus years. The number 3 car actually was 8th overall and first in class. And the car's here today. All 3 Cunningham cars have survived.
Just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful. My name is Landon Martriano Lim, and I'm car 73. So I actually just started with doing track days with my dad. We would take a Lotus Elise on track and just have some fun. And then I started competing in the club series just to see what it's like and everything. My competitive spirit really took over. And it was all during COVID, so it gave me a new passion to go for. And then I found out this is all I want to do. So the people in the club were just like, okay, wait, you've got a shot at this. You should really go for it. And I took it. So here I am now. Made it to Formula Regional Americas and ready to go. Last year, I ended the season on a definite high with the Omologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award. So I had the most successful overtakes in the season with 64. It's going amazing. I just did the FR Oceania Championship in New Zealand, January, February, and we did that developmentally to catch me up to anything I might be behind on, and it was the perfect thing. It was absolutely what I needed. So I'm really looking forward to this FR America season. I think we're ready to go, and my goal is definitely to be in the top 5 this year, so that's what we're pushing for. So the turbo is definitely a big difference. I mean, you just have so much more speed overall, and then the aero as well. This FR car actually has working aero compared to the F4 car last year, so getting used to that's a lot of fun, no doubt about that. It's going great so far. We finished P6 in the last practice yesterday, so I'm really comfortable, and this is a home track for me, so super stoked. It's a little extra pressure, but I'm ready for it. I love everybody here. These are the people that got me into motorsport, so I couldn't be more thankful for them, and I want to give it back to them and give them a good show this weekend. Secret's not losing your focus for 1 second. You have to be on point, pinpoint, just ready for every next move, thinking 2 steps ahead, that way you're ready. Oh, it's absolutely huge. They help us a lot out on the test days, so that's a whole extra day we get to be in the car at the track before the race weekend. So that's really helpful for getting extra time in the car and getting to learn more. It's more chances to learn, which is the biggest thing. So with the mostly Filipino background for my family, it's really big for us, and I love our culture and everything we're about. So it feels good to be able to represent those as well here in America. So my great-grandfather was Chinese, and to get out of the war in China, he had a best friend who was Filipino. So he used his last name to get out of China, and shortly after, his best friend passed away. So he combined the 2 names, and that's how we got Matriana Lim. Doing everything I can to improve and prove that I have a place here in motorsport, even starting so late. And I guess I'm technically old for the crowd, being 22, but that's just even more reason to push hard right out the gate. So just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
You know, this is a labor of passion.
Away they go there!
Big spout of flame coming out the side of that car.
The win for Adam Andretti!
So many things happened that weekend. Adam Andretti's birthday, it was Palm Sunday. We're both spiritual guys, Adam and myself, and for it to come together, the first win under those conditions was truly special. Long time in the making. I've been racing Trans Am for over 25 years, and I wanted to do something a little different and build a car of our own. It all has to work together. It all has to work. The coach work The aerodynamics of the car, the chassis, how it puts power down, I would say, is one of the most important things. The biggest difference in this car is the positioning of the fuel tanks. You know, other people have tried multiple tanks and things, but this is the first car that has the whole fuel capacity in front of the rear axle. So this is similar to like an open wheel car for safety reasons and also for better balance. Because we're trying to basically consume the whole tire in 100 miles. So that's what we try to do is there's no rubber left after the 100-mile race. And that has to do with spring rates and downforce and a variety of things that consume the tire and the track surface. The unfair advantage, a superior chassis, a superior car, something that every manufacturer strives for is to make a better car. We would like to extend sales of the chassis to other competitors, but at this point, we're the ones pioneering it, and you have to prove it out, and that's how you win. You have to win races. So this is chassis 1. Chassis 2 is on the surface plate, and it will already incorporate a lot of changes that we have found over the last 6-7 months of running this car. It's not only in the shower, it's everywhere. I love the mechanical aspect of motorsport. The commitment and discipline that it takes to be a professional driver is exceptional. Adam brings a good depth of knowledge of setup on the car. Adam is a fast driver, so it balances out very well with the team. His input and Damon, lead engineer on the car, to get the maximum is what we're after, maximum potential from Adam and the car. Well, in some ways, I think we have built the ultimate dinosaur here, right? A carbureted car, probably the last of its type. This is a labor of passion, not of economics. Trans Am is the greatest American GT cars. They have been for some time. NASCAR is nice, but their whole series of rules and regulations that don't really allow maximum speed. They haven't reached maximum speeds in over 20 years, where we're going to tracks and going faster than we ever have before. So it's a different approach to motorsport. Well, without question, winning the championship. So that's what we're here for. We've proved that we can win a race now, and now it's time to go after a championship.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
All of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. So I'm running both a vintage car in Group 6 And for the first time, I get a chance to run my Riley and Scott Trans Am car with the pros in Trans Am as opposed to running it with Group 10 and Vintage. It's a new challenge for me. Bill Devon built both turnkey cars called the Devon SS, and then he built a series of bodies that ended up in specials, either with small four-cylinder engines, so Devon Triumphs. You saw there was a Devon Volkswagen here, a Devon Porsche here, and then a whole series of cars that end up with Devon V8s. So this is an original Devon body on an MGA chassis with obviously some reinforcements, and then with a small block Chevy. So that's a car that's been in our family since actually before I was born. It's on iteration number 7, but it's a car that my father bought. We raced in SCCA solo events back when I was a kid. When I turned 16, I was able to race with him in the same car because it's one car on the track at a time. And the car sat for 25 years. We then restored it and got it ready to go vintage racing, and we've been doing that together as a family since 2015. Oh, you know, it was fantastic, and we actually had the opportunity on the vintage side. I have another Devon, and we ran both of the Devons in Group 4 for a couple of years, so racing with each other it's tremendous, and it's all of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. Yeah, so this is a 1992 Riley and Scott Mustang body Trans Am car. It's Riley and Scott number 11, so it's their Gen 1 car, and it's serial number 11. It was run by Ron Fellows for a couple of years between 92 and 94 successfully, and so I'm now the caretaker of it, if you will, for the last 5 years, and trying to run both of the cars. It just got to a point where, hey, maybe if you're gonna measure yourself against the best, and that's running with the pros on the TA side. Compared to this, it's really quite straightforward. It does all things well. It doesn't have any of the what they refer to as the nanny stuff. So there's no traction control, there's no anti-lock brakes, but it's got power steering. The brakes really work well. It turns, it stops. This one is a little more raw. This one, on a scale, is less raw, but it's very challenging. It makes you a much better driver, and the more time I spend in either car makes me better in both. I really enjoy running two different cars. It stretches your brain. It forces you to think through. Brake points are different, turn-in points are different, all of the other things between the cars. So it makes I'm an engineer. It forces you to think through each of these. It's really a lot of fun. I enjoy it very much. We refer to him as the team owner, the team principal, or the boss. He's here at every one, and it'll take him a little while to give me all of the feedback, but this is one of these things that we get to talk about just about every day. I was able to podium in the Devon, and in the Mustang, I know I'm not going to be competitive with a Gen 3 Riley and Scott car. So to drive to the limit of the car, to learn from the pros, make sure that I'm worthy to be with them in the series, that's a good result. So I finished 6th in class, I finished 8th overall. The car came off the track in exactly the same shape as it went on the track. I think for the first time I've run that's the first time I've ever driven this car for 75 minutes. To do that and do it well, it says something about the preparation and the team behind us from the preparation standpoint, and it's really a successful weekend.
me active, and I like the friendship and the people, and I just love racing cars. Well, let's see, I started racing, vintage racing, about 2010. That was the first race car I ever bought. Bought it from a gentleman from the Chicago area. I love that it's nimble. It's a very nimble car. It was a good car to learn how to drive. Not much horsepower, so you learn how to keep the momentum going, and they're just a lot of fun. Well, we got one more run with the Datsun. Tom Benjamin's my competition, seems like, this weekend. I got him yesterday. He may get me today. We'll see what happens. But I'd like to get another podium today. It'd be a nice way to finish the weekend in the B sedan. Back in 2016, when SVRA combined the Trans Am, and we're like, well, wait a minute, we're at those races anyway. Let's build a TA2 car and see what we can do. A lot of the vintage guys were doing that. We built the car. Year before last, this race was my first race with the car, our second race, and out of 42 cars, we finished 12th. I was very pleased with that. We were hoping for mid-pack, but it worked out very well. Last year, was our last racing with TA2. Now we've decided that it's gotten a little professional for me, so it's just a little too hectic. So now we're going to race the car Group 10, Group 9. A lot less hectic. It's more laid back. Very fun. First of all, it's something to do. I'm retired, so keeps me busy, keeps me active, and I like the friendship and the people, and I just love racing cars. Do it. Don't hesitate. Life's too short.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour here at the Circuit of the Americas. We've had a bit of rain since you last with us, so it's going to be damp out there, and that's going to add another little bit of excitement to the race that's coming up, which is the final race of the year for the FR Americas Championship. I'm standing next to Dallas, Texas's 02 number of Jet Bowling, and as you can see, he's having a moment of quiet while he gets his head together and gets ready for what will be perhaps one of the biggest races he's had so far this season. He's racing against his teammate, Titus Sherlock, and they've been racing against each other all season long. And interestingly enough, I want to point something out here. It's been noticed how good things are. Chip Ganassi is now involved with this team, Kiwi Crosslink. Now, that is a big story, and there's going to be an announcement on the 7th of November by the Chip Ganassi racing team as to what that will mean. But with the stickers on, it's basically a partnership, as you can see, between Crosslink, absolutely the most effective and winningest team in American single-seaters at this junior level. And, of course, Chip Ganassi, well, I don't need to tell you about his record. They are the best in America. So what a combination, and what a chance for the likes of Jet Bowling and Titus Sherlock to be representing. Good luck to this man in the 02. He basically just needs to get second place. This man, Titus Sherlock, needs to get the win. Now, he did it yesterday, but it's that close between these two to decide who's going to be the best American in the FR Championship. And if we've seen our FR champions, we spoke to Woods Toth earlier this weekend, are off to bigger and better. You've seen what it's done for Kyle Kirkwood. You've seen what it's done for many others. I'll see if I can get Titus to have a quick word. Titus, how do you feel? This is a big one, but you've been waiting all year for this.
Yeah, it's exciting. Obviously, it's going to be a damp track on slick, so it's going to be a little tough, but excited to end the season on the high, hopefully.
Does that make you a little more cautious, or is it the same for everyone?
It's going to be the same for everyone, but might have to take a little bit of extra caution on those first couple laps.
All right, well, best of luck to Titus Sherlock. Brady Golan has just shown up on the grid. I'm going to see if I can get a word with him. He's still got his engine on at the moment. But this is a great story for Austin fans, because yesterday we had an all-Texas podium with Jet Bowling, Titus Sherlock, and the third man escapes my mind. What was his name? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But let's see if we can give a quick word. Brady, hey, welcome to the scene. Welcome to this. You're a bit of a surprise for me because you're from Austin, right?
I'm sorry, they just said something on the radio.
Oh.
Go ahead.
You're from Austin, Texas, right?
Yep, I live here.
That's awesome. And here at the Circuit of the Americas, this must be a dream come true for you.
Oh, I'm so excited.
You had some problems in the first race. You went over the thing. I don't know what it was. Was it a brake failure or something?
We had a suspension failure, but it wasn't a TDD issue or a me issue, so we're happy.
Listen, you know what's going on behind you and beside you. There's a big runner-up position to be won. That gives you an opportunity.
Yes, I hope so.
What's your plan? Do you want to be here for Formula One in a few years?
I want to chase IndyCar.
IndyCar, I love it. Well, you heard it first. Watch the name, watch the number. Brady Golan from good old Austin, Texas, in the 80, wants to go to IndyCar. These two guys want to go all the way to Formula One. So that is what the stakes are for this. It really is that good. And I'll tell you what, we've got something really special for you now, because not only do our drivers perform well on track, they perform well off track. Here's my fellow commentator, Landon Matriano Lim. Now, you're about to go and race, but you're going to do the invocation.
Absolutely, and it's an honor to do so.
All right. Well, I will let you now take the mic, and without further ado, off you go.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Dear Heavenly Father, we'd like to take this time today to give thanks to you for everything we have, for this wonderful weather, for these cars, for this opportunity to be here. It's an absolute blessing, and I'd like to pray for the safety of the drivers, the safety crew, everyone who's involved, the team, the crew, and anyone that's even spectating. We'd like to pray for their safety, and let's have a good day today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Back to Jonathan.
Thank you, Landon. Now, time for the more important words. Let's have our national anthem with Mike Dome.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Excellent stuff. Mike Dome there with our national anthem. Now, I mentioned the rain. It has stopped, but you heard from Titus Sherlock. It's going to be greasy. It's going to be slippy out there, and there's a lot of rain still in the air, but more importantly, it's really humid out here. I want to go back to Ben for the latest down from the commentary box. We're about to get engines started, but Ben, that's the latest from down here on the grid, but I can feel the anticipation here. It's really ramping up.
Well, Jonathan, thank you so much, and I hope that we come back to you because I have in the booth with me Maite Caceres, who is looking at her phone diligently because she's trying to figure out where she scored today in the championship. She thinks she came in this weekend at 5th, and she thinks she's going to finish this weekend in 3rd, so congratulations there.
Thank you very much, Ben. For me, it's like unreal to be here in this category and be 3rd in the championship, that I was coming fighting each weekend with a podium. So, yeah, I think it paid off, the hard work with the team, and happy to be here, so thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, I love it. Now both of us were looking at who's on slicks and who's on wets, because I honestly think after the 2 or 3 laps that it's going to be the slick tires, but you never know. We're in Austin, Texas. It could start raining again, but everybody that I'm seeing, you may see something different, but everybody I'm seeing are on the Hankook slicks, which you're allowed 2 sets of tires a weekend, so these are probably on yesterday's race tires?
Yes, for sure. I think they're doing a clever choice. The first lap is going to be tough, so they need to be really conscious about what they do in the moves. But you never know what is going to happen. Maybe the strategies for the guys that are putting is the one that's good, because maybe later at the end of the race it's going to rain again. So we'll see.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You never know. We had a race. Were you with us at Mid-Ohio, that it was just kind of guessing, yes, what do we do here? And that's kind of the fun thing. I've got Scott Goodyear, who's our race director, and he's asking, I can hear him asking the grid, who's on wets, who's on slicks. So it's really neat to see. But Maite, you were in the Ligier JS F4. I've watched you all season. You came up into the booth with us at NOLA, and you had a fantastic races at NOLA. But have you enjoyed racing here with us in North America?
Yes, I loved it. I love North America, how the series is, the environment that is going around. I race in Europe as well, and I have to say that the fans here and how everything is like open to them to come to see the box, to come to see the cars. I think it's really different from what I'm used to in Europe. So I'm glad that I'm racing this year, and I hope to stay for long.
So we just saw a shot of Ribeiro there from, another South American brethren. So do you tend to root for people that are from South America? Like you're from Uruguay.
Yes.
So just close to Brazil, or do you have your favorites in the paddock?
I have my favorites, but I think it's I try to support obviously South Americans and everything because I know the hard work they put to be here. It's really tough coming from those countries, but I also see like the potential in some drivers that I'm rooting. Obviously, there's Nicole, there's the girl, so I'll also put my head there.
New tires here. Is this?
Wow.
Oh, is this Golan? I think it is, but he's on new tires, so that could be an advantage. So look out for that car. I don't have a number, but that's the Liqui Moly car. So we'll see in Circuit of the Americas. I'm sure you watched the Formula One race from 2 weeks ago here, and then to be racing here, is that just extra special?
Yes, it is. To think about coming into here and saying, like, looking at the boxes where the names of each driver was here, and I said, wow, they were here, like, racing, and I'm here also. Everything, the decorations here in COTA, it's iconic. I always say that COTA is iconic, and it's a feeling that you when you're here, you only feel it once.
Yeah. Even the tower in the background, I love the big flags.
The big flags.
Haley Deegan. Now, Haley Deegan, we've known her for a while from the Trans Am series and the SRX series, and she's run a little bit of everything, Xfinity trucks. But now she's going to go open wheel racing. And it looks like she has a ride next year in Indy Next. So, and I've spoken to a lot of our Trans Am drivers. Ernie Francis Jr. got out of winning 5 championships in a TA car, went to FR, and talked about how physical it is. The G-forces, he just wasn't anticipating that and had to do some training to get used to that. Are you doing any off-season training just to get used to all the G-forces and just how physical this is?
Yes, a lot. Coming into COTA also, we had like 2.5 months maybe after the last race in New Jersey. It was a lot of time that we needed to stay fit on with these cars. Although the JS F4 is a little bit heavier than other cars that I'm used to, and also preparing for next season. You never know what you're racing, so it is physical. And the Formula cars, I tested the Formula Regional, and also it has a lot of physics.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, I've watched your Speed Tour present stories from the paddock, and it seemed like we've got about 30 seconds, but it seemed like you kind of came into racing a little bit later. Like maybe your father didn't really want you to go in this, but you knew you wanted to get into it.
Yeah, exactly. It was I put all my strength into that to keep on racing. And, yeah, started super late, but here we are, and I'm happy to be here.
You were talking about the iconic scenery here at Circuit of the Americas. Normally, we would see Austin in the background, but you can see the clouds there. If you come to the COTA SpeedTour, you can come up into the tower. It's unbelievable. You can almost see every single part of the track. But right now, I think we have a special guest with Jonathan Green down on the grid. And Jonathan, if you can look and see who's on wets and slicks, let us know, but I'm going to send it to you now.
So we are about to get underway for the final FR Americas race of the weekend and of the season. I'm here with David Cooper, who's the sales director for Ligier North America. And looking at this field, it's all new to Ligier in many ways. I know you've been involved in the project for a while, but you've got to be pleased with the numbers in the season.
Very, very pleased. 15 cars here right now is exceptional, so we're looking forward to this race.
What's been the hard thing? I mean, obviously you've got to test, you've got to get the car right. What's the feedback you've got?
Well, obviously from the drivers, very positive. They're enjoying the cars. They're relatively easy to drive, and although that's a bit of a challenge for some of them, but obviously are looking forward to seeing how they do in this last race.
And I get the feeling that Ligier are sort of making a comeback as a name. They've always been there, but really with sports cars and everything else, you're really, making a big deal of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you go back in history, I mean, Ligier's been around for an awful long time, so obviously we'd love to be back in a Formula One paddock, but, we're very, very happy with where we are right now.
All right, well, it's time for those famous words. I'll leave you to it.
Drivers, start your engines.
Perfect.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I love seeing Jonathan Green, or we call him Juan Verde, his racing name, here at his home track at Circuit of the Americas. And Jonathan, it's really cool to have him here with us in the booth because he hosts a podcast radio show. He's the Formula One announcer here with Circuit of the Americas. And in fact, he's here with us this weekend and missing his role with Formula One. I believe they're in Brazil, right, this weekend. So it's really cool to have him. So I don't see anybody now on wets. Do you?
No, I don't.
So Maite Caceres is here. You're getting a text. Is that the text?
No, it's not that
She's
text.
anxiously waiting to see how she scored in the championship. The stewards are looking through everything, but she had a great weekend, a fantastic year. It's been really fun to watch her. She came into the weekend 5th in points in the championship. She thinks she finished 3rd, so
Yes.
nice job.
Thank you.
And in a the Ligier JS F4 became kind of the really competitive series this year. And I love how closely those cars can race. They race like in the vintage side, the Formula Fords. You can go wheel to wheel 3 wide into some of these turns.
Yeah, it was amazing to race into a JS F4. Also, there were like 7 cars fighting for the wins this last race, and we were there. So happily that it came to 3rd in the championship. So we're hoping that text to arrive.
That's awesome. Well, I'm hearing from Scott Goodyear, who is our race director and a motorsports legend in his own right, that the number 24 spun on the formation lap at turn 1. So now, per the rules, has to start the race from pit lane, because Formula Regional Americas, it is a standing start, and they will come down to pit. They will come down to the main straight and go to a normal FIA Formula One grid. We have a light gantry with the lights going out, and I can't remember. Did you guys get to do the standing starts this year?
No, we didn't. We didn't until the last race. We have all standing starts until this final round because we were with F4.
Yeah.
So this was rolling start, and then I was talking to you about that the first lap with slick tires on these wet conditions. Wet conditions, no, like a little bit damp. It was going to be tough, so obviously they needed to take care of not spinning out on the formation.
Yeah, and we see that happen a lot. Luckily, Circuit of the Americas is such a modern track with a lot of runoff, but a lot of times, like at VIR, for instance, you guys didn't get to, well, I can't remember. You guys didn't get to run that, but there's a lot of times that the cars would spin out on the formation lap, and then they'd high center coming back on. So this track, though, you can see the aprons, and it's very flat, very modern track. It's only been here for about, I think, 12 years. And always, we end our season here, so you're ending your championship. The Trans Am Championship will be decided tomorrow. The SVRA National Championships and International GT. This is the end of all of the series, so this is really cool. But you can see here they're coming around what we call the Bennett Bridge Hall Stadium section. And just what a punishing section. You know, you're just like second to third to fourth to second to third, you know, and just going through. And then it seems like right here where we are, this section of the track, there's 2 or 3 different lines that you can take. You can take a defensive line, you can take the faster line, and then you can take kind of that dive bomb line.
Exactly.
And in your races today, did you see anybody trying to dive bomb you?
Yeah, a lot.
Really?
And they dive bombed to me, so. But I made it through. It's so hard also not to lock up the tires on like the front left because you're coming into, you try to get the speed, you try to do the overtake, but obviously you need to take care of the tires.
And when you're coming into a corner like that, you're actually thinking the front left. Like you're not just thinking don't lock up. You're as specific as, okay.
Get into
make sure
speed.
that, no, that's awesome. I love that. I love this insight. That's why we have the drivers in the booth with us, because they have an insight they can share that we just don't have. She's been on track today. She's racing competitively in the Ligier JS F4. This is the Formula Regional Americas. Now, this decides, I believe, who's going to finish second and third in the championship. And Titus Sherlock, and I believe it's, I don't have the sheet in front of me who's with them, but I believe it's Jet Bowling that they're trying to fight to see who finishes second. And then we can talk about the reason the cars all start to the right-hand side, because it's dirtier on the left, so they wait for the latest time to go to the left-hand side of the track, because that's where you can pick up some of those marbles. And right now you were just talking about, and your expertise is great, this is where tire temperature and not spinning the tires and everything and grip is just going to be at a premium, because you can see the track is still a little bit damp.
Yeah, you can see also the cars before getting into grip position, they try to get into the rear tires to doing a little bit of wheel spin on purpose. So we'll see how this guy's going to manage.
Well, Jonathan Green is just coming into the booth. Let's see if he can beat the lights off. So I'm going to introduce Jonathan Green here so he can give us the call. Away we go. That's the Jonathan Green signature line.
Well, we're all green, as you can see, but when the right lights go on, 2, 3, and 5, oh, we've got a pause. That's not the normal light situation. So we're back to green. And if we see the red lights on the bottom light up again.
As a driver, that's got to be distracting.
3, 4, 5.
Out go the lights, away we go, and Titus Sherlock tries to make the start he wants. He cuts across the track to defend. Good start from the number 80 of Brady Golan, the young Austinite, doing the business in his first weekend in the series. Fantastic stuff. But it's slippy, it's greasy, it's nasty out there. Oh, down to turn 2, mate. I bet you're glad you sat here, aren't you? Somebody's grass tracking, not sure who, but these are the toughest conditions in motor racing, aren't they?
Exactly. Damp is, I think, is one of the worst because it's not fully wet. It's not for slicks. So yeah, they try to manage it. The SS is super hard also to get into.
Just so people understand, it's like putting your Nikes on and going on an ice track without any, with no grip whatsoever. You're literally sliding with no way of stopping.
Literally no grip.
Oh, somebody spun round, and that's at the entry to 8 by the looks of things. So,
unassisted. It looked like it was unassisted.
Well,
but
he's still under power.
I did see Maite when they were coming into 1 and slipping everywhere. I watched her foot. She was reaching for the brakes herself.
She was. I saw that. That's good. That's a good racing driver. Titus Sherlock makes his move at 11 on Brady Golan. And Golan comes around the outside. Now it's a drag race down to turn 12. The long straight. That's the only time you get some thinking time, but not in this particular instance because they're all fighting each other for a run down to turn 12.
And this track, Jonathan, it's designed to almost tempt. There at turn 11 and turn 1, it's almost designed to tempt you into dive bombing. There's that extra little lane going into 11 at turn 11 that to the left that almost doesn't make sense. And then we were talking, Maite, you can talk about this, your expertise, but you get on that wet paint, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, so the car number, I think it's 80?
Yeah, Brady.
80. He was on the paint and he didn't left any room. So he got there and he lost all the grip.
Well, we've got a 3-way battle at the front. Titus Sherlock has now taken the lead. And that's what he needs to do. He has to beat Jet Bowling if he wants that runner-up spot. We've talked about it, and if you're wondering what they're racing for, because we haven't said who won the championship, that's gone to Patrick Woods-Toth, who was here in the booth not that long ago. So the championship is one and done, but they all want to race to be runner-up, and there's a good prize for that too, and it's an important way to finish the year off, and that's exactly what Titus wants. He's been racing hard. He missed out in Mid-Ohio, and missed out on a lot of points there, and he said to me the other day that he had a disappointing season in many ways, so this could be just the fill-up he wants. But Sherlock under huge pressure right now from Bruno Ribera of Brazil, and around the outside Brady Golan is not out of it either. What a great story, an Austinite racing at the Circuit of the Americas. There it is then, Sherlock, Ribeiro and Golan, the top 3. That's who we've been watching. And Beato, who had a good run in several of the races here, but didn't do the full season. Bowlesby, he's been around for a long time. Havrada, she's going great, the Canadian. Pollock, who had a crash yesterday, 7th. Ortelio in 8th. Then Kleck, Laurie, Matriano, Lim. Now, what has happened? I'm presuming that Jet Bowlen is the man who has spun round because there's no mention. Oh, there's another spinner. Is that... Yeah, I'm not sure if it's Bowling or not, but he obviously has dropped out because he was right at the sharp end at the start. So it could well be the guy that spun at 8 was Bowling. So Titus Sherlock under pressure. Golan not gone anywhere yet. And I'll tell you what, Ribeiro is keen for a win. He's been on the podium already, has the young boy from Sao Paulo. And of course, he's probably keeping one eye on what's going on in Sao Paulo right now because it's the Grand Prix today, Formula One in action, as they qualify for tomorrow's Grand Prix. Let's hope they don't get rain because it's so hard. So here we go, 3 wide for turn 12. Titus has got the right line, the inside line. He just needs to brake as late as possible, and there's no way at that point, really, that the 3 can get up. I say that, Maite, and I'm totally wrong, aren't I?
No, absolutely. You can see how they try to see which line has less water and what has more grip, and also by defending, you want to brake late but also defend. They're coming into like fighting 5 cars now.
Oh, 5 cars at the front of this one. This is the worst thing for poor old Titus. He does not want this. And I'm sure on the throttle, Maite, you're kind of almost like just touching it because you don't want to go full. If you go full like that, you'll just spin the car.
Yes, and this car has turbo, so you need to like see how much power you want on the out the corner. It depends on the water, how damp it is.
Yep. Out of 18 and 19 and into the final corner here. Sherlock, Ribeiro and Golan. That's who are at the front, but it's a 5-way battle all the way back to Bowlesby, and all of them want to finish. It's the old mantra of motorsport. You know, you're only as good as your last race, and everybody wants to finish their last race on a high. so far Titus has done well.
They are just searching for grip.
Yeah,
you can
it's
see them kind of looking around the track, and Titus now has done a rear-wheel drift out of that last turn 20. And then back here, it seems like they're just kind of mixing it up and going through. Cole Kleck, number 11. At the no.
Oh, big crash.
See that
Now,
at
that's going
turn
to bring
2.
out a safety car, for sure. And that's a turn 2. That's an odd place for a crash. That's not often we see something like that. So I'm sure his engineer will be on the radio telling Titus that it's going to be back off time very quickly. And I guess in many ways this is the worst thing, because you don't really want to hold up. Let's see if they can get going, because if they do, we may not have to slow this race down. And there's still, 25 minutes to go, or just under, left in this.
That was Nicholas Ambiato
Yep.
there. And you don't often see wrecks like that
No,
to
you
the
don't.
left there coming down the hill. But you could see there the number 3 of Bruno. I think he saw the wreck happen and was trying to go basically too wide through the S's, which is not suggested, is it?
No, not really.
So, Maite, what are you seeing here? Give us your expertise.
Well, I can see that Titus is looking for the line with more grip, because he's going into the inside. He knows that if he gets into inside in the corner, the other drivers get in the outside. On the outside, you have all these curves with a lot of water. The paint, as you told me, Ben, is not good. Look at them.
Oh, wow. Titus goes a little too wide and loses impetus, really, more than anything else, and allows Ribeiro to take the lead.
So Ribeiro saw that I didn't want Tito to put him out of the track, so now he's first, so he did like a clever move there.
See a little bit of a dry line at some places, and then other places you can see the rooster tail coming up. But Circuit of the Americas, like Jonathan, as you know, they've done so much work on the track surface in the last 4 or 5 years. But there is still some standing water, but then there's going to be a dry line, and with the downforce and the tires, I think maybe 10. Oh, we're showing a replay here, Jonathan. Walk us through.
I just want to see what Maite thought of what happened there. It just they just touched and just kind of slid each other out.
Yes. The conditions are not optimal
Yeah,
for like a
feel
touch. Now it's easily to spin.
So I've just noticed, I've been looking down the board, and Jet Bowling is in the race. He's in 12th, so he's recovered, but it's a long way back from there, especially with Titus where he is. It's really who the best man wins, as it were. So Bowling really is going to struggle now to get back on level terms with Titus Sherlock. But that said, Sherlock's in a battle, and we know how greasy and slippery it is. It could be a mistake, it could be anything. Bowling already up to 10th. I said he was 12th, and he's coming and coming fast.
The S's look like the line is drying a little bit, but there's still some wet spots. So now, when you're out there in conditions like this, are you just trying to find the dry spots, or are you trying to stay on the line?
I always try to see where are the dry spots to get the most out of it. What the other drivers are doing in front. If I'm like in third place, like Golan or Sherlock, what he's doing in front, because he's obviously getting more drier, of course. But also at this time of the track, they know what they're doing, what is the dry land. But I still think that there is not like so much. The track is not dry yet.
Nice move from Havrada. Nicole Havrada from Canada makes a move up the inside at 11, and she's got alongside her opponent. That's a good battle there. Back to Golan as he and Titus fight for second place, neck and neck. A little bit of a slip from Titus. He's got to be so careful here. They cannot avoid. He has to avoid a collision here. It's all very well to fight and stay ahead, but all he needs to do is finish ahead of Bowling, and that looks like a fait accompli at this point. But of course, as a racing driver, you can't help but race. And it kind of puts you off your rhythm to try and race slowly, right?
Yes, exactly. And also, you need to be careful of not defending too much, so you don't slow down and catch the first. So he's trying to manage, I think, the race.
Yeah, it's not easy as they come out of 18, 19, the off-camber corner that's caught so many out over the years here at the Circuit of the Americas. Now in its, 13th year, and there's a broken suspension car. Not sure who that is. But that is not going anywhere. And again, with 20 minutes to go, we could well be facing a safety car. Across the line they come. The leader already across the line and has taken a 2.4-second lead. But will Ribeiro hold on to that? Sherlock doing everything he can to hold off the Austinite. He's from Prosper, Texas, against Austin, Texas. I love it. Golan at Big Red goes into second. Titus comes back at him. Good switchback. Much smoother, than used to be, right? Because you were here when you did F4 here, and it was really, really bumpy.
Yeah, it was really bumpy. Now it's much more better than it was before.
That broken left suspension, not sure who the driver is, but that is not what Ribeiro wants, because it seems like now he's got it dialed in and would love to have these drivers fighting behind him for second, third, and fourth. But I'm hearing from Scott Goodyear, and that car is moving, but going very slowly. So we'll see what happens, because the last thing Ribeiro wants is the full course yellow.
Yeah, and there's still enough time for there to be a good race here. Like, look at this. Golan really putting the pressure on Titus, and it's the last thing he needs. It really is. So here's the second group. Leading that is Pollock. Then comes Savrada, and behind that, Lawley in the 77. Then Matriano Lim, there he is in the yellow and red. And they're watching on the big screens, and they're enjoying this as much as us. Back to the front, look at this. Second place, the battle is on, into 12, side by side again, and Titus has got to be careful. He has to lift off to let Golan through. There's no point in battling him. If they touch wheels and Sherlock gets spun round, he is out of contention and points, and that could be really critical for the Vice Championship runner-up. Look at this on the inside. Beautifully done by Cole Kleck from San Antonio.
So he took advantage of what the others were fighting, and he took that move.
Yeah, beautifully done. Cole Kleck didn't do the full season. He raced at NOLA and then came back at COTA and had a good day yesterday, and looks as though he's having another one today as they come out of 19 towards the last corner, 20. It is a full course caution, and Mayday, that changes everything. Oh dear. Right, now it gets interesting.
Yeah, because right now I would say Cole Kleck looks to be the fastest car out there, and now with this restart and going up, something is happening with Cole Kleck, that number 11 car, the first car in our vision right now. He just seems to either have total confidence or has found some grip somewhere.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, listen, we are under caution. We're going to get everybody jammed together. Out will come the pace car. And while all that happens, we don't want to miss anything. That is Jet Bowling. That is Jet Bowling out of the car and out of the Vice Championship hunt. I'm so sad and so sorry for him, because he's worked so hard. And that is a bit of disappointment. There's no way to end your season, and unfortunately he walks forlornly back to the pits. What a shame, the man from Dallas, Texas. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with all the action. But one thing I can tell you, it looks as though Titus Sherlock is going to take the runner-up spot.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. As you can see, we're high above from the drone, looking at the stadium section coming out of 15 and turning into 16. We're under safety at the moment. As you can see, the pace car down on the track and in front of the whole field as they clam up together. And that's going to change the face of this race because Ribeiro, the young Brazilian, on his first weekend, had a 3 or 4 second lead, and now it's come to naught. We're here with Maida Caceres, a future star of motor racing. Well, she's already a star. She's done Formula Academy. She's been racing in all sorts of things. She's racing here in the FIA Championship.
Well, I think I could say this now, Jonathan, because she came into the booth with you at NOLA.
That's
and
right.
After just one of the most incredible races that I've ever seen. You can see the heartbreak there.
Yeah, that's a sad
And we'll get to that in a second, too, because I want to talk about that. But after you left the booth, I talked to Ashley Onks, the PR person, and I said, that girl is a superstar. Like, you're just such a good race car driver, very well-spoken in the booth. And now that your season is over, I think we can both agree that Jonathan and I have secretly been rooting for you all season long. Since that.
I wasn't going to tell her. I was going to. I'll blush.
Yeah, but
we're big fans. We're big fans. I met your
you're
dad when you first arrived, and you were so passionate about what you wanted to do, and you'd come so far away from home. And just your story, we've been watching. I'll tell you why we're fans. We've been watching the piece you did for the Stories of the Paddock. And that shot of you as a little 8-year-old girl looking so sweet, going, telling those boys, I want to race. And they're like, no, you're a girl, you can't race. And then you meet Alonso. And I love that. I was telling it yesterday. And Alonso told you to work hard. And that's what you've been doing ever since. And your father had to say, okay.
Yes, he didn't have any other option. But it was a lot of years of working hard. And I never thought like I'll be racing in US. And now fighting for, third in the championship, that is confirmed.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
You got the text.
Hey.
So that's great news. And I'm super happy. And getting into this field, like super competitive. And being there with the boys that they told me not to race. And I'm not going anywhere. And I'm here racing with them and getting into podiums, fighting for wins. So I'm really happy and grateful.
Not only that, but you're competing against drivers and teams that are out every weekend, and they're testing, and they're doing this, and they're working together. And that's just not the case for you. You haven't been in a car since, New Jersey, 2 months ago. And just seeing your talent and drive and determination. She's sitting here next to me, and she has bruises on her arms from her side pod. And Jonathan and I were doing a piece in the simulator, and I told Jonathan to look, you were sitting on the tire of your car with maybe your mother or somebody, and you could just tell you were heartbroken. The same look, the same body language that we saw there from Jet. So it looked like you were just gutted. Explain to us what was happening there.
Yeah, the last race wasn't how I wanted to end. The team put a lot of effort. My family's here that it came from Uruguay. I haven't seen it from months, and I wanted to finish on a high. We were fast to run in the podium, so I was heartbroken to not finish in the points. Also, I was super tight on the fight for the third in the championship, and I didn't want to lose it. It comes in a nice end, but I don't like to end races like that. Obviously, you put a lot of effort all these months working hard on the gym, in the simulator, to end like this. It was a little bit heartbroken because this is my favorite track as well. So I was glad to finish here in the end of the last race of the championship. So it was like maybe a goodbye.
Yeah, exactly. What are you looking at, Nicole Havrada?
No, it's Bowlesby, I believe, the 22. You can see the wing is just hanging on.
Oh, that's Haley. Oh, yeah, that's Haley Deegan that was just ahead of him. That's who we were looking at. But Hayden Bowlesby's got trouble, front wing damage to that car. And now we've seen it close up. You might think that Scott Goodyear might bring him in for safety reasons. And I think that's going to be the case. So Hayden Bowlesby should get the flag to say, hey, mate, that's not safe. They're getting a front wing prepared. So Bowlesby in from 11th place, and sadly for Jet Bowling, who is not out there right now, that would have given him another place, but it's come to naught. We saw that shot of Jet Bowling, sadly sat with his thoughts, and that's all that was left of the season.
Safety car coming in. They're going to go
safety car
green.
coming in. We're going green after this.
But surely Bowlesby's going to come in. Yeah. And that's unfortunate for the IGY6 from New Orleans, the new team. And Hayden's really gotten very good this year. Had some great outings with us at the CTMP just a few weeks ago.
Keep an eye on Matriano Lim. He's 8th at the moment. He was 3rd quickest after qualifying, but got pinged for being underweight. And he's in that yellow and red number 73. He's currently in 8th position. He's behind Pollock and Lawley. Havrada's up to 5th. And then go and drop the 4th.
So he's got God on his side.
Absolutely. Green flag waves, then away we go. And Bruno Ribeiro of Sao Paulo, Brazil, goes away. Cole Kleck of San Antonio follows him down, and Titus Sherlock still third. And Titus must have been told now by the team, and remember, they're in the same team, him and Jeff Buck Bowling, that everything is A-OK. Golan doesn't care. He just wants to beat him. And through goes the 55 of Ambiado. There's Matriano Lim. He did get a good start, and he's gone wide, has Pollock. And that should allow Matriano Lim to come through as they go through the S's. These must be so hard to do, these S's, because you're being thrown from side to side, aren't you?
Yes, it is. It is tough. More after a safety car, the tires are not in the right temp. So now it's the conditions are mixed. So yeah, it must be hard for drivers now.
So the snake gets wider and wider and longer as they snake up the hill to 10 and dropping down from 10 to 11. Good overtake here. Golan thinks about it, but then decides not to do it. And still the lead held with Ribeiro. And we've got, 9 minutes to go in this race. Titus Sherlock kind of just drifting off a little bit in 4th position, but he can do that. He just needs to finish safely, and the runner-up spot is his.
I'm surprised we're not seeing the rain lights on in these conditions, but I am hearing from Scott Goodyear just said this is your last chance. Car 2-2 has got to come into pit lane.
Okay,
He is anchored.
Yeah, I'll bet. If he doesn't come in now, he's going to be in trouble. Great to see Hailie Deegan in her first race in single-seaters. She's got a very established career already and has raced trucks and Xfinity and so on and so forth. She's done a little bit of, well, she was at the All-Stars with us in Trans Am, wasn't she? And now she's trying single-seaters for the first time and has got a 25 Indy Next drive for next year. And Marta, are you really starting to see this now? I've been following, W Series, the F1 Academy. I was there, in Miami. You've been part of that. Do you really feel like it's finally, Jamie Chadwick leading the way, she's about to get into Indy, that we've got we finally cracked it?
Yeah, I think there is more open doors for us. There are opportunities coming in. I think there are still a lot of things to do and mentalities to change. But I think now we come here and we demonstrated, like Jamie Chadwick. Yeah. She did amazing this season, and she will be doing for the next one. So I think with the right preparation, the same amount of effort that they put for men drivers, I think it will come there, and we are coming. The thing is, there are still few women in motorsport, but slowly I can see little girls going into karting and everything.
Yeah, no question. And we've just been looking at the 6 of Nicole Havrada from Canada. There she is. And she's had a stellar year. I've been watching her results as the season's gone on. She's really had a turnabout year in many ways. She's got to grips with it, and she's been on a level each and every race in the top 5, top 6 every weekend. So then, 7 minutes to go. Ribeiro leads the race. He's looking for his first win. Golan is second from Austin. Kleck from San Antonio third. Sherlock, also a Texan, is in 4th. Then Havrada 5th. Then Lawley. Ambiado in trouble a minute ago, but still 7th. Pollock, Matriano Lim 9th. Bowlesby 10th. And Deegan. But we know that Bowlesby's got to come in. So that's going to move Hailie Deegan into the top 10. I think she finished in the top 10 last time out as well. So that's a good weekend for the first weekend in single series. No mean feat, is it, to start single seaters at a track like this?
Exactly, and with a car like this, she hasn't had a lot of experience.
Black flag, that's for the 22, that's for Bowlesby.
And I'm seeing some debris up there.
Maybe.
But I'm surprised that Titus has fallen back, but I'm guessing right now they're telling him, just finish the race.
Well, they know it's the same team, so they absolutely know that Bowlesby's not getting back in. Yeah. And you saw him parked up there, sat down on the side of the track. And I've seen so many great racing drivers have to go through this ignominy of watching the rest of the field go round while you have nothing underneath you to join them. And it's painful to watch, and I'm sure to be part of. So that's off.
Knowing our co-commentator here, seeing you go through that, the heartbreak that you went through, to me, that's also very motivating for next season. And then also as somebody that would be involved with team ownerships, that's the kind of heartbreak you want to see in somebody, that they are taking it this seriously, and that's kind of the heart of a champion, to be honest.
Yes, the team principal told me today, it was the last race. Just turn the page, Now see the future, look for it, fight. Now you know what you can do again. So it's to that, turn the page. But you have this moment of heartbroken, and you need to go through it, because if you made a mistake or you have a touch, it's something you need to get it.
There's a rather funny expression in motor racing, which is think like a goldfish, because goldfish have a memory of about 2 seconds, which doesn't show a lot of intelligence, but it does mean that you can turn that page, as you say. You've got to be able to do that. In comes Bowlesby then for that nose change, and that pretty much puts paid to his hopes of a decent result out of this one. That moves Deegan up to 10th position.
Jonathan, I want to just thank you. I'm hearing from our comment section that F1 has had to delay their quali because they wanted to watch the race here.
Well, absolutely.
Circuit of the Americas.
That's how it goes.
So we appreciate that.
Piastri tuning in. No problem. And of course, no pit stops in, I mean, you mentioned Formula One, when they do a pit stop in 2 seconds or 2.2 seconds, and they can chase a nose cone in probably less than 3. But of course, these guys aren't trained to do that. There isn't 23 people like there are in Formula One, and so that's one of the differences. But these guys, Ada, you know this, you're only 2 steps away from the big time here.
Yes, it's incredible how you can see the ladder and coming into closer and closer. I think those guys, I was in the same paddock as Formula One last year here with the Formula One Academy, and that was incredible, the opportunities. I got to meet Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, Alonso, meeting him again, and it was amazing to
How pleased are you for Colapinto? I know not from Uruguay, but from Argentina.
Sister country, exactly, and I was really happy, and he's doing amazing.
Yeah.
Like, you can say that someone that jumps right into Williams cars with no testing, like a few test days, and do like points.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Well, and to put it all in context, I've been mentioning, the tie-up with Chip Ganassi and with Crosslink Kiwi. Well, Colapinto just 4 years ago was racing for Crosslink in New Zealand. So there you go. That's how quickly things could change, and now he's a regular Formula One guy. Amazing.
White flag next time by.
Yep, that's going to be it. And Ribeiro with a 2-second lead at the moment. He's done a good job of kind of breaking the back of it. I always think that when you're about a second ahead, it's not enough. You need to be 1.2 and above. To me, that seems like, okay, I'm in control of the race, and it's mine to lose at that point.
Yes, you never know. Like in these conditions,
that's different.
That's different to say that the gap. You need to also getting to see that the track is getting more and more in grip. So you need to push a little bit more, but not so much that you are off track. Mm-hmm. So he needs to maintain that lead.
Well, as it dries out, it actually becomes harder because some of it's grippy, some of it isn't, because it doesn't all dry out at the same time. I mean, you're going almost 4 miles, and so over that distance, there's no question that it's pretty precarious out there. Now, we're hearing that there is another car in the wall, and that's going to be checkered flag for sure. It is the 24, and that's a big accident. That's Kevin Jensen, the senior member of the crew, as it were, but that is probably going to bring an end to this one because there's no point in bringing a truck out, and so that will bring out the checkered flag. This is the final lap then, and that means Bruno Ribeiro from Brazil is going to take a win here at the Circuit of the Americas. What a way, what a weekend.
You're brave to call it this early. He's still got 2 more turns.
He's fine. I got faith in him. Here he comes then. Ribeiro, Golan, and Kleck. 2 Texans on the podium, and the Brazilian taking the checkered flag past Jansen's strewn car. So that's an odd picture to look at, but it's a true one, and checkered flag waves. A very late checkered flag. I think he wasn't sure about who was there. That was because the 11. He was looking. The 22, of course, is Bowlesby. He's gone back out. That's why he waited.
That was
so
my
he got it right.
call.
He got it right. All good then, and wow, what a race and what a drama indeed. We lost Bowlesby in a spin early on, and I think there was a second incident which actually, because he got started on the first spin, but I think then he got into another collision, and that's why he was parked behind the wall. I think the car was damaged, and that put paid to that. So that means that our champion is Patrick Woods-Toft of Canada from Montreal. Our second place man is Titus Sherlock. And to be fair, Titus does deserve it. He's had some good wins. He's had some disappointment. He was saying that he was actually disappointed with the season. I don't think that's what he'll be saying when he gets out of the car this time, because he's done everything right this weekend. You can't ask for much. There was only going to be 2 races. He's won both of them effectively in terms of against his opponent. And even though Ribeiro was competition, it didn't matter. He wasn't going to be a challenge.
So, Maite, you've got 2 fans with you right here in the booth, and we will do whatever we can for you and your career moving forward. But what are your hopes looking forward?
Well, to keep on racing, that is, I think we don't need to say like, okay, I'm racing next year for sure, you know.
Yeah.
I'm like looking for sponsors and everything each week, like working hard on it. So I want to appreciate my sponsors for this year and hope to that next year we continue racing. I'm looking into a different path maybe for GTs, so we will see, but I'm hoping to stay on the paddock because
Good.
I really like Formula racing as well.
Good. Well, here's your confirmation of the results. Bruno Ribeiro in the IGY 6 Motorsports car takes the win. Brady Golan for Tony Driver Development takes second. Cole Kleck third. James Lawley fourth. Titus Sherlock fifth, but it didn't matter. He got the runner-up spot. Nicole Havrada takes sixth. Nicholas Ambiado takes seventh. And Lando Matriano eighth. Jake Pollock ninth. And Haley Deegan gets another top 10 finish in her first weekend.
Jonathan, one thing I want to say, somebody's brought up.
Just 1 second. Hold that thought. I'm going to go to the highlights first.
Okay, yeah, do that.
Let's take a look at that of our highlights from our FR Americas race. So we got underway in greasy, wet conditions. Everybody slip sliding away up the Big Red, and unfortunately, some also slip sliding out. And there was more to come. Another big accident there involving 2 more cars. And yeah, it just wasn't easy at all. We lost Jet Bowling as well. That was the incident, I think, as he was trying to make his way through. And that damaged the car. Then Titus Sherlock was kind of fighting with these 3 and didn't really need to be because by then Bowling was out. So it was a little bit worrying. Then we had another safety car. Bowling, sadly, had to gather his thoughts. But in the end, Janssen broke down, and that allowed the checkered flag to fly for that man, Ribeiro.
Well, I'm hearing from the experts in the comment section that Sheehan has more points than Sherlock at 188 to 187, and Ashley says that might not be the case. So
okay.
we don't know right now who's the second.
And the reason that, let's just explain. Ryan Sheehan was in the championship, another local from Texas, but pulled out earlier from the season, and so therefore we presumed that his second place at the time would be beaten by Titus Sherlock. But it's interesting to know that he hasn't quite done it, by finishing 5th. That is really, really interesting. Well, listen, we're going to take a short break, gather our thoughts, and come back with more from the Circuit of the Americas. Stay with us.
You're on.
Welcome back. As you can see, well, I was going to say conditions are clearing up, and it just looks a bit brighter. But it's been a weird day. It's been very hazy, very humid, and we've also had drops of rain that have made the track very slick. And that's going to be interesting. We already saw a quite big crash to the start-finish line in the F4 race a moment ago, and we're about to get underway with our SVRA coverage. And of course, these are cars you don't want slip sliding away. Ben Sissel alongside me, Jonathan Green, and our familiar faces and some familiar cars as we see the Lotus of
John Nash.
This is my favorite group, man. This is the group that I love. No, this is the group 1-3. This is the small bore. Lots of British cars in this.
True.
Lots of our Spridgets and Midgets. But John Nash there in that Lotus 7 qualifying first. That's a Lotus Super 7 Silver, Group 3. He has a Group 8 car also that looks very similar to this. And John Nash, Lorna, they came in kind of late. I saw them pull in. But he's up there in P1. We've got 1 minute on the grid. Then the Porsche 9144 of Steven Schluter there.
There he is.
He's giving us the thumbs up. And if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave us some comments. Let us know if you have any expertise. We'll be monitoring the comments. If we get something wrong, this is your chance to yell at the commentators. Just make sure you put that in all caps.
What a great shot. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's the field.
This is Group 1 and 3, but there's 2 different Group 1s. You can see all the Formula B's in the background, and the grid is being released. And then we've got Mark Arnold in a Group 1 MG Midget there in that number 80.
Good stuff.
Neil Verity in an MGB. That should be a Group 3 car. David Lee. Just David Lee. It's hard to say David Lee and not Roth at the end, but just David Lee in an Austin Healey Sprite. Paul Martin is 6th in an MG.
John Nash almost went up the side road there. Look, he's going backwards. Did you see that?
I didn't.
So John Nash turned left before the exit because there's a
the
side
ring
road. The ring road, yeah.
Is he on track or
no?
he
just reversed. So we'll see him pop out in a minute. But
there he is. Oh my goodness, John Nash just trying to make for good TV.
Yep.
And you could see John Wilkins there throw his hands up. Now Chelsea. Chelsea's our chief of grid in the pink hat. She doesn't know how to split them, but man, John Nash just gave Stefan Schluter a gift of a lifetime.
Yeah, that's funny.
Jeffrey Butzer in a Porsche 9144. Stephen Heitzke in an MG Midget qualifying 8th. I can hear RC yelling like, what do we do here? RC is our race control. He's in my right ear. William Pollard in a Porsche 914. Roger E. Williams in an Austin Healey Sprite in the 10th place. Beautiful car there. And then we've got Jackson Williams in an Austin Healey Sprite in 11th place. So we've got some relatives going at it 10th and 11th. And then we have a split start because then it goes to the Formula V's. So Hunter Barron is 12th, but first in the V's. Then Simon Hughes in that Lynx B. Simon, it's been a while since we've seen you, but Simon is very fast. Berg Nash is 3rd in the V's.
Any relation
to John Nash? No.
Okay.
Jason Puner in a Caldwell D13 is 4th. Dave McDowell in a Zeitler FV. I'm not familiar with that. But this is going to be a self-imposed split start. Then John Strand in a Lynx B. David McMasters. Elliot O'Barron in the form car we call Petunia, my favorite car out there. Cassandra Barron in a Volkswagen Zinc. John Williamson in a Caldwell D13. Pierce Crone in a Zinc. Scott Iliff in a Zinc C4, David Haldeman in an RCA FV, Donald O'Keefe Jr. in a Lynx B, Mark Lobel in a Zinc Formula V, Alejandro Verducho in an Autodynamics Formula V, and Jason White. 28 cars should take the green, and here are our Formula Vs. And Jonathan, we talk about this a lot, but one of the coolest in the 60s and 70s, this just took over. Basically, they gave you the wheelbase. You could go to a junkyard, grab the front end and the rear end out of a Volkswagen Beetle, and they were prevalent there for $10 in junkyards back in the day.
When you say the front end and the back end, obviously the engine, but what do you mean the front?
The front suspension, those torsion bars, you can see that. That's just straight out of a Volkswagen Beetle. And then you put the frame and the fiberglass between it. And a lot of Formula Vs are one-offs, and then companies like Caldwell or Zinc made hundreds of them. And,
Lynx and Zinc I know very well, but the others, Caldwell not so much. And but it's interesting to see. It's a bit like Formula Ford. You know, you have many different chassis manufacturers.
Yeah. But the form car Petunia
I think that was one of the first years of a Formula V. But it was a great, inexpensive way to go racing. And back then, kind of the latter series was Formula V, Formula Ford, Formula B, Formula One. And, kind of like we're seeing right now with JS F4 to F4 to FR to F2.
Now, I'm presuming, and I think I'm right here, but Stefan Schuttler now in the Porsche 914 should actually kind of pick up the pole, by my guess, given that Nash made that mistake and had to reverse, or will he get back his position? No, it's a rolling start.
No, he won't get back his position. Yeah, he's just going to have to start back where he was. I could see John Wilkins throwing his hands up, not knowing really what to do. We weren't expecting that to happen, but we probably, I just made a note that we need to block that next time.
Yeah, no kidding.
And
so
they're not forming up very well. We need these there behind them.
Yeah, it's always a dark art, isn't it? Trying to get this right. They're getting there now, into 20. You can see from above. The top 6 look good, but the rest need to tighten it up a bit. We're coming closer to the green. Here you see your field then of Group 1. Group 3 will be behind, and that's the Formula Vs. Okay, now we're formed nicely. 2 by 2. Watch for the 80 of Mark Arnold. Now gets a front row start because Nash isn't there. The Porsche on the right-hand side. Away we go, up the hill for the first time, all 133 feet. Here comes John Nash from the 7 at the back, but starting to make his way through as they go up Big Red for the first time. 82 is Stephen Heitzke in the MG Midget as they all dive into 2. Newly repaved turn 2. Everybody loving the fact that the bumps have gone there, and you can see where the line is. Here come your Formula Vs, led by the number 9 of William Pollard. Excuse me, the number 9 of Simon Hughes in the Lynx B.
And Hunter Barron out there in front in that 114, but Simon Hughes looks like he might have the line. And then we've got Burt Nash coming up to the inside too, but Hunter Barron looks like he's going to take it barely over Burt Nash.
This looks like such a huge circuit for these tiny cars, but I love it. It's great. What a spectacle.
Yeah, just a few years ago, remember we saw them go 3-4 wide into turn 2, and that's not suggested usually here at Circuit of the Americas.
Here comes your Group 1 over the crest at 10 and down towards 11 for the first time, and it is the Porsche, the 9144 of Stefan Schuttler that breaks into the corner first. Here comes John Nash. He's trying to outbrake everybody as he makes up some good places. We know that Nash would be a factor, even if he has to start at the back. Nash is so good that he'll be in the run for the podium. And in fact, he's already vying for 3rd place. Look at this. Fantastic stuff by John Nash. He made a rare mistake, but he is on it, and he's already just nosing ahead into 3rd.
Well, we'll call that a TV mistake. He's like, you know what, Ben and Jonathan, I'm going to make this a little bit interesting for you guys. So I'm just going to go up the ring road a little bit, come back down, and see what happens. But you can see now.
Drop back to 4th again.
MG Midget, that's got some good brakes coming into turn 12.
Mark Arnold. Just behind them, my favorite one, David Lee in that Austin Healey Sprite. I still love all the Austin Healeys. They're just beautiful British cars.
I need to go talk to him. We were speaking yesterday, and he has that. We were talking about that air shifter thing that he uses, and it's a really cool mechanism. I'm going to go make some notes. If anybody on our comment section can remember what that was. But, yeah.
What are you talking about, air shifter?
He had like some kind of an air shifter, and I can't remember the details, so I'm going to go find him. But we see John Nash coming through that carousel section, now in 4th place.
When you said air shifter, I had this vision of a snowplow for air. But you just mean an air gas shifter. I get you.
So Ace 316, they're watching from the grandstand. So thank you. Welcome to the COTA SpeedTour. You can still get tickets at speedtour.net. But, man, the gift just keeps on giving for Stefan Schluter there in that Porsche 9144 with John Nash now coming up behind. He's got to get around this MGB.
I told you to be a factor. He's already up to 2nd place now. John Nash in that Lotus Super 7. You know, it doesn't look like a fast car, but, boy, can he wheel it.
Yeah, they're, the Colin Chapman, the add lightness. That's almost an open wheel car, but just so low slung, great balance, really low center of gravity, very light cars. And John Nash really knows how to wheel it. And he, being a Brit himself, this is a nice sunny day in England.
Yeah, absolutely. I've spoken to John a few times, and he's a perennial historic man. He loves it. Every weekend you see him somewhere.
I really like this number 80, the MG Midget. I was looking at it up close the other day coming through Tech with Mark Arnold. Just a really beautifully prepared car.
Yeah, it's a tiny thing, and you can see it rolling from side to side as it goes through the S's, which is a real challenge here for a car that old. I mean, we're talking, you know, long before this part of the world had a racetrack like this, these cars were being made, and there was nothing like this for them to race on. You know, it's funny, they're saying now in historic racing, these cars now race faster on these modern circuits than they did when they were made because of the track, the surface, and the, you know, the sort of technology in building and the tire technology
Shocks,
as well.
Yeah, it is crazy. If we look at, you know, we have historic Trans Am that races with us in the exact prepared cars. John Nash takes the lead now.
Oh, wow.
Over Schluter. Now let's see if Schluter can get behind him. But John Nash, unfortunately, doesn't make a very big draft. That thing cuts a real small hole in the air.
Could get two opposite cars than the Lotus 7 and the Porsche there. Very, very different.
You've got a front engine rear wheel drive. Then you've got an air-cooled rear engine rear wheel drive.
Well, zero to hero is John Nash because he started at the pole, but then took a wrong left turn. He settled down though now, and now he looks very comfortable and extending that lead already.
Look at those fenders bouncing.
I know, that's under braking, yeah.
Fenders, yeah.
Well, they really are sort of very simple, aren't they?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, truly, that's probably if you can call that a production car, that's the most go-kart-ish.
Yeah.
There's no trunk. You can't put golf clubs anywhere in that thing. You know, right behind the driver is the gas tank, and there's nowhere to put anything. Groceries are on your lap, basically.
I love seeing these drone shots at the Circuit of the Americas because you can see the pure extent of this place. It's a massive complex. Back in the background, you see that dirt. They're building a whole kind of theme park with roller coasters and you name it. So it's going to be a real entertainment center soon. Got the kart circuit just behind the main grandstand there.
Yeah, the roller coaster does a loop over the Circuit of the Americas Boulevard.
I know.
So people are going to be upside down over Circuit of the Americas Boulevard, which is crazy.
I love that. I feel like they're going to have to bring the tower involved. They're going to have a zip line for the tower, I think.
Ooh, we've got two side by side going into turn one.
Yep. Big Red, as it's called.
Why is it called that?
After Red McCombs. Okay. He is one of the investors in the circuit. Red McCombs, a famous name in these parts. And, he was one of the initial investors in the Circuit of the Americas, as was Jean-Paul Degerio of Patron fame. And Paul Mitchell, hair products, and Jean-Paul Degerio, if you know, his daughter races. And in fact, at the groundbreaking here at the Circuit of the Americas, before we laid the track even, they buried a whole bunch of different things. And one of the things they buried was a bottle of Patron under the main straight. So if it all goes horribly wrong, I know where to find the liquor.
You can see it spreading out a little bit, but that battle for third, fourth, and fifth is really heating up with Verity, Arnold, and Lee. And I'm sure the Formula V's battle is going after it with all those Formula V's. Here they come.
Yeah.
Just right on cue into shot. And it looks like Simon Hughes has it over Hunter Barron.
Still quite a distance between them and the Group 1 cars, but that's sort of by, plan, giving them room to race. Here they come.
Ooh, the 55 is out there of Nash. So Burke Nash. So both groups are being led by Nash. I like that. So you can see there Nash is in a Zinc C4. That blue car, blue and yellow. And then Simon Hughes is in a Lynx B. And Hunter Barron is in a Lynx B.
So when the Nashes are leading, you just hope that Crosby doesn't steal them.
Yeah, exactly. See if there are any Youngs out there. Here they come. This is where the draft, Simon Hughes right behind Hunter, and now is kind of poking out from the draft, but Hunter has the advantage here. They're giving each other a lot of room, but Nash kind of cutting it over. Let's see if Hunter can hold on to it, because Simon Hughes look at this, trying to go into the right side. And
I was talking to Maite Caceres, who was here with us. This little stadium section here, it's so difficult. And then the last turn, I forget what turn that is. There's about 3 different ways to take it.
Turn 50 coming in here.
Yeah. There's a lot of passing.
Formula One go high and wide and then cut across. But you can take the quicker, if you like, inside line, but you will be slowed down. You can't just go at the same speed as you would. So there is a cutback for the guys that go wide and high. We saw it in Formula One, and we've seen it in WEC. And you're right, with the smaller cars and with cars like Meta Drives, there's a lot more lines and a lot more options.
So Jesse Pinnell on our comments is saying, where are the V's? So Jesse, they've been listening to you, and they're showing the V's now. She's a big Formula V fan.
Good.
And here they come, around turn 20.
Yeah, this is a good collection.
We got a spin.
Oh,
who is that?
At 20, yep. He's gone
Simon
out.
Hughes. Oh, no.
Ooh, and they've got to be careful because that's a blind entry coming in there. You wouldn't have seen him, but it is the 9 that turns round. Hughes.
But to be honest, that might actually hurt Hunter as well, because now Hunter doesn't have a drafting partner, like a dancing partner out there to catch up to Nash.
Yeah, good point.
You can see this big group coming through here.
Yeah, and you can see the evolution, some of them with the bulbous noses and some of them with the thin noses like the 9. It's really interesting how the design of these cars and the chassis are so different. 103 going through shot there. That's John Williamson in his Caldwell D13.
That's a very famous, the Autodynamics, that's very famous Formula V. I think, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm sure our comment section can tell us, but I think they made the most.
Okay. Caldwell did.
Yes.
You're not missing in at the front, anything at the front. Nash, Schulter, and Verity still going strong as we watch the Formula Vs.
Simon Hughes, though, is on a mission. Watch out. Simon Hughes having that spin, an unassisted spin, I might say, but he is on a mission to try to catch back up. And there's John Nash. There is our leaders. Great shots here from the drone.
Yeah, it really is. You get to see I love what it gives you perspective. You can see how much Nash has pulled away from the Porsche. Remember, he'd only just overtaken him 2 laps ago. And I'll tell you what, he's coming to the checkered flag now because he's done and dusted from the back to the front. And that is an excellent performance in the end by John Nash, but it could all have gone horribly wrong.
John Nash coming around, his wife Lorna, I'm sure, watching from somewhere. Not sure where, but she's going to be very excited. Probably wondering how he got pole and then started about 8th place.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be a white flag.
A white flag, one more lap. Okay, that's good, but I don't think it's going to change much. Yeah, white flag then, and it's Nash on his way to victory, and he's got a massive lead. It was, well, we'll check as Schluter comes across the line, but this is the final lap now.
But we've got a great battle in Formula V's. It looks like he's just about a half a second behind is the 114 of Hunter Barron behind Nash. So this could get heated up here pretty quickly in the Formula V battle. There's Schluter in second.
Yeah, 10 seconds, in fact, that Nash has pulled away from him.
Man, that car looks cool.
Doesn't it? Stripped it out. It's nice and light.
That's the Volkswagen Porsche partnership in that 914.
Yes.
Entry-level Porsche back then.
Yeah.
And now, you know, those cars are hard to find in cheap prices like they were 10 years ago.
I don't suppose they made that many of them because they're rare to see on the road, aren't they?
There were 2 girls at my high school that drove Porsche 914s.
You went to a good high school.
Yeah.
And I got a cricket ball. I didn't get to drive a Porsche. That was it. I got a soccer ball. Maybe.
Well, back then they were like $4,000 cars.
Oh, well, okay. Fine.
Oh, here we come. Now the leader's coming up to the lap traffic.
Yeah. So he's got to be careful here, but he's done this before.
And we did a great Speed Tour Presents Stories from the Paddock on Jackson Williams, the auto shop teacher with the MG midget. And there he is in that green and purple Joker-looking midget.
That's cool.
Notice the tail as they cross the start finish.
All right, then. Here we come down the back straight. And you can see the conditions getting in better and better. There's now dry patches being shown. But grip is now
absolutely better than it was an hour ago for sure. We had quite a lot of rain down here, but he does slip and slide into 12, but now just gently eases it through 12. Yep, writes it up.
But the Formula V battle for
Hang on a
first
minute.
is only 0.2 of a second, but
What's
he's slowing
happened?
down.
I was about to say, he
Uh-oh.
suddenly slowed right down. He's got a 10-second lead. He's not going to make it. Now he's got it going. I think he's run out of fuel.
It looks like that. Or did the Lucas monster get him?
Oh, no.
Oh,
There's
there he
your
goes.
leader. There's his second place, and he's got into the lead, and Nash has lost out. And Schluter is going to take this in the Porsche. Oh, drama. At the final couple of corners. This is 15. There's only 4 corners to go. Poor old John Nash. Well,
Lake, we got to give it to our camera operator, Lake, there. It's like he saw something we didn't see yet and was just following the car. So great shots there.
He's a champ. That is great stuff. And, yeah, he just suddenly, right in the camera position, started to slow down.
Yeah. So, take us home, Jonathan.
Well,
Steven Schluter in the lead.
Stefan Schluter coming towards turn 20 for the final time, and he has been gifted a win here in the Group 1, Group 3 SVRA penultimate race of the year for them. There's the checkered flag then, and it is the Porsche 914 of Schluter who wins.
Look at him going back and forth. That's scary.
Yeah, but that was a great victory.
Yeah.
And that should mean that Mark Arnold in the MG Midget should take second by my accounts.
I want to see where this
it's
Formula V, where this Formula V going to shake out. Let's see here, because Hunter Barron was right behind Nash as they come in. Oh, Hunter Barron is in the lead over Nash. I don't know where he took it, but there we go. Hunter Barron, who started first in the Formula Vs, finishes first in the Formula Vs.
Yep, 6 overall and first in the Vs. Nicely done. Plenty going on that one, that's for sure. Well done, Hunter Barron. There he is in the 114.
Oh, what do we have here? Coming in, that's turn 11. Some more Formula V.
That's turn 1.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
It happens all the time to me. Yeah, no, I get it.
So that is Nash and Hunter Barron and their cool-down lap.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, while we're on the cool lap, we've got plenty more SVRA action for you from the Speed Tour. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from COTA after this.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, to the COTA SpeedTour. We are at Jonathan Green's home track, ladies and gentlemen.
I live in a hammock up there.
Yeah, he hosts a radio show here, does all the Formula One races here, so it's really cool to be here with Jonathan Green. We haven't been in the booth for a while together.
You know, it's so funny. When they built this circuit, I've been doing world championships, whether it be MotoGP, whether it be Formula One, et al. for 30 years. And I finally moved to Austin when my parents retired here. And I was still on World Superbike duty. I was still going around the world, 22 countries a year. And they told me, a friend of mine called me up and they went, they're going to build a Formula One track in Austin. I said, don't be ridiculous.
And now look at it. It's a world-renowned racetrack.
I know.
So this is Group 10 and International GT. Group 10 is like ex-Trans Am cars, ex-stock cars, GT cars that all turn about the same lap. We have a pickup truck out there in this group. And then we've got IGT. So we're hoping that Ken Fengler will join us. You're seeing a lot of the IGT cars here in these Porsche Cup cars as they come up. Two different styles of Cup cars in this. We've got NASCAR Cup cars and we've got Porsche Cup cars. Starting in the pole in this beautiful AMG, and he was out west with us at Laguna Seca and Sonoma, is Rich Marzial. Then Kyle Washington second in a Porsche GT3 Cup car. Manuel Gil del Real was also with us at Sonoma and Laguna, Porsche GT3. Mustafa Bakir in a Porsche GT3 Cup. Woody Witchard in a Porsche Cayman Club Sport. He was with us at VIR. David Hampton has been with us basically the whole season. So cool to have him out here with AR Motorsports and Porsche Cayman Club Sport starting 6th. Maria Mejia, always a stalwart in the International GT. Runner-up, I believe, in the points in her championship in IGT last year in the Porsche Cayman GT4. Stephen Thomas in a Porsche Cayman Club Sport. Ross Poole starting 9th in a Porsche Cayman Club Sport. Joseph Petkis in a Porsche Cayman Club Sport starting 10th. Jonathan Brown. Any relation to Jonathan Green?
Yeah, deep down.
Yeah. Jonathan Brown is the Porsche Cayman GT4.
He's the off-color version of me, yeah.
Then Javier Leos in a Porsche Cayman Club Sport. Now we get to the NASCAR. So we got Rudy Revac in the Pontiac Grand Prix.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Renee Molina in a Challenger TA2. Then we got Alan Davison from FPEC. Right there, that gray Mustang is Alan Davison, FPEC. Of course,
I've seen that car. That's nice.
The Chicken Nugget Man. His company, FPEC, makes the chicken nuggets that you eat. Food processing equipment company. Harry Hinkle in a Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. Harry, no offense, but I think you missed your calling. You should be, with that name like Harry Hinkle, that should be in a stock car. Walter Reed in a Howe TA2. Michael Zock in a Chevrolet Camaro. Randall Green in that beautiful Ferrari Maranello. Then we've got Rito Bauman in a Volkswagen Jetta 2.0. Kurt Vogt in that pickup truck. Kurt Vogt, you're in a Chevy. I don't know if you're allowed to be in a Chevy because he's the president of the Shelby Club and does Cobra Automotive, but he's in a Chevy Silverado. Claire Schwendeman in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Jacob Hilton in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Sam LeCompte, Chevy Silverado, another pickup truck. Rodney Rustin, Monte Carlo. I'm trying to go fast. Salvatore Santolucci, Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Herb Hilton.
You got time.
In a Dodge Charger. Doug Hilton in a Chevy Fusion. Dan Hilton in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. And Jonathan, I'm sure you've heard of Paris Hilton, right?
Yes.
Well, all four of these Hiltons are in no way related to Paris Hilton.
I see. So it's sort of, I got you. Are they related to the Holiday Inn in any way?
I don't know. I don't know. But, Penske Hilton was big into racing, so we don't know. But
I'm presuming, though, that these Hiltons are related, right?
I believe so, yeah. Herb Hilton big in C-VAR, and I know him always in a yellow Mustang, so it's going to be interesting to see him out there in a Dodge Charger. But here they come to take the green flag. And ladies and gentlemen, we're about to hear the world-famous Jonathan Green say, and away we go.
Absolutely. We are getting 2x2. That's the idea. So tighten up the field. Coming into 20, this is the last corner. And if, as they come out of this corner, the marshals see that they are line astern and 2x2, he will let go of the green flag in a moment, and we will be racing up the 133 feet that is Big Red. And away we go. Group 10 and International GT, and it is the 56 of Rich Marzal who leads them up the hill for the first time.
Beautiful group of Stuttgart. It's good to see this many Stuttgart Cup cars, but because Quert is here, David Hampton is here. They have the yellow banner going across the windshield, so really cool to see them. There's that Volkswagen Jetta 2.0. But, man, Rich Marzial. But then that's his...
Whoa! Where are you going?
That's Manuel, Rich's good friend, coming back through. He's got to have a safe re-entry and no harm, no foul there, Jonathan.
Here come your stock cars then. They've got a second. They've split the starts. And here comes NASCAR here at COTA. And, of course, now that's a big part of COTA because we actually have a Cup Series and Xfinity and truck race here at COTA. And into turn one they go.
Got 2 trucks. And then they've got Tony Stewart Smoke there in the Home Depot car.
Jeff Gordon's out there in the 24.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Absolutely.
We got some big names out here today. It looks like, and then that front Army car, that just kind of looks like Joe Nemechek to me.
Yes, that actually has got, I went and had a look at that car. It is a Nemechek car.
So we got front row Joe, Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Clint Boyer's out there as well.
So, what else could you want here, ladies and gentlemen? 2 different kinds of Cup racing. Remember, if you are joining us on the Speed Tour chats here on YouTube, let us know who you're rooting for, where you're watching from. But I love this Sunoco Camaro from the Trans Am era.
Yeah, right in the middle.
Number 46.
Yeah, nice.
Michael Zock.
Prepared that car. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, quite an eclectic group, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, like this car right here and that Porsche Cup car. They do similar lap times.
Oh, round goes the 46. Not what the doctor ordered. That's his number 2.
And who would have thought that a Porsche Cayman and that huge Camaro comes side by side and the Camaro takes the spin?
I still think it's a little greasy out there right now because of the wet we've had. And I'd like to see a replay of that, but sadly, he's got turned around. Back onto the main straight they come then. The AMG has headed off into the distance. And to be fair, he was some 3 seconds ahead. Actually, no, he was more than that. Yeah, about 3 seconds ahead in qualifying. So we expected this. Good to see the fans out there in the stands. That's on the inside, on the paddock side, and that's a great place to watch. Put your binoculars looking up the hill.
I love it. Matthew climbing up the stairs to get that shot of the fans. This is a spectator event. You can get tickets at speedtour.net as they come here through the Cube 3 S's. I actually call it the Cube 3 Turn 3 S's and beyond. And now we're joined by the International GT as we follow along International GT, the owner, Ken Fengler. Good. It was a good start. Rich Marzial has just kind of pulled away, but the Porsche Cup cars, and I was joking that we've got 2 different kinds of Cup cars out there right now.
Yeah, it was a good start. Yep, and watch it. And then the big concern is some of the other things that happen mid and backpack, and I did see some contact between as they say in a Le Mans telecast, a Camaro, a much heavier Camaro, all right, and a Porsche. And I have to say, my unbiased thing was that it was an awful optimistic of sticking his nose in at the apex and catching the door of the Porsche. But the Porsche continued on, and no harm, no foul, and hopefully he can continue on. But good racing so far.
We were smiling that the great Camaro was, a mighty muscle car, and that it still didn't manage to muscle a Porsche out of the way.
David Hampton there from Hampton Lumber out in the Pacific Northwest, running International GT and our GT Championship in Trans Am. Has been with us almost every race this season. Just a great guy to have around. A very accomplished guitar player.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Cool. Yeah. Being a music fan, enthusiast, I appreciate that. So
he has a replica of the Wolf, the Grateful Dead guitar, and is in a Grateful Dead cover band.
Oh,
and
really?
Singer, too. I got to say, he's also a singer.
I'm
so our band is increasing, Ken.
I'm surprised he wasn't wearing black this week
in his
memory
band?
of,
We're both drummers.
Yeah, we're drummers,
I knew there was something wrong with Ken.
But in the Grateful Dead, they've got 2 drummers.
That's
so
right,
we can play some Grateful Dead stuff.
Genesis had 2 drummers.
Yeah.
Whoa,
hey!
That's way out there. Everybody
He did that last lap as well.
Yeah, well, they're going to call something on that. The stewards aren't going to be happy with that. You get one. You get a mulligan, but I don't know how many that is. So.
That is Kyle Washington there, and then Woody Witchard behind. And David Hampton coming to the inside of Woody Witchard. And we were talking about a lot of Stuttgart Cup cars here. I love seeing the Stuttgart Cup cars, and you can tell by that yellow banner going across the windshield.
Yeah, well, as you know, we're still in a fight for the Stuttgart Cup Championship. The Mission Foods GT3 Cup trophy went on to Tommy Ballister. Tommy, if you're watching or listening, congratulations to you on your championship. And but this particular race weekend will decide the Stuttgart Cup Championship. So we've got really the Caymans are forefront.
Well, my favorite, I know we're not supposed to say favorites, but Maria Mejia, I just love her energy in the paddock and just so much fun, and all the cars here with Quirt Racing. So I'm hoping that she has a good outing this weekend.
Yeah, this is her home track. So and she's got some family here. They did a lovely photo shoot. If you go on her Facebook site, she got a great shot of the Quirt Racing cars out there on track. And, as you say, a great enthusiast. Our last year's Stuttgart Cup champion. And, she's not only high-powered in the car, she's high-powered in the business world, and good for her. And she's a great personality and I think, team leader of them. So great to see them here at the home track here in Texas.
And we were seeing great shots there through Mission Foods Turn 1. Juan Gonzalez, unfortunately not here with us, but hopefully he's having a great time in his prototypes at Daytona this weekend. And it's great to have Mission Foods on board with us here at the Speed Tour and especially International GT. This is such a treacherous turn here. You said 15, Jonathan?
Yeah, 15 is really tough. Like you can see, some people take that wide line and then turn back, and that's a good move because you get good grip and good, grunt out of the corner. But if you get the inside line, then you're stuck to try to get back on line. Because it slows you right down. This is a tough corner too, 19. It's a lot more off camber than it looks from above, and it's easily sort of sucks you into going wide. And look, same with 20.
So I'm hearing white flag next time by on car 5-6.
Yeah, that's our leader.
Beautiful car, that AMG Mercedes. He was with us at Laguna Seca in Sonoma, as with Manuel Gil de Real, who went off through the S's first lap, but seemed to gather it back up.
Yeah, I saw that. He did a little off-road excursion, taking the scenic route, so to speak, but made it back safely on track.
And here's a great battle. Look at this.
Interesting group.
Mustang, Camaro, Porsche. That Camaro's coming back.
Yeah, he's the one that spun. Fire breathing. Seen a few 46s today. Connor Roberts was sporting that number. Last lap then for the AMG GT3. And he's really stolen a march on the rest of the field. Sub 10 seconds almost, 9.5. There he is. Beautiful looking car too.
It rotates very well.
Yeah. It's far more nimble than it looks from the outside.
Yeah, it's got that long nose.
It makes you look as though it's a bit slow to get round corners, but I've seen these win in the GT World Cup at Macau many times.
Yeah, the design to me reminds me of A, Viper, okay, and B, the Panos, okay?
Good call.
All long, snouted cars, with a short back, and I thought it was much different. Of course, it's a throwback to their 55 Gullwing.
That's right.
It is a tribute to that styling and design. And when they first came out with it, I didn't think it, like you say, it would be a fantastic race car, but it's been very successful.
Yeah, it certainly has.
Beautiful. I think it's a beautiful car as well.
It is actually, yeah. And you get up close to it, it just exudes speed, doesn't it? It's got an ominous look to it.
I don't know if we could consider that a silver arrow or a chrome arrow.
Yeah, really. Very bright silver. But
Of
6
course, as you say-
point plus liters definitely gets you down the straightaway and gets you around. But as you say, car is very nimble in the corners. And obviously, Rich has a good setup on this car and able to get around. I think it's fastest lap so far this weekend in the 9s. He had previously gone a 10. So
and he's a good driver, too.
He is, yes, absolutely.
It's interesting, Ken, you mentioned how it's a throwback in many ways to the Mercedes of 1955. And, of course, anybody involved in Mercedes will know that they pulled out of motor racing completely in 1955 from a crash at Le Mans that their cars were involved in, where several spectators were hurt and killed. And they said, right, we're out of motor racing.
We're out of motor racing, yes, for several years, yes. And, the safety equipment around them was not people were literally out of vehicles, thrown out, and no seat belts and nothing. And we've come a long way.
Yes.
The technology with that. So the safety aspect, we're very glad to see it.
Yeah, no question about it. And of course, since they came back to racing, and they came back in, well, Group C, the likes of Schumacher and World Sports Cars, that led then to obviously coming back in Formula One, and again, Schumacher leading that. And you saw the heady days of Formula One with Rosberg, Hamilton, and many others absolutely dominating Formula One with Mercedes. And now, again, they're back with sports cars and very much involved in motorsport along the way. But we're going to get another win here at the Circuit of the America for Mercedes as Rich Marcial comes out of turn 20. He was the pole, and he is going to take the checkered flag. There it is. And the AMG GT3 takes the win for Rich Marcial.
Great shots here. I love this about there's 50 feet where the car comes right at the camera position.
Yeah.
But look at this. Here we go. Joe Nemechek out there in the front. I believe that car is being piloted by Kurt Vogt. And then Sam LeCompte there in the concierge. And Claire Schwendeman is in the Tony Stewart car. So these two, Sam LeCompte, Claire Schwendeman, have been racing together for a long time.
Yep.
Both Central Texas. Dr. Claire Schwendeman is a neonatologist who works with premature babies. So we're always rooting for him. And then Kurt Vogt, I'm so surprised to see Kurt Vogt in a Chevy truck.
Yeah, he's
Mr.
a Ford guy.
Yeah.
The long and short story of it, Kurt is in my hometown of Wallingford, Connecticut. I spent the first 25 years of my life there, and I stop by and see him when I get up in that area. And, of course, he owns Cobra Automotive, which is obviously Ford, and Kurt, to me, is King Cobra, okay? He's the king, but it is. See him in a Chevrolet.
That's weird.
Yeah, it is. You know, they have a wonderful shop preparing. He does for customer cars all over the world, and quality product, and a very good driver. Drives a Trans Am occasionally there's also, but good driver and a good competitor.
Great finish there between the two pickup trucks. I didn't think I'd say that at Circuit of the Americas. And then the Tony Stewart car of Claire Schwendeman. There's Alan Davison with the FPEC.com.
Yeah, you think the Home Depot livery would be on a truck. I don't know why. I just think I'm going to the garden center and loading that thing up with Home Depot products, okay? A couple of 2x4s and, some mulch, and away we go.
And it's funny you say that NASCAR, they're so loyal that if you like Tony Stewart, you'll go to Home Depot and you will not go to Lowe's unless you're Jimmy Johnson fan.
I go to Lowe's. I'm a Jimmy Johnson fan.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Now, listen, we'll take a short break. More to come from our SVRA Speed Tour, but stay with us. We'll be right back.
I don't know what it is. I totally feel like I'm a kid again when I get on my buzz bike.
Your horsepower, baby. You know me, I like horsepower.
We no longer bring golf carts to the racetrack because we have buzz bikes.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
I can see that. Well, again, that's what happens.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. Coming up next, it's the SVRA Group 6 and 12A. Ben's favorite.
No, this is crowd favorite. My favorite are the little British production cars, but the crowd favorite, they love these big ground-pounding American muscle cars. And starting with our last year's Mechanic of the Year, Amateur Mechanic of the Year, Jerry Robinson there in that beautiful green Dodge Viper ACRX, co-driven by Bobby Archer. And they're being released here from Texas. And he's always, I think he's really high up in the Dodge Club, the Mopar Club, and he always says it's Mopar or no car. And then you can see there in second place is Wade Cool in that Dodge Viper. And we were talking, he graduated high school in 2003 and said, the Vipers were just the exotic cars back then. Yeah. And he had always wanted one. So it's really cool that he's out here racing that. And then Andrew Threat, what a great name for a race car driver in that Dodge Viper ACRX, starting third, the black car there. Michael Gertz in a Dodge Viper ACRX, and then Claire Schwindman, who was out there in the Tony Stewart car.
He's a busy boy.
I don't see him out there right now. He's in a Corvette Roadster, starting fifth. Mark Hildebrandt in a Chevrolet Corvette Group 6 GT. Then Jonathan DeGainer, we've seen him today on the Speed Tour Presents Stories from the Paddock in a Devon Evolution. And we'll also see him in the Trans Am race. Phil Lasco in the Ford Mustang. Samuel Lecomte, who was out there in a pickup truck, is now in a Chevrolet Camaro. Bob Caudle in a Chevrolet Corvette. Edward Savajian in a Chevrolet Corvette. Group
we know
6.
Edward, don't we?
Yep, turn 11. He got third here in a TA2 race just a few years ago.
He did. I remember it well.
Kurt Vogt, rightly, in that Ford Boss 302 there. You see it in screen coming through the Q3 Architecture S's. R. Paul Evans in that Panos GTS. John Anderson in a Chevrolet Corvette. J.P. Griffith in a Chevrolet Corvette, starting 15th. A.C. DeAugustine in a Shelby Cobra. Peter Dolan in a Chevrolet Camaro. I don't remember seeing Peter Dolan in a Chevrolet Camaro. Usually he's in a Shelby. Wait, no, there we go. Yeah, he's in a Shelby GT 350. I got ahead of myself. Then Scott Shadle is in that beautiful blue Chevrolet Camaro. Don Yount in a Chevrolet Camaro. Joseph Mount in a Ford Boss 302. Carl Janin in a Chevrolet Corvette. Mark McCallier in a Chevrolet Corvette, and he's from this area. Mark Hannafin in a Chevrolet Camaro Z28. The yellow and black, it looks like the Transformers car. What's the Transformer? What's the Camaro that's the bug in Transformers? Comment section, tell us what's the name of that Transformer. That's Bumblebee. Our producers come through. Yay! Bumblebee. Yes, I love it. See? Stephen Seitz.
I sat here nonplussed going, I have no idea.
Stephen Seitz in the Ford Mustang. We know who the nerds are here.
Yeah.
Vincent Dean in a Shelby Cobra. David Furstand in a Ford Mustang. John McCormick back with us here. He hadn't been here in 5 years in a Ford Cobra. John Scott in a Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Bob Schutitz in a Ford Roush Mustang. Victor Korda, Shelby GT350. Alan Davison in a Ford Mustang in 31st. Gene Hassel in a Ford Mustang. Daniel Haynes Ford Mustang. My favorite car of the weekend is not a British car. It is Richard Varner's BMW CSL. Beautiful
Why is that
car.
your favorite?
Oh, just look at the thing. Just here it comes down next to that white Corvette. That's just a sexy car, the Batmobile. Luis Guerra. And then we've got 2 pages here, Jonathan. And Joe Rabo.
There you go. There's your BMW.
There it is. Look at that. Eat beef.
Well, there you see. Now, interestingly enough, I know this man very well. He was my boss for a bit. Richard Varner runs Moto America. And so that's 2 wheels, of course. And they raced here just a month ago, so Richard would have been here. It's good to see him out from California in the BMW. I've never seen him race before. Really? So, no. I've only seen him in his Moto America guide.
So you can talk some trash about it. Now, here I am. I didn't even know that, and I think it's got the coolest car here.
I know. We were both looking at you going, how did you know about that car?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, BMW CSL. I just love the lines of that car, and just think it's it was a very historic car.
Oh, yeah. For the American market, for the American motorsport market, that CSL made a name for itself and a half. Here we go then, forming up. You can hear the roar of the muscle cars coming at you.
Stephen Seitz getting a little squirrely there in that Mustang in the back. Let's see who takes it with the Vipers here, Jonathan.
Lights on the Corvette, brightly lit. In what, 4th place, coming up the hill for the first time and squeezing into that hairpin.
Lasco going, you know, Carroll Shelby well represented in this with the Vipers, the Cobras, the Shelbys. It's really cool to see here. Jerry Robinson, though, the Texan, takes off over Wade Cool, coming through the Cube 3, turn 3 and beyond.
You could see what what Ken Fengler was saying about how that AMG is similar looks, but the Viper smaller, but similar long nose at the front.
There's John DeGainer there in that Devon.
Starting to snake back up the hill now for the first time, but already the field's spreading out nicely.
The S's are very treacherous here because it's like that left, right, left, and then it's like a long right.
Yeah.
And if you get out of rhythm, you get real out of rhythm there.
Well, I've been told by some drivers that if you get the S's wrong, you could never make it up on a lap.
And then this turn 11, very deceiving. There's just this little tempting lane over to the left that's just trying to tempt you into dive bombing. And it's not suggested, but we've seen drivers do it.
You can make a block pass, but you lose so much drive on the exit.
I love that shot we just got here from the green light camera operators.
Oh, that's big Ron.
Big Ron, nice. Yeah. Digging that mustache these days, too.
I'm not so sure about that.
Phil Lasco here on the inside of the 84. And that's AC Augustine and that Shelby Cobra, another one of Carroll Shelby's cars here.
But it is Movember, so I can let him out.
That's right, that's right. John Anderson in that beautiful red, white, and blue Corvette. But look at how closely these cars fight here in our Group 6.
Great sound, too. I can understand why it is a fan favorite. It's just pure muscle cars, isn't it?
Yep.
That's Scott Shadle.
Beautiful blue Camaro. Mark McCallier. There's Bumblebee. Thank you for that. That would have bothered me all day if I wouldn't have known that. Great sounds here. I mean, this is, if this just isn't Texas, these big American muscle cars roaring around Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, you think Carroll Shelby would be very happy to see this track and his machines still being loved and looked after and raced.
From a Texas chicken farmer to now like half the cars in this field are his.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, we're perched at the exit of turn 20 right here where these cars are now. And so we can hear them just coming out of 20 and some beautiful sound. Up the hill they come then, and a chance for an overtake here from the 85 on the 53. And it looks as though Mark Hannafin has made his way through.
David Furstand there in that number 18. I did get some great information. Somebody said that John Nash's gear shifter knob just came off the whole assembly, so that's why he was out of that race.
Well, yeah, but he got back to the lead, so he must have sorted it.
No, remember at the end, he was leading and then he went out. Yeah. So there's Hannafin, and then that number 53. Trying to find the driver of that. There it is, Joseph Mount. I do love how Circuit of the Americas paints the track. You definitely know where the track is and where the apron is.
Yeah. And those stars really ping, don't they?
Yeah.
Lone stars.
The stars at night are big and bright.
Dun, 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 dun.
Do you have to learn that as a Texas citizen? Is that the first thing?
You have to get up and stand in the garden and say it every morning. Deep in the heart of Texas. Oh, yeah, we got to do it.
71 John Scott. Chevrolet Corvette Roadster, white, Group 6 BP. And then there is John McCormick with that beautiful red Cobra. Look at this group of cars, ladies and gentlemen, coming down this long straight.
You know, I had a friend of mine from Austin came up for the first time today and said, you know, I can't believe how many cars are on the paddock. He's never seen this paddock so full of cars. I said, yeah, we've got 300 to 500 cars here. It's nuts.
There's Bob Schutisse, the 808 Heartbreak Ford Mustang. Has Kanye West ever played here? No. You've got an amphitheater here.
No, I don't think so. I'm not certainly not at Formula One.
I do like the looks of that Mustang right there.
Yeah, it's a good looking car.
And obviously Lake does too.
No, Lake's on autopilot. He's gone to play the sim.
So Laura Robinson.
Yep.
Is saying go number 14 Viper. I'm guessing
That's
she's
Jerry
related
Robinson,
to Jerry
of course.
Robinson.
I think that's
yes.
his daughter, isn't it?
I'm not sure. Laura, daughter, wife. What do we have going on here? Hopefully she's watching, because he has taken off. Well, actually, not so much though. He's got a 1.3 second lead in that beautiful green Viper. Again, like I said, our amateur mechanic of the year last year. There is Dr. Claire Schwindman in that beautiful Corvette.
37A.
This should be Peter Dolan. That just real light yellow Shelby GT 350. Oh, there's some debris down there. Yeah.
Classic sort of bullet car, isn't it, that? Fastback. It's the 83A behind it.
Gene Hassel. Oh, and I'm hearing from race control, we've got a big smoker going into one. As they come around here.
Are they doing barbecue? Or?
Yeah, maybe. It is Austin. All right, we're going to have to go double yellow all the way around because of the, looks like a car was smoking down the front stretch. Oh, and Laura Robinson is the wife, so congratulations.
There you go.
He's up front, and there it is right there. That is, you know, and I didn't know that you had any relation to him, but what a beautiful car.
Oh, I've had many a good night with Richard after dinner or at the bar, and yeah, he, of course, was one of the instigators of the Cargus group that put Moto America together, and along with Wayne Rainey, his partner, they brought back the old AMA and brought it up to date and made it Moto America, and it's gone from strength to strength ever since. They now race iconic circuits as we do here in Trans Am and SVRA around the country, including coming here to COTA, where they were here about a month ago.
Super fun to watch.
Oh yeah,
I can't believe what they do on those motorcycles.
Well, and their latest addition is the baggers.
Yeah,
you know, and I'll tell you what, you wouldn't believe it. It's a phenomena, really. Is the Indian and Harley Davidson have got right into it and put on a great show.
And our friend Juan Gonzalez had a lot to do with that too, with the Mission Foods, and he loves the baggers. So that's just it's all kind of full circle
here.
Yeah,
I know, it's like a very integral. Well, listen, while we're under caution, let's take a short break here from the Circuit of the Americas, and we'll be right back with more from the Speed Tour.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, we're still under caution here at the Circuit of the Americas as we welcome you back to the Speed Tour from COTA. But there's oil on the track.
That green car there is Laura Robinson's husband. That's how we'll refer to him
That's
now
much
because
better.
she's made some good comments here.
Yeah, upper management.
She's the team owner, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And he is currently leading Jerry Robinson in that beautiful Dodge Viper.
She's going to be pleased to hear that we think it's going to be a possible checker soon because of the oil that's down on track. So we'll see. As they come out, it is going to be checkered. So, Laura, you got to win. You got to win for the family.
Another win.
Another win.
Yeah.
So we're going to finish under caution here and clean up the track, but there you see it. The double yellow still waving, but so too the checkered flag as we finish under caution. And it is Jerry Robinson who does a flag-to-flag victory in that lovely green Viper ACRX. Second place goes to Wade Cole in another Dodge Viper, the blue and white one. And third place goes to Michael Gertz in another Dodge Viper. So a real sweep for the Dodgers.
Yeah. Then it's John DeGainer there in that beautiful Devon. Group 6 GT, our winner in the Group 6 races.
And that concludes our coverage of the 6 and 12A race. Thanks, folks. Well done, good racing, and well done to Jerry Robinson and Laura, his wife. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action and more SVRA coverage after this.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
The COTA SpeedTour here. Beautiful shots there from green light and green flight with the drones over there. But I need to give some credit right now. I went to race control to see what was going on and watch them cleaning up. We had a pretty bad oil spill, and the safety crew worked really fast, faster than we thought. But actually, they blew over some of my track signs. And in fact, I watched them go back out there and pick up the track signs for Mission Foods Turn 1. So I just want to give a big shout out to the crew for going above and beyond, as they always do here at Circuit of the Americas. This is our SVRA Group 9 for the COTA SpeedTour. This is kind of the Indy Lights, the Pro Formula Mazdas, the Swift, the Formula Atlantics. So starting in first, number 21, Clay Della Cava in a Swift Toyota Atlantic. Then Kirk Kinsfater in a Swift 014. Second, Bruce Hamilton in a Swift 014 MZR. In third, Jim Booth with that McDonald's Swift 016. Pierce Crone in a JDR F1000. Stuart Crow in a Ralt RT40. And the cool thing about Stuart Crow, he's been coming to these races a long time. He's had that car for a long time, and that car is in constant development with Stuart Crow. Very fast driver. John Norton in a Swift 014 starting 7th. Mark Giroux in a Lola T9720. And then his cohort, Travis Engen, in a Lola T9720. Kind of a race within a race. Both of them with GMT out of Connecticut. And I just want to give a big shout out to our friend JR. JR, if you're watching, this is your friend Ben here with SVRA. And from everybody with SVRA, man, we just want to say we feel terrible about what's happening and absolutely love you and hope that you feel the love here from your vintage racing community. You've done so much for me. You've taught me so much about vintage racing, but also you've done so much for just the racing industry and motorsports, and miss having you here this weekend in the paddock. But your friends Travis and Mark Giroux are about to battle it out here at Circuit of the Americas. But JR, we love you and we miss you. Brett Johnston in a Mazda Pro Formula. Harlan Crow in a Ralt RT41. Jerome Mee in a Swift 016 since 12th. James Johnston in a Swift 014 and 13th. Whitney Strickland in a SCC FE2 starting 14th. Steve Whitson in an SCCA FE2. Shane Kennett in a Swift 016. Zachary Whitston in an SCCA FE2, and I'm not sure what those are. So maybe somebody from our comment section can tell us what these SCCA FE2s are. Kenneth Russo and Jonathan Weisted, also an SCCA FE2. Then we've got Jonathan Weisted in a Van Diemen FE2. Randy Aycock in a Mazda Pro Formula. Michael Racy, what a great name for a race car driver, and a Crawford FL15FA. Ethan and Jackson Tovo, both in a Mygao Formula Fords. Edward Copley in a Ralt RT4, and Nathan Bird in a JDR Anomaly. Jonathan, I know you love your open wheelers here at Circuit of the Americas. This should be a fun time.
Yeah, it should be a good one, and we've got a full packed field, as you can see, and as you've just called out, and the safety car coming off, the pace car will be coming off here, and we will be racing. And just a reminder, with these single-seaters, I've walked up that hill 133 feet. There is a point up that hill where, this is into turn 1, where you cannot see the apex. You suddenly, all you see is asphalt. Then suddenly you pop out, the wind hits you, and depending on how strong the wind is, it can really upset the braking into turn 1. So we'll see what happens this time. Green flag is just a little further up the road.
I love these late green flags, though.
It's cool. Here we go. Start to accelerate away, and away we go. 3 wide at the front. The 32 trying to defend the inside and the outside. He can't do both.
The 02, John Norton, kind of coming way from the back there. And this is very different ways to do open wheel cars here in this Group 9.
Yeah, no, we're kidding. A great start, and everybody was going everywhere, which way, as they go through 3 and 4. This is where it tightens up on the exit here. This is has caught a lot of people out in the past. Very tight through there. It's easy to get the back end light and find yourself going round and round with a light car, but now you head up the hill. 7, 8, and 9 before the big crest at 10. Again, another blind crest here, diving down towards 11 for the first time. And this is your first real overtake coming up.
At turn 11, that very deceiving. The Kurt Kinsfater in the lead in that swift 014, but side by side through turn 11. That's not very suggested there.
Now we'll get some drifting. We'll get some drafting here as they head down the back straight. Look at this, 3 wide here in about 9th place, and finally gets the overtake done. And usually it's really dirty out there, but the rain has kind of cleaned it up a bit, and so it's not as dusty as it has been in the past. Braking into 12, oh, that's not how you do it.
That is not how you do it.
Sideways is not the way to go in there.
Mark Giroux got a really great start and has really pushed it up there, fighting with Stuart Crow.
Yeah, 2 of our regulars, right?
Yeah, Nathan Bird there in that 33, I believe. No, that's not Nathan Bird. Who's in the 33?
I'll tell you.
I don't have it on my list.
Me neither.
Maybe that is him then in that JDR anomaly. Maybe Dustin is watching. Dustin Hodges. Is that Nathan Bird?
Probably is. He usually is. Manages to compete in
That's
every
his
race.
car.
Yeah.
But somebody else may be in it.
So they all cross the line and head back up the hill.
Look at that. Turn 1. We had cars going at it. You can see the oil dry from the oil that was dropped there going up to turn 1.
That?
It was a Mustang in the last race, but I don't know which Mustang. There's Michael Racy. And then here's the 2 Tovos, the Tovo twins that are racing, that are going to be with us, I think, in TA2 with Nitro. They're running that GUR race in the Toyota GRs. But they had a great outing here with us last year as well. The cars snake around these Cube 3S's here at Circuit of the Americas.
Really spread out now already, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's great, just like in any
little pocket back.
Vintage racing. There's a front pack racing, mid pack racing. There's always somebody out there to race with.
Turn 11 again.
Oh.
Now you can see how much drier it is and how the line has formed again. The dry and grippy line.
Now look at this for driver development. The Tovo twins are out there. That's all mechanical grip. There's no downforce or aero on those cars. They're going to be faster in the draft. You got to think that orange one is going to be always. Look at that. Look at how smart these guys are. Getting right behind there, trying to use as much of that aero as they can.
Side by side, the twins. Got him? I think so.
So that's Jackson Tovo now to the lead of the Tovo twin race. What a difficult section that section is there. But now the number 21, Clay Delacava, takes over the lead again. Started pole, then fell back to second over Kurt Kinsfater in that Swift 014. Boy from New York made a comment that my nails look pretty. Amy Ruman painted my nails. So yes, it's weird because I keep pointing at the screen here in the booth and then I've got red nails. I'm like, who is that? Man, side by side there going into Mission Foods turn 1 as the drone follows them through, and you can really see the downforce giving these cars some grip as they come through here with Jim Booth in that McDonald's car. Jim Booth in a Swift 016. And then there's that first 1000 car. But a good close group there for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, we've got a good combination out there. We've got plenty of Michaels, plenty of Swifts and Lolas, so usual single-seater contestants. It's a nice little move. Whoa! Oh! Well, he tried it.
It's Pierce Crone in that JDR F1000.
Yeah, it's an easy mistake to make at 11. You try to get too forceful and then you end up high and wide. And hard to bring it back onto track at that point. He's just getting away with it.
That's Shane Kennett in that Swift 016. Shane Kennett has really moved up through, started 16th.
Another Swift. It's 1:16.
Look at these different lines.
Yeah, that's the line I'm talking about. The high line at 15, and then he switched back. But he didn't have time to do it. He wasn't fast enough, to be fair. But it is one of those unique corners. You can see it sort of begs you to go inside, but that's not always the fastest line.
It is neat. They really designed this track thinking about passing, overtaking, dive bombing. It tempts you into doing things you probably shouldn't do because the track's there. Like Senna would say, if there's a gap, I'm going to take it.
Yeah, exactly.
And sometimes the track makes a gap. And there is Mark Giroux overtaking there in that Lola T9720. And I believe that's Nathan Bird. I'm just going to go ahead and say that.
You're right. Well, now what's happened here?
Getting by his friend Pierce Crone.
Yeah, who slowed for a minute there.
They're in this very similar cars. There's Travis Engen with that Red Bull helmet.
Yeah, Travis being a busy boy. He does do a lot of racing each year. He's been around for a long, long time. He's usually in that Audi R8. We've seen him in many, many times. And not this weekend, though, but...
well, no, he's here. The
He
Audi's
is?
here
Okay,
this
good.
weekend,
Okay,
and
good.
the Formula B, the Chevron is here.
Okay, good.
And the Indy Lights car.
Busy weekend then again for Travis.
Here it comes into turn 11. Good group of cars here with us at the group 9. That's Whitney Strickland there. That's an SCCA FE2. I am unfamiliar with this platform, so if any of our commenters can help me out, I'd love to know, because there's 5 of them here in this group.
Yeah, FE2. And there's Van Diemen FE2s, and there's SCCA FE2s. Now, I just wonder if that's a particular American version of the FE2, giving it SCCA. So it's going to be white flag next time by as we look at the 01 coming through shot. Steve Whitson. And that is the FE2.
Yeah. Car looks like a handful, but this is the battle for the lead here, and it is in no way settled just yet.
No, not at all. Final lap then, and we've got a good race on our hands.
This is the battle for third as they go in to make that pass. That's the number 63. He has really moved up through the field.
Yeah, that's Swift doing a really good job and holds him off at turn 2. Oy, something's got to give, and no, so hard to get through there 2x2, isn't it?
So Shane Kennett from 16th to 4th. And that's Jim Booth in the 63A. So it's 63 versus 63A. Jim Booth, if I'm not mistaken, also races radicals, but owns a few McDonald's franchises, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, and he's got the McDonald's sponsorship on the car, so makes sense. Into 11 for the final time then. Here comes that Swift, the blue and white. Can't quite do it. But it's always a good place to make an overtake if you can make it stick. 12 is safer because 11, you know, you could lose a lot of momentum making the pass and not get the drive out of 11.
Here we go, though.
12 is the safer place to do it, but it's harder.
And that's what we've got right here. Shane Kennett on the inside of Jim Booth. Can Jim Booth get around?
Oh, no! Yep, that's what can go wrong at 12.
You just called it.
I did. So sorry. Commentator's blight.
Jim Booth in the Swift 016. Well, now I need a Big Mac. That McDonald's, it works because that livery just made me hungry.
Leave the onions on.
They come around here, but Jonathan, they should be taking the checkered flag this time.
Yeah, they should be as they come out of 20. Here's your leader. There's the checkered flag, and it is a win Well done. And made it look easy in the end.
Clay Delacavo fell back to second and then back to first. And then Jim Booth, he's loving it. Da, 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 da.
Okay, now you've got me going.
Maybe we need to go get a number 1 and a large size it for you.
Oh, wow.
That is the Big Mac.
You clearly worked there too.
Oh, I love McDonald's. It's a problem. Speaking of, I think we've got a break here, and I'm sure they're going to make me even hungrier with maybe showing us a Mission Foods commercial. What do you think of the odds, Jonathan?
I think there's a high percentage of some queso being shown on TV.
All right, well, stay tuned. We're going to head out for a break here at the COTA SpeedTour.
This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done. All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the COTA SpeedTour. I'm going to give Jonathan a chance. He's just had his first peanut butter M&Ms, and he's enjoying that over there. But, Jonathan, we're here at your home track for the Group 7, 11, and the Prototype Sprint Series Association. So this should be pretty fun here. But, Jonathan, we were talking about that carousel. Well, we'll get to it then later because we'll go back to this. So this is Jonathan Finstrom here in a Staudacher S12. I spoke to him yesterday on the grid with these gentlemen. That is one of 5, and he owns 2 of them. That is I think a 1,000cc motorcycle engine and transmission, and that thing, you can see how low slung that wing is, and that thing just goes around these S's like a slot car. I can't wait for you to see that,
amazing.
Jonathan.
Yes, that's an amazing looking car, actually, isn't it?
It really is. Really
now there's
cool car.
Travis Engen in the famous Audi, the most famous Audi, as it's the most winning Audi in the world.
Unbelievable car there. Then we've got in that Ligier JS F4 is Tim Day Jr., Ron Fletcher. Now we start kind of the PSSA. So the Ligier and then the Revolution of Ron Fletcher, last year's champion in the PSSA. Then we've got Judd Miller in a Revolution, Zach Mosley in a Revolution A1 500 SC, Nathan Duckles in a Revolution A1 500 SC, Chris Hinojosa in a Revolution 500 Evo.
Yeah, I like that name.
Mark Russell in a Revolution 500. And the Evos, I think, are new. I think I was talking to Ron Fletcher 2 weeks ago at Spring Mountain, and they have a turbo. You can see they don't have, and he was even mentioning, because he's watched the broadcast, they don't have that reverse dihedral wing. They have more of a flat wing, like you see right there in the Batmobile.
Yeah.
And then you see that, and then there's a regular Evolution there. So we've got some cool cars out here. 3 Evos. Kevin Madsen in a Ligier JS F4, John Ulmer in a Radical SR3 RS, and then our buddy Landon Matriano Lim in an Elan NP01.
Yeah, stretching his legs this weekend because he's a regular in FR. Did the invocation for the FR race, raced that, and is now racing this. It's really good to see him getting some track time.
But I really thought he was in a Sebeco.
He is.
Oh, it says an Elan here. Unless my eyes have deceived me.
Jake Bonilla, who's just behind him, has a similar story because he too races single-seaters in our FR and F4, or has been in the past. He's in a Sebeco.
Philip Lewis in a Radical SR3 all the way from Bangkok. I always try to ask Philip where he's coming from because he always comes from all over the world. Then Jack Donnellan in a Carbier SRP2. Now that's a Group 11 car. And then Paul Reed in a PSSA car in a Revolution 500 SC. Tom Grunna, in 17th place in a Group 7 Relco Can-Am. These are the modern Can-Ams. Then Mark Hannafin, also in a Nuart Can-Am car. And then my new favorite cars here of the weekend. These are really cool in just a group of cars that I saw my first one with our friend Gary Gray, brought a friend to Lime Rock in a Rush. I was unfamiliar with Rush, but absolutely fell in love with them. And now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
These are them, Matt.
10 Rushes. Now that's a Revolution, but there's Blair Hosey, Sheldon Rosenbaum, Hassan Ahmed, Nate Hamilton, Larry Brady, John Long are all in Rushes. Paul Hager is in a Radical. Jeff Hughes is in a Rush. Michael Neff in a Riley Daytona Prototype. J.D. Kroll is a Rush. Fred McConnell. Then Lynn Larson is in a Huffaker Genie Mark 8. And Bill LeSueur in a Rush. And I absolutely love the music of Rush, so let's see about their racing.
The truth is the whole field's in a rush.
That's true. That is true.
They're in a rush to get to the finish.
Yeah, they are. And they're tiny little cars. They've got these neat little blinking lights, little prototype cars, but really cool. You see them kind of in that second group there as they come around the Matthew McConaughey complex.
All right. That's exactly right.
I hope they call it that. I mean, he's going to be the governor of Texas here soon.
He is. You know, he does a film class at UT. You can actually take his class. That would be interesting.
And I hope he starts every class with all right. But here they come to take the green, Jonathan.
All right, watch for, on the left-hand side, the all-grey Audi make its way up the hill. But can Jonathan Finstrom in the Staudacher S12 do the business? We're about to find out as the green flag waves and away we go.
Watch that Staudacher go through the S's. It doesn't quite have the power of these cars up front 1,000 cc's, but it has the handling. As you see the Revolutions pop out, but Travis Engen in that beautiful number 2 Audi R8, but side by side there with that Ligier JS P315 of Tim Day Jr., and it looks like that Ligier has the advantage, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, that is an absolute pot of gold, that Audi, and these newer cars are not giving them any respect because, of course, that is a treasured Audi. If anything came to harm with that, I'd be so upset. But they're giving it a run for its money. But Travis Engen is, he knows what he's doing out there.
But now look for Jonathan Finstrom. Should be able to outbrake all of these cars going into turn 11. That car is just so light and nimble. It's 1,000 cc's and 1,000 pounds.
It's a big car. Into 11 they go. Lights blazing on the Audi. I'm going to be interested to see how my single-seater boys who are transitioning here for this weekend, doing a bit of single-seaters and doing a little bit of the sports car prototype cars. How they get on? That's Jake Bonilla from San Antonio and Landon Matriano Lim from Louisiana.
I love seeing these prototypes and LMP cars going at it like this. That's Travis Engen there in the lead, the most winning Audi in Audi's history, followed by Tim Day Jr. in that Ligier JS P315. And then, looks like Ron Fletcher possibly? Or is that, no, that's Judd Miller in the green.
Local man,
Revolution.
Yep, Judd Miller from Austin, Texas. There's a lot of racing up here, a lot of track days here, so he knows this place backwards. It's his prepared cars at S's, a local one of the prep shops like More Speed and many others. It's starting to grow up now, dotting about now, little prep places. Haas had their Formula One cars prepared at S's last year for their upgrades, so it's starting to become a little motor racing hub now, is Austin, and that's all thanks to the Circuit of the Americas. I was interested to see Scott Dollarhide racing this weekend in Trans Am, and of course they too had a track for a while. I think it's been sold now, but Driveway Austin, oh, somebody locked up there, or just went over the wet dry, but a bit of a smoke coming out there.
John Ulmer in that Radical SR3 RS. I don't see Landon Matriano Lim out there.
No, that's interesting. We'll see. Got the timing back now, so I can have a better closer look at who is out there, who's not.
There's those modern Can-Am cars. They kind of resemble a McLaren M8B.
Yeah.
But they're modern, built new with a lot more safety built in. And then there's a blue Evo of Chris Hinojosa. Very interested to see where Jonathan Finstrom ends up in that Staudacher S12, 1,000 pounds, 1,000 cc's. Very fast and nimble car, but he's got some power ahead of him.
Yeah, you're right. I can't see Matriano Lim. I can see Bonilla. He's in the top 10. He was so delighted. I saw him and his girlfriend getting some food at lunchtime, and his dad's here as well. And he's just glad to be racing again because he's not had a full season this year, and so it's good to keep his hand in, and it's good to get the opportunity to go racing in something new.
Well, speaking of Rushes, leave us a comment. What's your favorite Rush song? One of my favorite all-time bands.
Is that the Rush here with the flashing light?
That is the Rush behind Philip Lewis. Philip Lewis, that's the Gold Bell helmet that you can win tomorrow in our national championship. He is our Gold Bell helmet from this class in 2017.
Tell me a little bit about that, because all of the races are stated as gold helmet races. Yeah. Is it a one-off race for the helmet?
Tomorrow is a one-off national championship for the Bell helmet. I think you have to have 4 cars in your class to compete with to win the Bell helmet. And we definitely have enough of the Rushes for that to qualify. That is the 08 of Blair Hosey, who is ahead in the lead in the Rush SR.
You're right. I'm new to the Rush, and I'm really interested to see it. It's an interesting car. It's quite small and compact, but it looks neat and modern.
Uh-oh. Car 2, spin and go. That is Travis Engen, unless it's Jonathan Finstrom as a 2X. So we'll see if we can see Travis Engen anywhere out here. Here's some Rushes.
Yeah, they're doing their own thing.
What is the number of this car coming up?
I'm trying to say it's 3, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's see when we get the side view of it, maybe. Yeah, look how compact they are. They're tiny, aren't they? They're like, whey! That was a bit of a moment. Grabbed it, though. Saved it.
Look at that. Side by side going into 2.
Excellent stuff.
Oh, there was Landon Matriano limb.
Oh, okay.
That was his Sebeco back there. It's because it looks like his FR car.
Yeah, he's popped out now.
Look at those things, man. I want to drive one of those.
I know. I like the idea. He's down in 21st place.
Well, they are living in the limelight right now. That was a rush pun, Jonathan.
Very clever, yes.
They're a working man.
You only like the drummer.
Oh, I like them all. Geddy Lee's amazing also.
But the drummer in Rush was
Neil Peart.
exception.
Yeah.
Exception.
So there's Landon Matriano limb ahead of these rushes.
That's a cool looking car.
Yeah. And see how it kind of resembles his FR car.
Yeah, nicely done, yeah. He takes a lot of time and care on his color schemes and why he does what he does, including why he has the 739. His father ran that number, and so he picked it up from there. It's also the same dates out of his birthdays or his sister's birthdays. I can't remember which it is, but so there's a real synergy to what he does.
Well, boy from New York's watching. He lives in Canada, and he hasn't put his favorite Rush song. You have to have your top 5 favorite Rush songs if you live in Canada.
True.
There is the 89 of
I think
Paul
it's a
Haggard.
law, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a law. They can revoke your citizenship.
Yeah. Well, that's why I have to sing, Lone Star State every morning.
There's Larry Brady in that Rush SR. Just really cool cars. And like I said, Gary Gray brought his friend to Lime Rock for the Memorial Day Classic, and I had never heard of the Rush. And then it seemed like, I don't know if Facebook or Alexa was listening, but then from then on, I kept getting all these things through my social media about Rush and the Hyperfest and this new field. And now Evan Pecor runs a Rush, our TA2 driver. So they're just all over the place.
Is it an American brand or a European brand?
I don't know.
Right, I'm going to do my homework tonight, I promise. And I will get on top of that.
But they are really cool looking cars.
Now, that's the building you were just looking at. That's the building we are sat in right now. We're at the top of turn 20 and looking out over the start-finish side. Perch.
I do like the little lights.
Yeah, is that just to say everything's normal? Because can they change? What's the thought behind that?
I don't know. It might be Morse code. I think it's just for visibility because the cars are so small compared to some of the cars that they run with. So instead of a bicycle flag, they've just got some flashing lights up there as high as they can.
Mm-hmm.
Look at those things move, though. That's the 99 of Michael Neff.
Yeah, they're glued to the ground, aren't they?
Yeah.
They have a sort of look of almost a low look of a Lotus Elise or whatever, but obviously nothing like that. But just the low end of it makes it have a feel about that, especially when you're trying to compare. It's hard to compare prototypes for sure.
And I'm needing to know why these are Group 11 because I looked at their stickers the other day on the grid and they were a part of the PSSA. These Rushes SR. So I don't know why they're categorized as Group 11 on my sheet. So I'll try to find that out tomorrow. We're going to do some research tonight.
Yep.
Because these cars just look so cool. There's the Valvoline, the number 51 of Jeff Hughes. And ladies and gentlemen, when you're driving these Rushes, find us in the paddock and tell us some information on these things because really cool looking cars, and we hope to have these join us at more events that we got to pass here at turn 12.
That was tight, yeah, side by side on the exit of 12 there. Travis Engen's still out front, and if he did have a spin, he's righted it quickly, and everybody seems to be posting their fastest laps at this point in the race because time is running out. There's another one.
Rush Auto Works is out of Houston.
Wow.
Jason Oler. Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Boy from New York says, I'm still only a Yank. J.D. Kroll, number 35. So these cars are built in Houston.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, you know, you don't think if you think of Risi Competizione, the sports car Ferrari people down in Houston, but you don't think of car makers down in Houston for racing per se. AJ Foyt, of course, based out of Houston originally.
Boy from New York is saying it was great seeing us there at CTMP with Trans Am and Ron Fellows, and that was awesome. It was. You really missed out, Jonathan. I know you couldn't be there, but
so there
not
you go.
only were there a lot of big fans and a lot of crowd, but they knew the Trans Am series.
Yeah, that's cool.
So here it is, Travis Engen coming up into Mission Foods turn 1, and then there's the 2.
Yeah,
the fight for second and third place.
So, good little battle, but Travis Engen finally has cracked it. And, yeah, we've got a battle on for second, though.
I hope we can see this, the Staudacher S12 go through the S's, because it is just absolutely planted. There's Travis Engen.
Yeah, he's pretty planted.
There it is. Look at this thing. It's like a slot car.
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, gosh, look at the speed he can carry. Oh, that's
look
awesome.
At that. What a pass. Now in second place.
Wow. So he's on a run.
First and second place, both number 2, and looks like he's going to try to give it
he
after
is
Travis
going
Engen.
For it. He's coming for him.
This is where it could happen.
Travis, look in your mirrors. He's coming down into 11. He's going to know that there's a race on here. Look how close he is.
Yeah, but Travis should have the motor here for this long straight.
It's like Mini-Me behind you. Look at this. The mighty Audi up against this rather impressive car that is the Staudacher S12. Now, there's the grunt you were talking about. But can he get him in the stadium section?
The stadium section, this is the great equalizer here, because the stadium section should be at his advantage.
Look at him under braking as well. Wow.
It's a 1,000-pound car, ladies and gentlemen.
Watch him come out here. 13, 14, and 15. He should be right on his tail by 15. Here we are into 13. Close. Now 14. He's closer. This is where I reckon he could make a move. 15. He's right there. I suspected he would be. And now he's going to go for it around the outside of the McConaughey complex. This is great stuff for the win. Oh, and he went round the outside, and they may have touched there. That could get him in trouble, but that was a bold maneuver to take the lead. No respect at all. Final corner then, and Travis Engen's not used to this kind of competition. Oh, he's made a mistake. Go on, Travis, take him. Oh, he just got lucky there and managed to gather it. Wow, what a race.
That was crazy.
That really was.
And he's got these big fairings that stick out the side of carbon that could have possibly sliced those Michelins of Travis Engen. But I do believe there was a little side-by-side kiss between the two number 2 cars.
Kiss is the right word. Oh, we haven't done our Kiss songs.
Yeah, and Rush opened up for Kiss in their first tour.
Wow.
So all kinds of connections here.
Started with a kiss.
All right, so Rapscallion Motorsports is in the paddock, and they'll give you all the info on Rush SR cars. Thank you very much for that, Nick B. All right, Jonathan, walk us through this little kiss here at the carousel.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? Yeah, let's have a look. So here they come. You can see from above, the Audi is on the inside line. He takes the normal line, but look at it was a definite kiss. And the
just
winner.
a peck on the cheek, not like a French kiss or anything.
Yeah, but RC will look at it differently.
Yeah, Alex is going to have to make the call there, because Travis Engen that was his line.
There's no touching, there's no rubbing his racing.
Travis Engen was just running his line, and Finstrom got a little bit too aggressive there, from my mind, but I'm not the steward.
Yeah, and as you know, historic racing is not about rubbing fairings, bashing panels, so.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the COTA SpeedTour. We've got a great group coming up next, I think, if I find my paperwork.
Yep.
Or is it Trans Am next?
No, it's Group 2.
Group 2, yes. Oh,
hey, by the way,
got to come back for that
headline?
one, because we've got 3 Brabhams.
David, Jeffrey, and Matt. That is a first in history.
Yeah.
And I hope that you're recording this, because they're all in Brabhams.
Yeah.
That's a first. So Jack, wake up there and look down, because the family is flying the flag.
Yep. We will be back after this.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for a professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Back to the COTA SpeedTour, and ladies and gentlemen, stop what you're doing and watch this. This is going to be unbelievable. We are making history here, all because of Ron Hornig. He has assembled Matthew Brabham, Jeff Brabham, and David Brabham together, all racing Brabhams. So there is the Jim Weed helmet of Matthew Brabham. But between this Brabham sandwich is the Tonus Cassamets. And if you remember from a few years ago, Tonus and Matt and Jeff Brabham absolutely went at it, passed each other at least 2 or 3 times around every lap. And now we add David Brabham to that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Formula Bs here on the grid. Formula Bs, in my opinion, are the most beautiful looking of the open wheel cars. There's Tonus Cassamets in that 666. We've been talking a lot about classic rock last race with Rush and Kiss, but now Iron Maiden represented here on the grid with Tonus Cassamets. We've got 3 minutes on the grid. You can see he's just kind of focusing. A little bit of a laser focus there from Tonus Cassamets. Tonus is in a Brabham BT29. Matthew Brabham is in a Brabham BT 3518. Jeff Brabham, one of my childhood heroes, is in a Brabham BT 3531. There he is in that car. And it was funny, I was talking to Jeff and David, who are brothers. And Jeff Brabham, a Le Mans winner. But David Brabham is a 3-time Le Mans winner. But then Jeff Brabham inserted, they're still competitive, inserted that it took his brother 18 years to win Le Mans, where it only took him 3 years to win Le Mans. So they're just like, they just kept going at it and just kind of fighting and being competitive with each other. So how cool is that? You just got a thumbs up from the legend Jeff Brabham there. David Brabham is in a BT 3526. Then Bruce Hamilton, Brabham BT 36. Ron Hornig, the guy that put this Brabham thing together, Ron, thank you so much for doing that, is in a beautiful Brabham BT 3532. Mark Giroux, we saw him out there in his Indy Lights in a Brabham BT 29. And then Travis Engen, hopefully he can get in his car. He's in a Chevron B17B. And then Paul Hager, who we just saw out there, in a Brabham BT29. Now, let's see if I can see David Brabham out there. There's the Chevron. There's Mark Giroux, and it looks like Travis is in his car. But I can't see. Yeah, there's David Brabham. Okay, this is awesome. Now, we go back to the P Club Fords. So I know, Jonathan, you're super excited about this.
Oh, I saw Matthew Brabham in California a few weeks ago at a historic event, and he said to me, are you going to do COTA? He said, we've got a surprise for you. We've got all the Brabhams. And I was like, oh, my word. But they're racing Brabhams. It's a little bit of history here. So Jack would be very proud.
And now the cool thing is David Brabham said he had raced a Brabham before, but before Jeff Brabham started vintage racing, he had never raced in a Brabham, nor had Matt Brabham. So that is really, really cool to see. But then we've got starting in 10th is James Flynn in a Club Ford and a Van Diemen RF90. Harlan Crow in a Swift DB1. Harlan was our Rookie of the Year last year. Look at how beautiful. I just love, look at the look of these things. I get so distracted, but look at that. And if you saw these things up close, Jeff Brabham's car looks Concord. There's David in the 6.
Yeah, that's
and then Bruce Hamilton.
Yeah.
Mark Giroux. There's Ron Hornig in the blue. Mark Giroux. Look at Chelsea hopping there. Chelsea Miller, our grid chief.
I just have to give a shout out to Chelsea. She looks like she's in her element there. She sat there on that line, just absolutely fearlessly leading those cars out.
She loves it. She absolutely loves it, and it's great having that kind of energy here with SVRA. Then we've got Scott Clark starting 12th in a Swift DB1. Enrique Contreras in a Van Diemen FF. Mackenzie Wolf in a Crossley 32F. Tom Dalrymple in a Van Diemen RF81. And now that we're in the Club Fords, I got to give it up for Kim Madrid and Eric Inkrot and Todd Strong were with us at Spring Mountain. And they're usually here with us, as is Bob Hatley, but they have their own championship finishing out at Willow Springs, so hopefully that went really well. And then Rodrigo, but we do miss you guys. Rodrigo Ordonez in a Swift 031. Tim Blakely in a Crossley 32. Ted Smith in a Van Diemen Formula Ford. Lee Romine in a Lotus 51, and this car is just absolutely gorgeous. Like, it stops me in my tracks when I'm driving through the paddock. And then another car that I absolutely love is Tom Linton's Winkleman WDF1. Just a great finish on that car. Mark Russell, a Van Diemen 98 RF. Caleb Ham in a Crossley 25. Robert Mueller in a Van Diemen Formula Ford. Ty Coffey in a Crossley 34. And John Ridings in a Taiga 77F. But ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. I hope I don't overhype this, but the best vintage race we have ever captured were between Tonis Casamets, Matt Brabham, and Jeff Brabham.
Yeah.
And just for the fun of it, we're going to throw another Brabham into the mix.
Two?
Yeah, we've got we're adding David Brabham, who hasn't raced with us before, but a three-time Le Mans winner.
Yeah, and so who is the older, David or Jeff?
I asked them that, and they got really competitive. But Jeff is the older of the Brabhams.
Okay, makes sense.
And if you know Jeff, he is super competitive in anything he runs. They were competing, and they were talking trash to each other. And Matt Brabham was just sitting back laughing like this is every Thanksgiving meal.
Yeah, no kidding.
Between these two. But it's great to have David here from England. Jeff Brabham calls his home Indianapolis now. And I'm not sure where Matt Brabham
I think Matt pretty much does too, yeah. I mean, obviously, he's been racing Indy Next. He's a three-time tracks, three-time truck champion, Trans Am multiple winner in TA, and just an all-round great racing driver.
And of course, Tonis Casamets, just lives wherever they cryogenically freeze him between races.
That's a good one. Yeah, it's true. So then, we are forming up, as you can see, high above the tower. One of the best places to look down on. 410 steps to the top. If you want to do it that way.
We've done that before, you and I.
Yeah. Or you can take the elevator.
All right, I'm getting excited, Jonathan. I can't wait to see this thing.
This is going to be so much fun. The fact that Matt even said that he was looking forward to it, I think it's going to be just exactly what we hope for. A little bit of history, folks, as we get ready for Group 2. The Brabhams are taking on the Brabhams in Brabhams. Away they go.
Matt in the yellow and blue is the pole man. Kesemit's alongside him.
Jeff looks
Jeff
to the left.
immediately looks for a way past. Oh, and a spinner there. Round goes the 76. That's Bruce Hamilton. He got
Mark
lucky.
Giroux, great job of avoiding that. So Mark Giroux right now my hero in this race. But here we go. We've got Matt Brabham, followed by Tonis Kasemets, Jeff Brabham, and David Brabham. And I was talking to them about how this track is a great equalizer. But, Jonathan, you got to start this Formula Ford race.
Here we go. The Formula Ford's coming up you, and it's Swifts versus down Van Diemen's and Crossley's. Swifts at the front, 29. Away they go. And it is the 29 of James Flynn in the Van Diemen RF90, leading the way in the all-blue. But here comes the 22, and they're all trying to get through that apex or go around the outside of the 77. Nice idea. Not
Caleb Ham.
That's Caleb Ham. Yeah,
seconds.
what the heck? Brabham under pressure now. Matt through Brabham, that is, leading the way in a group of 4.
It's a good day in motorsports when you have to clarify between the 3 Brabhams.
Yeah. Well, and which, I mean, are you talking about the car or the driver?
Yeah, exactly.
How about this? 3 wide. Kesemit's in the middle, the 2 Brabhams either side.
4 Brabhams going into 12, driven by 3 Brabhams.
That's great. That's very good. Well, Matt's gone from first to third in a matter of corners.
Which is what they were talking about. They were saying that this is a great equalizer because you could be about a half a second off the pace, as Matt says, but if you get in that draft, you can be up to the front. So that's really cool, and you can see the different lines here that we're taking. Now, I have to give David a little bit of credit there in the yellow. He doesn't have the seat time in these Brabhams that Matthew and Jeff do, or Tonis. He's just kind of learning it. It was his first weekend in that, but Jeff said don't let him try to Jeff even called him sandbagging by saying that because he's like, yeah, don't discount that. But right now, Jeff is in the lead.
You can see that these guys all know each other well and know each other's next move, as it were. They are glued together. But across the line comes Jeff Brabham to lead the field.
I don't think he will be leading after Mission Foods turn 1.
Here we go. And the 666, the number of the beast, and he muscles his way into the lead. Well done to Tonis Kasemets.
Oh, but there you go. David Brabham ahead of Matthew Brabham. You can see them putting out some clag, as your friend would call that, from their new Hoosier tires.
Yeah, absolutely. So Brabham, Matt that is, has gone from the lead to 4th place in a matter of moments.
Yeah, but he might be in the catbird seat. The 2 brothers. Now, these are the ones to really watch out for. There's still some very competitive blood in Jeff and David.
Well, let's explain. So Jeff and David are brothers. Sir Jack Brabham was the 3-time Formula One world champion from Australia.
And the only
their granddad
champion to win, I believe.
Yes, correct.
Did Bruce McLaren ever win?
Not the world title in his own car, no.
And that's never going to happen again. There's not going to be a Mercedes or Ferrari.
So to go back to the early days, so Sir Jack started Brabham and became a world champion, and as you say, one of those titles, the 3, were won in a Brabham. Jeff and David are his sons. They too have accomplished greatness at all sorts of sports car level, and Matthew Brabham is the son of Jeff Brabham.
Yes. Excuse me. Jeff Brabham now in the lead over Tonis. Tonis did look into Group 12 or the turn 12, but as they come into this Bennett Bridge Hall Stadium section, some great shots here from Lake. That's Jeff. Now Matt on the inside, but Tonis has the advantage here at turn 15, 14 and 15. And David Brabham, I think he's just kind of sitting back and learning. And you got to watch out for David Brabham, 3-time Le Mans winner. It looks like he's just going to sit back and see how this thing unfolds and look for that yellow car to be up front here soon as Matthew Brabham looks to the inside of Tonis. But I think Jeff and Tonis are going to go back and forth here, and just David's just going to keep watching.
This is great to see, and like you said, it was one of the best races we had in years when Kasemets and Brabham and the two Brabhams, I should say, went head-to-head in a race a few years ago, and that was just a spectacle. It really was.
Yeah, but David, you might get out of this draft. You got to go late on the brakes here, or else you might lose them. Tonis going way out wide. And Matthew Brabham now going side by side with his dad, Jeff Brabham.
Yeah, and of course David Brabham was a big star in his own right. Drove in Formula One for actually Brabham and Simtek.
30 starts in Formula One.
How much racing history are we looking at right here in
That's
this
amazing.
one shot?
Absolutely amazing. Of course, David also went on to do plenty in the sports car world after his Formula One exploits. And he's also brother-in-law of Mike Thackwell, of course, and another famous racing driver who made it up the ranks to Formula One.
Okay, now what's going to happen here, Jonathan, is they come down this long stretch. You got to get it really good, but I think Matthew Brabham's going to try to take turn 12 if he can stay in that draft of Jeff. Like, he's pulling out now. And now David should stay behind Jeff and really, ooh, now he's going after Matthew. So this might be a change here. And now David might take the lead going into 12. So 4 different leaders in this race, maybe. Oh, and then Matthew cuts it off. Says, no way, Uncle.
The young whippersnapper does it all. They've all got great pedigree, and this must be such a family fun thing to do. And this is, as you say, unique. This will never happen. Well, I would say it'll never happen again, but it's never happened before that we've had 3 Brabhams in a unique race like this. So fantastic stuff. For the motorsports historians, this is something quite special.
And I apologize to the Formula Ford fans and the other Formula B, but we've got to just stick with this because this has never happened before, and the racing is just so good.
Yeah.
And Matthew Brabham, now that's the biggest gap that I've seen so far in this race coming into turn 20. All of them, look at how similar the lines that they're running. But I really think that, well, watch out for Tonus because he is a gamesman back there. But I really think David's just kind of holding back and seeing what they do, learning everything that he can, and he's going to wait for that white flag to make us move.
Yeah, we're not going to be far off that, though. What are we, 9 minutes to go in this? So there's a few laps, but still some more tricks and turns to this one, I'm sure. Down through 2 they come and into the S's again. Great to see from above. You really see them working the cars and how the angles and the different angles they approach corners, but Matthew just doing it perfectly here, just sliding the car.
How cool is that? David doing a little bit of a different line there through the last turn of the S's, but Matthew, you know, this is kind of youth over experience, and we do have that spinner there that RC said that they're throwing a local yellow. So now that the 2, David and Tonus, need to work together in a draft down this back straight to try to catch Matthew and Jeff.
It's great watching this. This is so much fun.
So if you're watching from the Family Feud is what Boy from New York. If you're watching from the comments, who's going to win this race? Who's playing this race correctly?
I don't know. I mean, you'd presume that Matthew is probably a little bit racer sharp than the other, than the elder Brabhams, but so he can certainly last a little longer. But those 2 are, they're sharp too.
Jeff Brabham's in really good shape.
He's one of the most successful drivers here in the States over the years in sports cars, isn't he?
Yeah, that Nissan domination.
Oh yeah,
it's that one of the coolest cars, that red, white, and blue Nissan. There's Matthew Brabham. Love the colors of that car. So thanks so much to Ron Hornig for helping to put this together.
So how did he do that? Has he got a collection?
He's got a lot of these Brabhams. Just became friends with Jeff, and then Jeff brought.
Okay.
And they're like, hey, well, let's bring my brother too. And Ron's like, let's do it. And just as a huge fan of motorsports, Ron, just like us, just wanted to see if this could happen. And here we go.
Yeah, brilliant.
So now Tonus Casamets has got to be getting a little bit frustrated there behind David. So watch for him to maybe try to juke out here at Mission Foods turn 1. But he's taking that wider right line as we see Matthew Brabham coming to the inside of Jeff.
I'm also keeping a watchful eye on the best times. I know we don't really look too close in historics at this, but, well, it's a family feud, folks. So Jeff Brabham, a 2:15.4, a 2:15.3 from Matt, and a 2:15.4. Can you believe that? There is 1:10 between the 3 of them and their best laps. That is insane. That is genetics at work.
Yeah. Ooh, Jeff going a little bit wide there. And that rhythm section through the S's, that can really throw you.
Yeah, no kidding. And if you get into the wrong rhythm there, you're in a real mess.
The rhythm is going to get you.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what kind of mood we're in today, but we keep just quoting songs.
Yeah, you started it, we did.
So Matthew Brabham ahead of Jeff Brabham, Tonis Kasemets, and then David Brabham in that yellow car. But I still think he's doing something like a chess player back there in that number 6.
Okay, well, still got probably a couple of laps to go. Kasemets, let's see if anybody else is any quicker. Ron Horning's still there in 5th place. Travis Engen, he must be worn out by now. He's in 6th place, but he's done about 30 laps in the last half hour. And Mark Giraud, similar. He's in 7th place. Bruce Hamilton 8th, James Flynn 9th, and Harlan Crow is 10th.
New leader, Jeff Brabham. What a beautiful car, that British racing green with the gold stripe.
Yeah, that was the Brabham colors. Those were the distinctive Brabham colors.
And I love the nose. A boy from New York says he loves the nose on that.
Yeah,
it's just a great shape. I just think this is the best looking open wheel as they come up on lap traffic, Jonathan.
Yeah, now this is where it's going to get interesting. Now let's see if David can get in the mix here in that all yellow, because he's just off this group of 3. He's going to pass the back marker now, and he does so. Just needs to slot himself into position here, and that's exactly where he is. But these 3 are going at it, and as they do, they're going to slow each other's down. White flag then for the Brabhams. And Kasemets. Must feel like the odd one out. Here comes Matthew Brabham on Jeff Brabham. Side by side, up, Big Red. Matthew takes the lead.
Looks like that's a vent hose that's come off from the back of Matthew Brabham's, or come loose. I don't think that's anything catastrophic. I've noticed that the last couple laps, but now Tonis Kasemets coming up on Jeff Brabham. Matthew Brabham kind of taking off a little bit here. Matt Brabham saw that white flag and just kind of put his nose down. He's got Jim Wheat on the side of his helmet. He won here in T8 just a few years ago with Dyson Racing.
Yep.
And knows this track very well.
So, last lap then for Jeff Brabham and Matthew Brabham. David Brabham still 4th. Here comes the Formula Fords.
This is going to change everything.
This is. And how are they going to play this? Kasemets still fighting as they come past the Formula Fords.
So you can tell them apart just based on their tires, basically.
Yeah, tiny skinny tires on the Fords. But here comes our group of leaders for the final time. Matthew's got the line, but he's going high and wide, and this could give an opportunity for Jeff.
Late break.
Oh, that was tremendously close. Oh, that would have been a terrible story if Matthew had been hit by Jeff, his uncle. Oh, dear.
No, his dad.
His
and
dad,
then Tonis, I don't know how Tonis avoided it either. Unbelievable driving from all three of these gentlemen.
Of them, yeah. So it's Matt versus Dad. And David at the back.
That put David right behind him, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So at least 2 of the Brabhams are going to get on the podium, but Matt just lives to fight another day because Dad almost took him out.
And I don't think Tonis has it in him unless he does something spectacular here in 19 and 20. I think it's going to be Matt Brabham.
Here we go, 19. This is the penultimate corner. And he almost got in trouble, did Matthew there. Just slid a little bit, but into 20. And surely he's got it now, and it will be Matthew Brabham in the BT35-18 Brabham, who wins over Tony Kasemets and another BT29. And in 3rd place is Jeff Brabham in another BT35-31. What a race, what a time, and who guessed it? 4th place would go to David Brabham. So there you go. We've had a full complement of the Brabhams.
Unbelievable. And the hero of the race there, honestly, ladies and gentlemen, Ron Hornig, for putting this together. This would have never, if you would have told me 2 years ago we would have this, I'd never say that. But this is the leader in the Formula Fords, the number 29.
Yeah, coming out of 11.
In like Flynn, James Flynn, coming out of 11 at a Van Diemen RF90. Big lead.
Yep. Coming down the back straight for the last time is James in that Van Diemen RF90. Well, they did get to lap a few of them. So.
I tell you what, the open wheel cars in SVRA today have been the races to watch.
Oh, they've been great. Yeah, really good.
Look at this. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd here.
Just the triple apex and the 19 and 20 to go. It's a hell of a complex, that, isn't it?
Yeah. most of the vintage drivers use this as a carousel, but there are truly like 3 or 4 apexes in there.
You see it in MotoGP too with the motorcycles. They are able to take quite different lines, and it does. It really, I mean, you say it's a triple apex. It really is. It's almost a quadruple apex because there's certain marks you want to hit. And now with the repaving, it's a completely different track that now. And yeah, long may it continue. It's really exciting to race. Checkered flag and out for the number 29 of James Flynn as he wins in his Van Diemen. Who's going to take second? It's like the 63 or 64, is it? No, 63. The 29 coming across the line. That is James Flynn. Yeah. Great stuff. Really enjoyed that. That's what it's all about. Bit of history, folks. You won't see that too often. We need to get the Andretti's to do the same thing. We need Adam, Mario, Michael, and Marco. Oh, and Jarrett. And on and on. Great stuff. We'll take to a break and we'll come back. We've got more action from SVRA coming soon. Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas. It's dusk, kind of, here. And, of course, the clocks are going back tonight. So I'm going to slumber for an extra hour. Is that how it works? I can't remember. Oh, I don't. I get confused. Anyway, I'm not confused about what you're looking at. You are looking at Group 4, Group 5B, Group 8, and Group 12B.
When I'm president, I'm going to get rid of daylight saving time.
That actually, you know, they always go, what are you going to do on day one? Well, that would be mine too. I'm with you. Can I be your vice?
I think we'd get elected.
I'll be your beat.
Yeah, there you go. Diego Iturbe in a Cooper Monaco T61. Beautiful car.
That's Nitro Motorsports. Interesting.
Yeah, then these are the Tovo twins running these Toyota Grrr 86 Cup, the GR Cup. Really cool cars. These are those Subaru BRZs and the Toyota GRs, the flat four boxer engines.
Yeah, these are the 86ers, they're known as. And I actually covered the championship in New Zealand for that championship. And they've been going for almost, 12 years now. And now finally making it here to the States. It's really good to see. But yeah, a nice little car. There's Chelsea doing her business. Look at her. She's perched on that white line to stay safe. And then she still has the gall to just guide them past her.
Splitting. That's Troy Ermish in that Datsun 510. Then a car that I thought was really neat is Darren Gazy in a Honda, and he's got the badge for an S2200 instead of an S2000 because he said it's just been bored out. He doesn't know what it is, but he just thought it'd be funny to put it, because I asked him, I said, I thought they were S2000s. And he's like, yeah, they are. I just put that on there because it's been bored out a little bit.
Shall I tell you who's going to have the most fun out there in a minute? Jeff Mosing in the 56. He's from Austin, Texas. He's in a Datsun 510, and he's having a ball. I spoke to him this weekend. There he is. I spoke to him earlier, and he's just a great character. Races in Porsche Carrera Cup North America, is a multiple IMSA competitor, and many other sports car races here in the USA. Has his own collection and shop here in Austin, and just as a regular good guy.
Yeah, he has a lot of fun with us in that Toyo 25 Challenge. I met him at Thunder Hill racing these Datsuns. Like you said, you know him as IMSA, but I was talking to him, where were we? Portland, just a couple months ago, and he said, I don't know, this vintage racing, this B Sedan series that Troy Ermish ahead of him has come up with is just so much fun. And he always brings a big crowd with him to the races, so I always really love that. So that's him.
There he is.
Almost BRE-looking Datsun. That is a BRE-looking Datsun. There's another one, the number 79. That's Rob Bellevue. And then I don't see Mayor Primo out there in that beautiful Alfa Romeo. But there's Probert in what's called Penny, because it's a copper-colored Datsun 510, so they call it Penny, and it does look like Penny. I like that, so I'm looking for Mayor Primo. Hopefully he makes it out there.
And just to be clear, he's not a mayor, it's a mayor.
Mayor.
So it's spelled M-A-O-R.
So am I supposed to say mayor?
No, I'm saying he's not the mayor of anything.
What about John Major? Do you think he's a major?
Absolutely. He commands a squadron.
He's in a BMW 330 Ci. He's John Major.
Prime Minister of England.
We got to get to this because Stefan Schluter is in a Porsche 911.
He's already had a win. Yeah, he already had a win, didn't he?
Yeah, Willis Murphy Jr. in an Elva MK7S. Peter Federlin in a Toyota Supra. Love that car. One of my favorite cars is out there, too. Larry Lunda, Porsche 914. Randall Green, Lotus 23B. Very fast car. Then we've got two solid axle, crazy Corvettes. George Wright in a Chevrolet Corvette Group 4. Jim Caudill in a Group 4 Chevrolet Corvette that used to belong to Tony Perella. Pierce Gormley in a Cooper Monaco, beautiful car. Tony McFarland, Datsun 280Z. Lisa Weinberger in that Toyota Celica, like a Janet Guthrie car. Then we've got Steven Schultz in a Volvo 122S. Super cool car, the Amazon out there. John Furlow in a Bobsy SR3. Isn't that what you guys call coppers? Don't you call them Bobsies or Bobbies or something like that?
No, we call them Bobbies.
Oh,
yeah.
Bobbies, okay.
Copper is a
and
Bobby.
Then Joseph Plunkett in that beautiful B-Spec Mini Cooper. But here they come to take the green flag, Jonathan.
Ginetta has pulled off into the pit lane, and now we are forming 2x2 out of 20, and so we should be racing. Quite an eclectic group, as you can see. Open top, closed top, Japanese, American, you name it. We got it all. And we're about to go racing for our Group 4, Group 5B, Group 8, and Group 12B.
What's funny is those GRs are very small cars.
Yeah.
But the Datsun 510s that were mid-size cars of the era are much smaller than the modern GRs.
Yeah.
Which is just crazy how big cars have gotten. But Troy Ermisch mixing it up with the Tovo twins.
Yep, out of 2 they come. Beautiful shot with the drone right by the tower, under the bridge for the first time, and it's getting pretty nip and tuck as we. Jeff Mosing on an absolute rip at the moment in the 56. He's chasing down the other 510 quickly. Got past the GRs, and that's an old car. And it just shows you the skill level he's got to get past those guys. That's no mean feat.
And I got to give it up to the Tovo twins for doing the right thing, seeing the car, noticing it, and just letting it go by.
Yeah. Don't want to get in Jeff's way.
That is the Cooper Monaco T61 of Diego Iturbe, and for some reason Nathan Thompson didn't start in his Lotus 23C with Ragogo Racing, a beautiful car. And there's Penny. So like you said, yeah, big mix. So we've got Datsun, Toyota, Honda, Datsun, Porsche. Big eclectic mix of cars here.
It's lovely. I love it. He's sailing off, isn't he, in that Cooper?
Yeah.
I love the Cooper Monaco.
I do too. I'm going to make you pick a favorite out of here, but this blue Toyota, I'm just unfamiliar with that car, the Toyota Supra of Peter Federline. I've never seen that with us before.
It's a very old Supra, if that's a Supra, because it doesn't look like the lines of a modern Supra in any way. And I don't mean the first one. I'm talking about the 90s one.
Yeah.
So it must be...
Late 80s, I think. I loved those Supras.
This is such an iconic-looking car because, of course, you think of Paul Newman, you know, in his many great days in SCCA racing in a Datsun.
Look at that thing. That is cool.
Yeah, that's old school, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it, though. That's a cool car.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, if somebody gave it to you, you'd take it? I think I'd take that, yeah.
Yeah, I'd take it.
So thanks for bringing that out, Federline. Just we don't see many Toyota Supras of that ilk with us. And they were really fast, powerful cars back in the day.
Yeah, no kidding.
But that was still right before, like, when Toyota, Datsun, Honda were still considered the economy cars.
Yeah.
Almost like Kia Hyundai just 10 years ago.
True.
And then they
How
just
about this
took
beast?
over.
Look at this.
I
saw this close up. They are so gorgeous, these two big old Corvettes.
The solid axle, rear axle.
See, it's such a big car, you can get a massive number on the hood. That's a great car. George Wright at the wheel. Chevrolet Corvette. Beautiful.
Jim Cottle.
Is that the one Tony owned?
Yeah, that was the one Tony owned. He retired fire chief is Jim Cottle from the state of Texas. And then that's Tony McFarlane in that Datsun 280Z.
So the Tovos are twins?
I believe so.
Jackson and Ethan. It's interesting.
And man, from a PR marketing standpoint, if they both race together, the Tovo twins, it sounds like superpowers.
Yeah, it sounds like ice skaters. Oh, that's tall. That's tall indeed.
Now, I believe this was the Janet Guthrie Toyota Celica, or at least a tribute to that. So if anybody knows the information on that, I'd love to have it.
Did Guthrie drive that car?
Yeah, I believe Janet Guthrie drove that car.
Well, Lisa Weinberger is at the wheel of it now, so carrying on the tradition. The Celica.
And where's my Volvo?
Volvo.
There's a Volvo Amazon out there that I just love those things. Huge tanks of a car.
Clouds are forming in the back, but I don't think we're going to get any rain. I don't think. I say that confidently, but there are some great...
There it is!
There it is!
Right on cue.
Love it. Isn't that a cracker? Boy, you wouldn't recognize that if you saw a modern Volvo against it, would you?
That Volvo and the P1800, but I believe that's an 1800 engine also, but I believe that was one of the first Volvos that have that thing where the engine can go under the car in an accident for safety. You know, Volvo was so concerned about safety.
Yeah.
And,
Still are.
I bought a 122 years ago with a stick shift and so much fun to drive. But, man, you got to feel the doors of these things.
That's interesting.
It feels like closing a safe when you close the doors on those things.
Yeah, it looks like a Wolseley or a Rover, which I grew up with, two different generations, but British. The back end of it did anyway. But, yeah, you're right about the safety, though. Volvo still chasing the ultimate machine when it comes to safety. That is one of their key selling points, without a doubt.
Yeah, I always like the story that they invented the 3-point seatbelt.
Right.
And they didn't patent it because they thought we shouldn't make money on people's safety. So if nothing else, just the I guess you would call it the non-corporate greed of Volvo to not patent that and charge royalties for everybody else because they just wanted to help people save lives is just, you know, you don't see that very much in the corporate world anymore.
No, that's very true, and it wouldn't be, you know, it doesn't surprise me that it's the Scandinavians that would do that. There's not many countries that are forward-thinking like that. That's a nice touch, as you say.
And some beautiful shots here through the S's. Some great cars out there. We've got the Cooper Monaco, and then the Tovo twins are out there, and the modern Toyotas, because they're going to be racing with nitro in these cars. Really cars.
Yeah, they are, and I've driven one of these. They are good cars. They're solid, you know. They're not, you know, they are obviously a touring car. They're not a road car, but they've got a lot of pace to them. And they feel good, and they give you some good feedback. No question, it's a good little tin top championship around the world. So.
That's the blue Brabham, I believe, there.
Yeah,
and it just came out of nowhere. Where is that?
That's Dan Chapman at the wheel. Yeah, BT8. There's a bit of history for you. Look at that. Two very different generations.
But like I said,
Japanese car.
That 510 would have been a mid-size car back in the day.
Yeah,
that was a family sedan.
Yeah.
And against the GR, it looks tiny.
Yeah, true.
And the GR is one of the smallest production sports cars made today.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The GR86 and the Subaru BRZ, I believe they're the same cars.
That's great.
There's Mosing right behind.
What they did was they did a deal with Subaru with the Boxer engine to get the BRZ. That's how you get that. And then they put it in a Toyota chassis as well. So they actually marketed them as Subarus or BRZs and as Toyotas.
But I was talking to Will Rogers, who helps out with this and runs in the series, and we're running with us in Trans Am. He said it's just a very safe car. It's almost a production/tube frame car together. The whole roll cage is the whole structure of the car inside a production car. So that's why the dad of the Tovo twins feels safe with them running in that series. And then here's a Honda S2000 and Penny going up into Mission Foods Turn 1. Look at that car.
You know, I saw an S2000 yesterday on the road, and I was thinking, you know, and it was a convertible version, and I was like, you know, that was a handy little car in its time.
Yeah.
It won a lot of awards when it came out, and it was a bit of a removal for Honda to bring that car out. They don't bring a lot of sports cars. They do bring the high-end Acuras out and all that kind of stuff, but
I think they just wanted to say, hey, we
can
do better than Miata, and they did it for a little bit, to be honest, and then they just went away.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they're classics now. I wonder what they go for now these days.
You can't find one that hasn't been all street tunered up.
Yeah, I'll bet. And then they're
just
expensive,
impossible.
right?
Like to find an unmolested Honda S2000 is near impossible.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Because everybody wants a Superman.
They've all got those huge pipes on it and big wings, and they've all been made into, like, you know, drift cars and everything. There's nothing against that. But,
no.
But I would like to find an unmolested one, but you can't find them. There's Randall Green there with Furia Corsa flashing lights at I don't know
who's. Yeah, he's flashing them at us. Or he's flashing them at Ron, my cameraman, at 11. He's probably waving at him.
Just digging that mustache.
Yeah, by now Ron's probably, you know, waving at him to get their attention, to get a better shot.
Randall Green, a longtime supporter with Green Wealth Management, and now Furia Corsa with SpeedTour in the SVRA. He was out there in that beautiful Ferrari today. And then here's 2 iterations of Porsche coming out, but that Supra hood.
Yeah, it's been flapping all the time, hasn't it? But it's just at the exit of the long straight that it starts to flap under braking. It's a boxy kind of car compared to the Supra that became. But you can see the lines of the Supra there. You really can. And the grille.
That was kind of Toyota's muscle car of the day.
Yeah, it was. I do remember in the early 90s getting a ride in a brand new Supra, and I think they were, like 250 brake horsepower, and that was like, whoa, with it, it was like, ooh, this is something special.
And now those, like, you could have bought those 90s Supras for, $20,000, $30,000, but now they're like $60,000 to $80,000.
Are they really?
Yeah, they've gone way up in price.
It's weird, isn't it?
Not really. When you see how good they are, but then you see the success of those Fast and the Furious movies.
Yeah,
and those are just they're almost like little supercars, supercars, I guess.
Yeah.
But they just have so much power. Those JDM or JDR.
Well, I'm never going to say. Under 2 laps to go now. The white flag coming up very soon. Well, I've got the Tacoma truck, and I'm told it's a unicorn, and I'm told it goes up in price every time.
Yeah.
Every day I get up.
Yeah, those Hilux trucks at Toyota, they're just unstoppable.
They just last forever.
That should be the Elva of William Murphy Jr. Yeah, I'm hearing from race control on my right ear that they're watching that Toyota Supra's hood.
Yeah, just to keep an eye on whether it's dangerous or not. But I think it should make it. It's only down at the exit of the long straight that it really looks a little bit glary.
That should be our leader there in that Cooper Monaco T61.
Yeah, he's led the whole way.
Beautiful lines.
Beautiful car, isn't it? Just looks fun, doesn't it? It looks so basic, too. Look at that wing. It's a flap at the back. That's it.
Down through the same section is still a trim aid.
What would that do? It's like it'll stop it.
Push. Yeah, it's almost like drag.
Just
make those rear wheels to stay on the ground.
But look how the rear wheels are cooled by that nice little intake there as well. Yeah, that's a neat little thing. And that's the exhaust, those 2 holes at the top of it.
I believe so, yeah.
So this should be white flag this time by. And stay with us. We've got Trans Am qualifying, which we don't often show, but we've got such a big field. There is the white flag. We've got such a big field in TA2 especially. We're going to split the grid and qualify them separately. And there is that white flag, as we mentioned. Here comes your leader, and he's led the whole way. And Diego Iturbe, best lap of 2:30.176. And it's going to be Dan Chapman in second place at the moment. And then the first of the Tobos, Jackson in third and Ethan in fourth.
Nothing against Dan Chapman, but he's in a Brabham. You'd think he'd be in a Lotus.
Yeah.
He's being a Lotus 23.
It's funny, it doesn't sound as good as it looks, but it's still a pretty little thing. Climbing its way up the hill, through 9 he goes.
That's a difficult section of the track.
Oh, very.
Right there.
Well, it's blind on the entry to 10, so you can't see what's on the other side. That's why when people do go wide at 10, and I've seen somebody spin around there and started getting worried because you really can't see over that crest until you actually find it. You get there, and it's too late if there is something stuck on the other side.
So Chapman 14 seconds behind. And then about 9-10 seconds between the Tovos.
Yeah, I don't see him catching him now, do you? Well, the sun is going down, and he almost needs those headlights now. Smoothly turns it into 12. Now it's sounding good. Well, that's going to be a flag-to-flag win. So I just heard the PA say exactly that.
Scott Conway, yeah.
And just a couple of corners to go. What has been an immaculate performance then.
Yeah, the left mirror shaking a little bit.
He's not slow. He's not slow at all. He's done some good laps around here. And like I said, stay with us because we've got Trans Am coming up, and we're going to show you both qualifying for both the TA2 and the TA Championship, which of course includes the production classes of XGT, SGT, and GT. So then, the checkered flag waves then, and a win for Diego Uturbe in the Cooper Monaco. T61. Dan Chapman will take second place. And it looks as though Jackson Tobo will beat his twin brother to third. So we'll take a short break and we'll get ready for our action from the modern muscle cars coming up. Stay with us here on the Speed Tour.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the COTA Speed Tour, and we have a special thing here. This is the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series qualifying in two different groups. There's the legend right there, Brent Cruz, last year TA2 champion.
Yeah, you know, what a phenomenal story. World Kart champion, phenom at just 15, picked up by TRD. So muted from the very get-go. They knew about this kid, and he arrived in Trans Am. We weren't that knowledgeable, but some people were about what this potential for this kid He came together with Nick Tucker, who is really responsible for getting him to this point. And, yeah, he rolled last year, just absolutely rolled it. He was brilliant, and he continues to be, and he's been noticed, and now he's going up through the ranks, doing truck racing, doing
late model. I think he's a late model champion.
Yeah, he still does quite a lot of dirt, because that's where he started, of course. Nice feud, looking down on the pre-grid. Got a huge field here. This is such a big event for TA2, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got a lot of cars here. We've got 43 TA2 cars here in the field. This first group is going to be 19 cars. We've got Thomas Annunziata, Tristan McKee, Rafa Matos, Nathan Hearn, Brent Cruz, Josh Hurley, Ben Mayer, Evan Slater, Austin Green, Thomas Merrill, Jake Drew, Adrian Lostovsky, Carson Quapple, Misha Goikenberg is back. I did the Jonathan Green there.
You did. Goikenberg.
Adam Andretti, Eric Caton, Boris Said Jr., Jordan Anderson, and Vince Apple from Las Vegas, Nevada. Racing was Silver Hair Racing, and I want to say something. Laura Hull pulled me aside yesterday and said, hey, Silver Hair is going to be back in 2025 in even bigger and better ways. And I said, what does that mean? She says, I can't tell you right now, but it's super exciting.
That's a tease.
I know, but a little bit, that's what it is. The end of the season, we got to start talking about things like that. But I'm hearing from Tim Richter that we're going to start to release cars. And Thomas Annunziata, who won here last year, kind of out of nowhere, and really running for everything. And then we've got, not only do we have the national championship, we've got the young guns we're talking about, we've got the Western Championship, we've got the Pro-Am Championship, just all inside this Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series.
Thomas Annunziata is going to be double dutying because he's also doing TA, and he's been trying to sort of learn the TA world because he's new to it, but he's been fast in it. So he's going to have a 15-minute gap as the second group go out after his group. So that should give him enough time to get sorted for the TA run.
They come through here, the Bennett Bridge Hall section, about to go out to qualifying. Qualifying here at COTA is very important. It's probably not the most important track that we go to, like a Lime Rock where it's super important. But like we've seen in 2022, when we did our pre-show, Jonathan, we counted Thomas Merrill out. We didn't even really talk about him. But then he won the race, and then he won the championship.
And
he's kind of in that situation this time.
Yeah. So it's never say never at Trans Am, that's for sure. We've learned that over the years.
Adam Andretti in that Ultimate Headers car. Jake Drew with Silver Hair Racing in Cube 3 coming through the stadium section. Jake Drew doing really well. One of the three that are still in contention for the Young Guns, $20,000 cash tomorrow night at our banquet. Huge deal for Jake Drew because we've been following along, and his grandparents were with us at VIR. They put a second mortgage on their house just to get Jake Drew here. So that could really help Jake Drew and Silver Hair out if he were able to win the Young Guns. But then Ben Mayer and Thomas Annunziata are right there with him. But there is our championship points leader, the most winning man in the TA2 series, is Rafa Matos.
Yeah, Rafa, I've been watching the times in, they've had some testing times, and Rafa hasn't really showed, but that doesn't surprise me because I think he just holds his powder. There's nothing to gain out of overkilling it in testing. And so the likes of the youngsters like Thomas Annunziata and Tristan McKee, he's another phenom, we haven't talked too much about him. Tristan was making a name for himself at 12 in the dirt scene and breaking all the records there like Brent Cruz. So here's another phenom on the way up. Great to see also Nathan Hearn here.
Yeah, Nathan Hearn all the way from Australia, who had a very good showing. Finished fourth here a couple of years ago in his first time with us. But Tristan McKee, the reason he's in TA2 now is because he turned 14.
I know.
And he's just been sitting there waiting to get in here. He did the All-Star race with us just a couple months ago when he was 13. But VIR was the first race that he could race because he turned 14. Now, we're looking at Rafa Matos. Rafa Matos, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but I think he knows that he gave away the championship in 2022 to Thomas Merrill, and he is not going to let that happen again. I think that's what he's thinking about. He knows how to win championships, two-time TA2 champion, the most winning driver in TA2. But there's still that mathematical chance, and how crazy would that be as Annunziata goes off there?
Yeah, just a little bit too wide, but he's okay. And you can see they haven't got a lot of time, Ben. You know, with two splits like this, you know, it's really not a lot of time to get it done, is it? There's your championship at the moment. Rafa Matos leads with over 1,000 points, but Thomas Merrill at 960 can stop it.
Yep. Yeah, mathematically it is possible, and we can't count it out because we saw this happen just a few years ago.
And look at it between Ben Mayer and fifth. Very close indeed. And whoa, Larry by Rafa. We're on board with Jake Drew now as he comes into 20. Very wide indeed there.
Now that is not track limits. There are track limits here at COTA, but that is not one of the corners where there are track limits.
This?
And I don't believe that is either. It's the S's.
Here's your young guns. Thomas Annunziata winning that at the moment, but it's nip and tuck. As you can see, Jake Drew could beat him, and Ben Mayer is still in the hunt for that, as is Boris Said Jr. So it's going to be an almighty finish to that one too. And like you say, 20,000 up for grabs. So at the top of the board at the moment on a 2:11.089 is the man and former champion Thomas Merrill from Salinas, California. Nathan Hearn second quickest at 2:11.2, so only a couple of tenths, in fact less than 2 tenths, 0.170 off that time. And Carson Quapple, who now is making a name for himself in stock cars, has been well known there for a while, but coming to Trans Am this season and last season. And Jake Drew up in 4th place. Rafa Matos currently 5th. Brent Cruz 6th. Annunziata 7th. Lostowski, the man from New York, in 8th. Ben Mayer, another youngster coming up who started making a name for himself at 15. How about that for a drone shot?
That is awesome. I love that. I love the low shots, but I'm thinking now is they're going to start doing their flyers here because the tires are warmed up. But Thomas Merrill might have tried to put in a fast one there at the beginning just because anything can happen, and there is a car off at 9.
Yeah. So where are your track limits then? Because everybody's abusing very much so turn 20 and 19.
Turn 20 and 19 are not. It's coming through the Cube 3 architecture.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I did see that in the driver's briefing. You cannot go over the Cube 3. You can't have all 4 wheels over the second white line, right?
Yep. And I've put
so that's okay where he was there.
Yeah, we put up our signage, and if they hit that signage, they're out of bounds.
As you say, you've got to put a marker in. You've got to put a benchmark in because Merrill's being smart here. As Hearn goes to the top with a 2:10.6. And Hurley Burley, look at that. Josh Hurley's followed him in with a 2:10.7. They're the first two. Now another man in the 2:10s. And that is Thomas Merrill as he hits the front again. So the time's dropping dramatically, just 0.040 between the two top runners at the moment. Merrill on the provisional pole with Hearn alongside him.
And the points are so close that Merrill...
Quapple! Sorry.
I think Merrill has to be at the top of the board to keep it in mathematically, but there's other things that can happen.
Yeah,
he wants to get the fastest lap. He wants to get every point he can get here this weekend.
Is it 1 or 3 points?
3 points for pole.
So, yeah, that's an important 3 points that he needs. Carson Quapple's just rained on that parade. Look at that. 2:10.4, so just 0.124 faster than Merrill as we look at Cruz. Here is Thomas Merrill. And here's Austin Green as well in the 89, the familiar colors.
And looking at the body language of that car, he is not on his flyer.
No, not at all.
So Thomas has put in the time that he thinks he wanted to put in.
So do you do a push, slow type thing?
I don't know, because I think you want to save your tires too.
Yeah, that's the other point. You've got to run the tires too, so you don't want to be going round and round and round. Tristan McGee, the youngster we met or talked about earlier, he's in 9th at the moment, just ahead of Ben Mayer. That'll be a good battle. Cruz is 11th. Austin Green, who I just saw in the 89, is 12th. Evan Slater, great to have him back as we go on board with Lostowski. Lostowski looking for a better lap. He's in 8th at the moment with a 2:11.1. And just coming through the stadium section, coming through 14 now. What a couple of years, Adrian Lostowski. We've literally seen him become a world-class driver in front of our eyes, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. And just a big part of our paddock.
Yeah. From Brooklyn in New York. And that's what he says his shop is. He said it's the only one there. I said, I'll bet. It's not the sort of place you expect to see a car shop preparing race cars, is it? Middle of New York.
And he's always wearing like DC shoes and riding his BMX bike around the paddock.
I know, it's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Out of 20 he comes. Let's see if he improves this time. He was 8th. We'll cross the line now. Nope, does not improve on that one.
Jonathan, if you don't mind, I think I'm going to go into pit lane because it's about to, I think cars are about to start coming in.
All right, go for it, my friend. Tune in and let us know what the latest is if there's any problems. Misha Goikhberg in 16th place, Eric Hayden 17th. And obviously there is another group to come. So the guys who are down in 15 through 23, from this is 19. So Vince Apple is, if you like, on the bubble. It's not that they get thrown out, but there are another group coming out, and they will be challenging the likes of Apple and Anderson and Caton. And Adam Andretti, sadly, down in 17th position to try and get further up the grid. So there's a bit of a hurry up now for, there is Adam Andretti in the 41. Just going through was Carson Quapple there in the 17. I was watching him race in Xfinity not that long ago. So busy schedules for these guys. Quapple the man at the moment with a 10-4 at the moment, 2:10.4. He comes out of 11. He's not getting any assistance, that's for sure. So this is on merit. Could try to work with either a mate or a teammate to try to get a slipstream and try to get a really special lap in before it's all over. But right now, Carson Quapple here in this number 17 Franklin Road car. I saw Ken Thwaites earlier in the day. It's been a great success story for he and his team too, now running the Dreesy team as well. M1 race cars. And it's great to have Cube 3 also involved. I spoke to Nick Bittleton, who is effectively the man leading the charge for Cube 3 here in Trans Am, and really pleased with the amount of youngsters that we've managed to encourage to come here on their way to the next step in their careers. And while of course we want to make Trans Am a destination to come for the rest of you racing, we always love it when a youngster 15, 16, 17 comes in, shows us what he's got, and then goes on to NASCAR, to IMSA, to, well, even back to Formula Racing if they want to. But we've been really blessed with some fantastic talent. But we've also captured and kept some really good talent like Rafa Matos and Thomas Merrill. And I think with those two, particularly, when Nathan Hearn as an Australian champion comes here, he knows that he wants to win, and he hasn't had a win yet. He got a 4th, as Ben mentioned. Nathan Hearn, when he first arrived here a few years ago, and his debut in Trans Am here, and back with Thomas Merrill. Can he do something? He really needs the points here. He really needs the pole. So with the clock ticking down, we're down now to what, just under 3 minutes. So he's going to probably get this lap finish and maybe get one more in. But Merrill could really do with the pole today. The points do matter. Some 86 points, I think it is, the difference, but there's so many points available. That was a little too wide. He won't be happy with that. Yeah, there's so many points available for a race win. That includes fastest lap and most laps led, and of course the pole itself. Well, this is a very Larry attempt by Merrill. He's running out of grip, I think, but he's not helping himself because he's getting sideways, he's going wide. It doesn't look that would be as fast a way round, but we'll see. Into 18 he comes, and he really is pushing that car, and it looks like it might have a problem of some sort, because it's just not doing what he wants it to do at the moment. But he's trying. Give him that. That's one thing I can tell you about Thomas Merrill. You'll get 110%. So he crosses the line now, and he does not improve. In fact, that was a 2:12 compared to his 2:10.5. Now, he's got to go for it here. He's got 1:42 left on the board, so this is pretty much it. Got to make it happen now, Tommy. But he's slowing down, so that's about the best he can do. And a front row start will have to suffice. And so the points for pole are not on. Brent Cruz does his fastest lap. He goes up to 5th at 2:10.6. So it's pretty incredible. We've got 7 drivers all in the 2:10s before we drop to a 2:11.0 from Rafa Matos in 8th, then Lostowski 9th, and Tristan McKee in 10th position. But that's pretty impressive. Brent Cruz just popping into 5th in that last lap for him. Nunziata up to 4th. Nathan Hearn drops to 3rd. He's behind Merrill and Quapple. That's your front row. Quapple and Merrill. A row 2 of Hearn and Nunziata. Can anybody do anything in this last minute? We're on board with Jake Drew, but he too is not on a flyer. Remember, another 15-minute session, but that is the slower cars for practice. So we're not expecting anybody to challenge for the pole, but you never say never. Conditions change. Certainly from 19th down, and that's where Vince Apple is. Jordan Anderson 18th and Adam Andretti 17th. Misha Goikberg in 16th. We're all sort of under pressure now from the next group, so to see if they can improve on their times. But it's very impressive all the way down to Evan Slater in 13th position. A 2:11.7. So less than a second between the top men. So nothing between them. Really, really impressive. Tristan McKee crosses the line, stays 10th. And in comes Jake Drew. Like I said, he wasn't on a flyer. The clock has ticked down to 0. So anybody who is on a flyer now could change. But I don't think anybody's going to do anything at this point. It's going to be Carson Quapple, pole position for this race. And that's going to make things very interesting indeed. And also, the fact that Rafa Matos is only qualified 8th, which doesn't really matter. And I don't think it'll bother Rafa. I think he learned last time out, as Ben says. He lost a championship to Merrill in 22. And I think maybe he was being a little too aggressive. And this time, he's going to say, you know what? I only need to get some decent points, and I got this. And Jake Drew comes into the pits. Good run by him. Takes 7th overall. And that concludes our first 19 cars of qualifying. And the second group will be out very soon indeed. And don't forget, we're staying with this because we've also got qualifying for TA and GTs after this. And there is Carson Quapple, and Ben is down there trying to get a word. As soon as he gets out, we'll have a word with him. And of course, Carson Quapple with the Cube 3 logo on the hood, so that'll please the sponsors for sure. Let's see if we can get in there. Ben, head down to you.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I'm here at the pits with Carson Quapple. As he gets out of the car, I'll talk to Kyle. Kyle, Scott Lagacy's been telling me for years this kid's got all the talent. We've seen him up front. We've seen him with us at Road America, all different kinds of tracks. But, man, Circuit of the Americas, he's just locked in.
Yeah, Carson is really, really good. We brought a good car for him. I mean, there's a whole team effort. We had a motor hurt in the last practice a few hours ago, and everybody jumped in and joined it. And all we had to do is let Carson do his job.
Now, Carson, are you going to jump out or you want to stay in there? No, you don't. I don't want to do anything to jinx anything. He's going to stay in there and see what's going on because we've got another group coming out to qualify. But right now, you have pole position in the Cube 3 Architectures TA2 Series at Circuit of the Americas. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it does for sure. I mean, we've had a pretty good car all weekend, really. I didn't really get much testing coming in here, so for us to be fast like this is pretty exciting. And like Kyle said, we had a motor expire on us last practice. We only got one lap in on sticker tires, so kind of didn't really know what to expect, I guess, coming from old tires. But Scott and the whole team, the whole Chevrolet group, really brought a fast car, and hopefully we can keep it out front.
Nice. And keeping it very tight, just by tenths of a second with Thomas Merrill right now, I think P2, unbelievable. But Jonathan, I'm going to give it back to you. I'm going to join you in the booth for this next group, and then I'll come back out here.
Great stuff, Ben. Thank you very much indeed. Well done, Carson Quapple. An excellent pole position. Not easy to do with the competition at hand. Merrill needing that pole position, but not getting it, sadly. And Quapple doesn't care. He wants to carry on making his career as best he can. And it's Chevy on pole. Roll him in and roll him out. And here's the Ultimate Headers car of Adam Andretti making his way back to the pit lane, and that's not a truck stuck there. They just go back way to the support paddock, as we call it. And that is where all Trans Am is parked, in here. So it's nice to ride with Adam. Won't be the most exciting to be 17th, Adam. We know he's better than that, but hasn't done too much TA2 racing this year. It's been more about TA for him, but he is able and quite capable of doing both, and has done sometimes in a weekend. Had a win in TA at Road Atlanta earlier in the year on his birthday of all things. So that was a big celebration. His first victory in that rally chassis. Fantastic. Really, really good. That Burton chassis. And there's your downtown shot. And the ever-changing world that is Austin, Texas. That one that you see on the right is where I used to live. And that was a high building then. And between that shot and what you're seeing out there is the airport, of course. Austin now one of the top 10 cities in America, population-wise as well. So San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, the corridor of some 80 million people.
And you know, your theme here, like Portland, is keep Austin weird. And I got to tell you, the people have kept to that assignment. Everybody has read the pamphlet, and they are keeping it weird.
Oh,
I
Ben,
like that.
You have no idea. You can be in a commentary box somewhere, and somebody will have painted nails.
I know, it's the weirdest thing. Yeah, and I didn't think about that, but, you know, when I hold a microphone, you can definitely see my red painted nails from two-time champion Amy Ruman because of a stupid dare I said at VIR.
We did have a lovely lady from Uruguay, one of our racers, Meta Caceres, and I just wondered what on earth she must be thinking when you kept turning to her with your painted nails and asking her questions. And she had the same color as well.
And that was the weird thing, too, because I said, we're both such big fans of yours, and then I've painted my nails to match her. She must be like, okay, you need to stay 500 feet away from me at all times. But we've got a great group now.
Come.
This is another group of TA2 cars, and a great group because it's the Pro-Am, but also the Western Championship. And so I said provisionally Carson Quapple because you cannot count out the Barry Bowes,
good point.
Kyle Kellys, the Michael LaPaglia, the Tim Barbers. They could come in and be spoilers to this because now we've put Pirelli rubber down. The temperatures are dropping and anything can happen.
Yeah, good point. And I was mentioning that Adam Andretti in 17th will be a little bit concerned because he, John Anderson, Vince Apple are the last three in that first group. And I'm sure that Jared Odrick would like that. John Atwell, Jim Guthrie from the West Championship. So there's all some good pedalers out there who are all capable of challenging that first group to get further up the board.
So we've got Barry Bowes, John Atwell, Sam Corey, Tom Sheehan, Tim Carroll, Keith Prochuk, Jared Odrick, J.C. Monet in a brand new car, Michael LaPaglia, who is currently leading the Western Championship, Robert Sapato, Tim Barber, Kyle Kelly, Ty Young, Doug Winston, Marie Zaccarelli, who is also from Brazil and a friend of Rafa Matos, Bob Accardo Jr., who has Make-A-Wish Foundation on the hood of his car, and we've got Jackson with Make-A-Wish Foundation here with us this weekend, and we as the Trans Am Series are going to do everything we can to make sure it is the best weekend of Jackson's life, and the whole paddock has basically adopted this kid, and I absolutely love that, and we're going to have more to come on that in tomorrow's show.
I love Make-A-Wish.
And then we've got, it's the best, Lonnie Hostetler, Victor Chopla with Coolbox, Jim Gallagher, Jim Guthrie, Matt Gray, Brian Schiebel, John Buckshot Schweitzer, and Matthew Rivkin also with Coolbox.
Buckshot's not his name.
Well, it is. That's his nickname, and it's on the side of his car. And he took 0-0 from Jared Odrick because 0-0 looks like looking down the barrel of a
shotgun, double barrel shotgun. There's Barry Bowes doing really well in the Pro-Am and the Western Series this year.
So here is your Pro-Am Challenge scores at the moment. Barry Bowes has had a sensational season, the best of his career. 934, he leads Tommy Sheehan, who's going to be hard-pressed to beat that. Keith Prochuk is third. That's a possibility. There's not much between them. And Jared Odrick, what a season he's had. I remember talking to him at Sebring, and we were talking about the difference between being a professional athlete in football and being a professional athlete in car racing, and he said, you know, I'm so used to having my own shell, my own body as my sort of tool to get around, and he said, and I don't feel comfortable in a car because I can't get my head around it. I can't move it the way I want to, like my feet.
Yeah, but super competitive, and then we watched him early on in the season. He's trying to cut weight because he was a defensive lineman in the NFL. And now when he gets out of the car and takes off his race suit, the guy's like chiseled out of stone. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and that doesn't help. It doesn't do any harm that he's also a quite famous now producer and director and actor. Has been in films with the likes of Sylvester Stallone. His name just
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Oh, just gets better and better.
Well, Barry Bowes there up ahead. The first out into the Bennett Bridge Hall section. Barry Bowes in an M1 car this season. He's running for Pro-Am and the Western Championship. So we've spent almost every weekend together, Barry Bowes and I.
Yeah, and Barry Bowes, you'll correct me on this, he's from Austin. ASIO Data are based here in Austin, but he's now moved.
He lives in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
There you go. Okay. So does he, well, not commute, but he's not full-time at ASIO? Or
he's a pilot, so he can fly back and forth.
Okay.
And, you know, the whole Texas and Tennessee Volunteers and the Orange Tees, so the two states are pretty tied together.
Yeah, I like it. Well, you sent us that fellow to fight at the Alamo, didn't you?
Yeah, David Crockett.
That's it.
That's why they're the Tennessee Volunteers, and that's why both Texas and Tennessee are orange and the same team.
Oh, see, you learn something here. I mean, you hang out with Ben, you never know what you're going to learn. He dresses funny, but he's all right.
Barry Bowes coming up the hill, and let's see, I believe that's Jordan Anderson behind him, but I can't find it.
Well, Barry Bowes' first effort at 2:49, and interestingly enough, that's very close to Vince Apple, so I think he might just beat that in his second lap because that was just his first lap flying. 10 minutes to go, and like I said before, you haven't got a lot of time to make a mistake and come back from it. Here's Keith Prochuk.
Keith Prochuk is right now convinced that he's going to do the whole season with us next year. He's having Mike Cope Race Cars build him another car, and he is fully into this with HP tuners. It's great to have Keith Prochuk at all of our races. One of the first people I met that kind of helped welcome me into the Trans Am paddock was Keith Prochuk.
You know, it's the funniest thing. I saw him in Miami, or he texted me in Miami and said, hey, it's going to be a big party tonight. We're all going out with McLaren. And I was like, oh. And I didn't really click until I realized, of course, his partner is Mr. Piastri, not Oscar, his father. So that's
HP Tuners is a huge company out of Chicago. There's Michael LaPaglia, currently our points leader in the Western Championship. And Keith Prochuk, I believe, third in our Pro-Am Championship.
Yeah, there's a lot to be decided this weekend. And like you said earlier, this qualifying session could prove to be vital. I was just saying while you were waiting for the interview that, Rafa is, provisionally 8th. But I think that's him heeding your warning that he doesn't need to be at the sharp end. He doesn't need to be fighting for a win. He just needs to take the championship and stay out of trouble. I love it when the flames fly out the side of these cars.
I do too, but we are losing light.
Yes, we are.
We are running a little bit late. We apologize for that. But, things happen on the track, and so it makes for some really good photos and images, so we like that.
That's a nice shot coming through, 16, 17. And then, as you can see, you have to sort of slingshot around to 18.
But Corey, right now, in the PA, in the Pro-Am, over Barry Bowes.
We've been talking about how the smoothness of the track, and there was a big bump out of 18 a few years ago. That's gone. The bumps coming up the hill to 1 have gone. The one big bump at 2 is gone. But I was talking to Landon Matriano Lim, and he said there's a big bump now that wasn't there at 3.
There's Michael LaPaglia, that red, white, and blue Ford with Papini's Garage.
He's been running that color scheme for what, 3 or 4 years
Yeah,
now?
and then he's running his SGT car with us tomorrow as well. So he's going to be qualifying in 2 different efforts. But right now, he is our current Western Championship leader. A little bit too fast for Elliott to keep up with there.
A little bit. Oh, just throw some raw dust on the track. That's just what we need. 7 minutes to go then. Precious times now. Still Quapple, Merrill, Hearn, and Unciata and Cruz, your top 5 for the race. And then we're looking down at 26. Has there been any change from 19? Yes. Goikberg's got into 18th. Eric Caton is 17th now. And Andretti drops to 19th overall, as the Barry Bowes combination has got to 15th. So as expected, as you mentioned, Barry Bowes has dropped some of the first group down further. And that's a good lap to 15th. Sam Corrie in 14th. And they're starting to make some inroads now. But nobody, I don't think, will challenge the likes of top 10 anyway.
But Tim Barber right now, the other one that's really hunting for this Western Championship with the car that we're seeing right here, is qualified 23rd. And I'm not seeing LaPaglia up ahead of him. So hopefully LaPaglia is on his flyer. But the Tim Barber, Michael LaPaglia kind of rivalry, the friendly rivalry that we've seen on the Western Championship this year, might heat up here at COTA.
Take it. That's for sure.
You're going to have a lot to talk about with Scott Goodyear in the booth tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Poor man will be exhausted because he's had to deal with all the single-seaters as the race director, and there's plenty going on. Boy, did they go wide at 19.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure they should have had non-track limits there. It just seems like it's almost too easy. Look at this. The trouble is, if you go too wide, you're going to hit that grass.
Yep.
And that's we've seen people do that and really upset the car.
So LaPaglia, I saw at 27th.
John Atwell's got up the board too. He's 17th. And now Andretti drops to 21st. He started this session. Obviously, he's not in the car now, but he started this session in 17th, and he's dropped down to 21st because the second group have had improvers like Atwell, like Barber, like Corrie, and Barry Bowes. Boris Said Jr. also dropping down. He's 18th. He'll be really disappointed with that. So will Austin Green, one of our top rookies, and down in 12th for the last race here.
There's Tim Barber. And Tim Barber, this is kind of a neat story, was the owner of the team that Thomas Merrill started racing with us in the Western Championship. So Tim Barber kind of helped bring Thomas Merrill, and Richard Deal helped bring Thomas Merrill into the TA2 Championship. And now Tim Barber's out there running it. Tim Barber is a very talented, accomplished race car driver.
Key story. Yeah, the West Championship has increased in prestige, I should say, in the last few years. And I noticed that Nitro this week, Nitro Motorsports, put out a press release naming several young drivers that they're going to take West Coast racing in Trans Am, and I think that's going to be the funnel, isn't it?
It is so much fun out there. It's a little bit more relaxed, and I think if you're going to develop a 14, 15-year-old driver, you might want to start them in the Western Championship, and maybe you come over here and do some of the Pro-Am stuff, but I think that's a pretty good path. And then the likes of Tim Barber or Michael LaPaglia, Kyle Kelly, Tim Carroll, they're always willing to help out any of the drivers that are with them in the Western. So it's kind of the competitiveness of Trans Am, but the camaraderie and the family atmosphere of an SVRA paddock.
But this is a points-counting West Championship race.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
So what
they're
you
in
could
their
do,
own race.
Yeah, what you could do is you could run a youngster, and then if he's good enough, kind of like Michel Abate did, if he's good enough, jump him into the National for the final one.
Yeah. This is shaping up with about 3:45 left to go. I'm going to jump out of the booth here in just a little bit.
Yep.
But let's see who in this group.
Keith Prochuk does improve. He's gone to 17th with a 2:12.8 just a moment ago. That's 17th, just behind Barry Bowes. Tom Sheehan is now 18th. So that's bad news for Boris Said, Eric Caton, Misha Goikberg, and Adam Andretti. They're dropping down the board as these guys get faster and faster. This is going to be a tough race.
Yeah. But we've got in 14th, Sam Corrie, our first in Pro-Am.
Yep.
And then at 15th, right now is Tim Barber, our first in TA Championship.
Yeah, that's right, Tim Barber. So you've got, the delineation. I see it.
Victor Chopla there in that Cool Box Dodge Challenger, our only Mopar in the field, sadly.
It's going to be a raucous sound as they head on a rolling start past that main grandstand tomorrow. Looking forward to that. That's going to be fun, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see these 43 cars going up in the Mission Foods Turn 1. There's Maury.
Is this the biggest field we've had?
Zaccarelli. No, a couple of years ago we had like, I want to say 58.
You think there must be a limit there somewhere?
Yeah, there is an FIA rule that there's so many cars per mile.
Okay.
I think it is.
Prochek on his way then. Can he improve? He's currently sitting 17th. He's chasing a 2:12.8 that he set.
Ty Young on Sabato.
Yeah, that's not where Ty Young needs to be. Bounces over the curbs at 11. And lost a lot of time there.
I see Ty Young on commercials all the time.
For?
He's his own wealth investment.
Okay.
Annuities, and he always does a minute-long commercial on CNBC when I'm watching my stock reports or Fox News or Fox Business.
That's cool.
He's got such a great speaking voice. I wish he would do my voiceovers for me, because he's got a great. And then also the other thing, if you watch the show Ozark, his dogs are in that show. His dogs are famous. He's got 2 dogs that are the bad guy in Ozark, the show. Those are his dogs.
Well, I'm just missing Michelle Abate's dog. That's my favorite.
Yeah, Moxie. She was with us a couple weeks ago at Spring Mountain.
I hope she's coming to Las Vegas Formula One and bringing him.
All right, who do we have here? Oh, Kyle Kelly, one of our great Trans Am Western drivers, the number 80. I think he's 3rd in the points in the Western Series. So I'm going to run out to pit lane and see if we can talk to some drivers.
Yeah, clock's ticking down. Less than a minute to go in the second group of our Trans Am TA2 qualifying for the final race of the year. And usual suspects at the front. Carson Quapple with the pole position of 2:10.4. Ty Young tongue-tied a little as he has to let the faster cars go through on a slow-down lap. Thomas Merrill will start alongside him, and Thomas Merrill, the only man who can stop Rafa Matos, and it's another showdown here at COTA between the two of them, as it was in 2022, which Merrill won against all odds, but did it. Thomas Annunziata, definitely one of the favourites for the race win. And Nathan Hearn, could this be the one? I was reading an article about Nathan the other day saying, yeah, he's got unfinished business. He's been racing in the States and all sorts of different cars and buses and you name it. So he's had a rare old time as Nathan, a multiple Trans Am champion in Australia and New Zealand in the Trans-Tasman Championship from last year. I was there for that. There's Tim Barber. But yeah, Nathan Hearn yet to have a win in TA2 in America, but boy has he come close, and he's 3rd on the grid for this weekend. So get up early, Australia, and cheer him on. Clock has ticked down to 0. Barry Bowes improves to 2:12.0, and that takes him to 16th position. Behind him, Keith Prochek, Tommy Sheehan right there. Atwell 19th now, and that drops Boris Said Jr. to 20th, Caton to 21st, Goikberg to 22nd, and Andretti to 23rd. And I'm going to assure you that Adam Andretti, with the quality of driver he is, shows you how tough the competition is when Andretti is struggling to stay in the top 20. But, to be fair, he's not had a lot of TA2 action of late, and he will be a factor. If that's set up as he wants, he'll come through, that's for sure. It's been a funny day. It's been, weather-wise anyway, we had a little bit of rain, not a great deal, but a sort of downpour that greased the track up at about 1 p.m. And then we started off the day with very overcast and humid weather. And it's just opened up a little bit, and the clouds have got a little bit more puffy and higher now. And so it's a nice finish to the day. But it's been a struggle to get the grip and to understand how the track has changed over the day. But it's been a fascinating day. Great to see so many people here. I went out at lunchtime, and there was just hundreds of people doing the simulators, buying the merchandise, and that's what it's all about. And the Speed Tour definitely putting on a show here and taking on the Circuit of the Americas.
Good run there for him with a 2:12.081.
So let's take a look at how qualifying panned out. And as they headed out, this was the faster group. And of course, as you'd expect, championship leader, number 60, Rafa Matos. All eyes on the Concord American flagpole sponsored car. Annunziata, always a favourite for pole. The youngster came into the championship just a couple of years ago. And then the 15 of Nathan Hearn, who I was just talking about, the Australian, definitely in a good position in third. Thomas Merrill will start on the front row, but he really needed the points to close the gap a little bit. But this man, the number 17 of Carson Quapple, said, no, I'm quicker by 0.124. So in a moment, we'll head down to Ben Siswell, which we'll hear from the top man in that last group. But of course, we've got one more qualifying session to come, and that, of course, is TA and GT. Nice shot of Austin in the background there. And you can see the flights taking off from the Austin Bergstrom Airport. Let's take a look at the results then. This confirmation, Carson Quapple with Team SLR M1 race cars, and the Chevrolet takes the pole. Thomas Merrill and the HB Tuners Cope race cars in second place. And it's the fast auto racing car of Nathan Hearn, hooking up, of course, with Lostowski and getting preparation from their team. Annunziata in fourth for the Bayshore Mortgage Criswell Ford Mustang. Then Brent Cruz for Nitro Motorsports. Josh Hurley, Jake Drew seventh. Rafa Matos in the Nitro Motorsports car in eighth. Adrian Lostowski for CMI Spot on Serve in ninth. And Tristan McKee in 10th. Then Ben Mayer in 11th. Austin Green 12th. Evan Slater, good to have him back, in 13th. Sam Corey 14th. Barber, Bose, Prochuk, Sheehan, Atwell, and Boris Said Jr. rounding out the top 20. Boris Said Jr., of course, representing HendricksCars.com. His father, player in the Hendricks field, and he has been wearing those colours ever since this season. We'll take a short break. We'll be back. One more qualifying session to come. Let's hope we get it in before the rain comes.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back to the Circuit of the Americas, where, as you can see, we've got cars on track, and this is TA qualifying, and it'll also be GT qualifying, and that's XGT, GT, and SGT, and XGT. And here we go. We are ready to go racing. Gar Robinson, a favourite here, a former Trans Am champion. This is his home track. He always comes back for a one-off, and he's always competitive. Gar Robinson currently racing in IMSA. He also does Daytona and you name it. And he's a great character and a great racing driver. And doesn't race perhaps as much as a lot of the other guys, but whenever he's in a race car, he's got it. Chris Dyson
Well, he was kind of denied. It's still open, but with a problem at VIR, Menard kind of put the championship to bed. There is a mathematical chance, and you never say never, and he knows it, but he's still going for a 4th title, is Chris Dyson. Tommy Dreese, currently 3rd in the championship with 835 points, is 3rd, and will stay there by the looks of things, because Amy Ruman is quite a gap to 745 in 4th. Adam Andretti in 5th position. Like I said, he's had more success in TA this year, including a win. And Keith Grant in 6th position as we go on board with the mighty Wally Dallenbach.
2-time Trans Am champion Wally Dallenbach, back-to-back champion. So I was talking to him yesterday. He thinks there might be the longest gap between Rookie of the Year and TA driver. So he's really wanting to win because he thinks he could set a record for the Trans Am Rookie of the Year, I think in '83. And then he really wants to win here or any time in the next couple seasons because he thinks that would be the longest gap in motorsports. And he's
not a rookie.
He was a Rookie of the Year in '83 in Trans Am.
So is he trying to be a Masters of the Year?
No, he just wants he wants to win a Trans Am race.
Oh, I see.
And in the dirt, and then he's followed by John DeGainer. Wally Dallenbach, he's an absolute legend. He has his hunting show. He's longtime NASCAR commentator, also in the movie Talladega Nights with Ricky Bobby.
That's right.
As the announcer. So, just
I didn't know he had a show.
Yeah, he's got a hunting show. Like a hunting travel show.
That sounds great. Here's the championship for him. 7th at the moment, 250. Best finish 2nd, as you mentioned, and just the 1 podium. So he does want to win, that's for sure. Go on board with him here, down the back straight.
And I'm sorry, I think he was Rookie of the Year '84, and then he won the championship '85-'86 with 2 different teams.
Well, Ultimate Headers have been a big backer of both he and Adam Andretti, and they have a lot to thank to Ultimate Headers, keeping them on the track.
And John Cloud, you can't forget John and Debbie Cloud.
Yeah, that's who is, of course, Ultimate Headers.
Coming through the Bennett Bridge Hall section, he looks relaxed in the car.
Yeah, well, he always does. That's the beauty of a real seasoned veteran. His speed does not affect him at all. It is a day in the armchair for him. Through 18, and you can take a much tighter line now without that bump there. Got to be careful here, though, especially with track limits. You can get too enticed to go wide here and get yourself in trouble. You'll see some people trying to make an arc, almost like another triple apex, from 19 through 20. So go wide and literally kind of arc it through there. Now you see the speed coming up. Big Red. Topping 160 at the fastest part. Now down through the hairpin, down to 40 miles an hour. Then through turn 2, here's Menard. Our first look at the championship leader, Paul Menard. And you talk about a guy with a storied history. Boy, how long has he been going?
Long time. And I was speaking with
everybody's struggling with
going through that dirt there.
Yeah. Here's the rain coming.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I think it's far enough away, where I don't think the wind is that strong where it's going to suddenly land here. But that, you never say never. Blink and the weather changes in Texas. I mean, we could do with the rain, I can assure you. Yeah, but Paul Menard, and of course we all know the Menard name. They're all looking themselves up in the air about the rain. Yep. But we know that is a synonymous name. In fact, Stab was here at one of the races this year. But Menard's
few of the races.
Yeah.
John's been at a lot of. I was talking to Paul. It's like a family affair. I've met his sister's been to a few races. His brother came to Mid-Ohio. His mom has come to a few races.
Well,
and then his kids, the kids' neighbors came to VIR. So it's a big family affair. And I was talking to Paul, and he raced in NASCAR up until he also did the Car of Tomorrow. But he said he loved the stock cars right before the Car of Tomorrow, and this TA car, he said, is like a little bit better than that.
Okay, that's great to know.
But he won the Brickyard 400, I believe, in 2013.
Yeah,
in Indianapolis.
I know. I don't know what year, but I know he won the Brickyard 400 for sure. I've read that. So Annunziata out front, and yes, it is the same Annunziata who was in TA2. He's doing both. Robinson, Gar, that is, just behind him. Then Menard in third. Dallenbach, Yound, DeGainer, Dreese, Dyson. Dyson with work to do. He's 1.2 seconds off the off the pole at the moment, but you know that Dyson will put a lap in with 8 minutes to go. But that rain is starting to worry a few people, because if it comes, it'll ruin anybody's lap, because you can't go quick in the rain, for sure.
No, but we've got Thomas Annunziata, and this kind of happened. Showtime Motorsports and Justin Marks put Connor Zilic in a TA car from a TA2. Then and he won outright, just crazy, just ran away. So then Brent Cruz wanted to do it. So Brent Cruz won in a TA car at Road America this year. And now Thomas Annunziata wants to be the next in that, now in this beautiful Weaver Concepts, Steal It, Mopar Dodge Challenger. That is Thomas Annunziata there, and look at those sparks coming from the titanium. Also with ultimate headers on the side of the car.
Yeah, interestingly enough, this car is becoming, and I'm thinking in terms of, historic cars, this is going to become a storied car because so many great drivers have driven it.
Yep.
Dollenbach's driven it, Boris Said has driven it, now this youngster Annunziata's driven it. Who else? Andy Lally?
No, but Kaz Gralla.
Kaz Gralla,
won at Road America in it the other year.
Yeah. There you go. I knew there was a couple more. But, and of course, everybody, especially Boris Said, says a Poncho Weaver car is the best to be prepared.
You can see the marbles kind of forming up there. There's now I can't tell these cars apart. Which one's Dreesy? Which one's Don Yount?
It's not easy, is it?
And Keith Grant. But there is Thomas Annunziata coming in. He tried to do this with us at VIR with Claudio Burton.
Yeah, it didn't
and
come.
they were chasing some gremlins there, so it's cool to see him.
I forgot what he told me. I saw him and his father early in the weekend. Oh, look, there's some drops of rain on the windshield there.
Is that the peel away? I can't tell.
It's hard to tell, isn't it? I just thought those spots are sitting here.
I did too.
Here's your man, Chris Dyson.
Uh-oh, Gar Robinson.
Oh, look at that. Menard goes to the top. It's all changing quick. 2:03.8. Gar Robinson goes second. Chris Dyson goes third. They're all dropping in laps now with 6 minutes to go. I think they've got the hurry up on because of the potential rain forming in both the south and the north of the track. And with 6 minutes to go, all of them are trying to put in a lap. No, that's not rain yet because I can see these. That's just
the tearaways.
Yeah.
So Paul Menard at a 2:03.8. Gar Robinson, who won here last year in a 2:05.1. Gar Robinson racing with Riley, and he's doing the LMP2 program with Riley. But longtime Trans Am driver, really good friend of mine, and he's going to have a huge crowd here as we ride on board. And this is in dedication to Bob Riley, who just passed away just a few days ago.
Wally lost his father last year too, and there's some good stories out there. We just lost Riley, and there was some nice tributes to him. But I'm counting 5 Trans Am champions out there with a potential in Menard as a 6th.
Yeah, you've got 2 with Ruman.
Yep.
You've got
Dreesy.
Dyson has 3, right? Dreesy. You got Dollenbach has 2. You got Ruman has 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've got 5. And then Robinson is a TA2 champion.
Yeah.
So you got 6.
Well,
plus
Menard's not champion yet.
Yeah, but that's plus Menard, isn't it? Or I'm not athletic enough to keep up. But Gar Robinson, 74 Ranch Resort. You can see him there. He looks comfortable in that car. Looks like that is a good car for him. But then Dyson now ahead of Gar Robinson with a 2:05, but then Menard's at a 2:03.
Yeah, it's changing quickly, isn't it? It started to bang in some good times. It'd be a really interesting.
And then
to see.
Gar just took it with a 2:04.
No, he stays second. Menard's got into the 2:03.8.
Yeah, he took it from Dyson. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's how my brain works this late in the day.
I know. We're all in the same boat, my friend. Been a long day, but a good day.
Uh-oh.
Now, why is Tommy going slowly at 15? Well, he's going back to speed.
Maybe he's trying to give him a little bit of a separation, and this might be his heater.
Yeah, good point.
The Mavs TV, Lucas Oil, Mission Foods, Dreesy advertising machine.
Yeah, he's always ahead of the game, Dreesy. He works in the cell business in Hollywood, and he had Mav TV on that car way before we were live on Mav TV for the races. So smart move by him. They like him.
Yeah, the Rockin' Moroccan. He may have been the one to kind of bring the attention of Mav TV to Trans Am.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So we appreciate that. But if you've ever been to a movie theater and you've seen the big cardboard cutouts of coming attractions, that's Dreesy advertising.
So they do the cardboard cutouts.
The big cardboard cutouts of like coming attractions and the big like three-dimensional sculptures you see in the lobbies of movie theaters. And much, much more than that. As he comes through the Cube 3 S's, I just don't see how they can process information that quickly.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And, oh, Tommy, don't do that. Just throw up the dust. That's where that dust is coming from. People are cutting that corner, and it's throwing dust onto the track as he comes through 8. Now 9. And then over the hill and the crest at 10. Love that corner. Just touch the inside there. Fast as you can, and then brake! And that's nicely done by Tommy, but the clock is ticking down. Menard still the man to chase. And what a lap he put in there. He's 1.1 seconds. We never see that between the leaders.
Yeah.
Not that much anyway. I mean, yeah, half a second here, maybe 6/10, but over a second, it's really impressive from Menard. But he's on his game. He has been all year. And he did promise, do you remember at the beginning of the season, he dipped his toe a couple of times over the last couple of years. And then finally he said this year, you know what? I'm going to do a full season. Yeah. And he's made it count, that's for sure.
I'm going to run down the pit lane, Jonathan.
Okay. Who are you going to get?
Save big money at Menards.
Yeah, of course. Get some master tools for us, will you? All right. So he's going to head off to talk to Paul Menard. We're going to stay with Tommy Dreesy in the Mission-sponsored, Lucas-sponsored car. And there is Paul Menard in that Master Force Tools car number 3. The green and black has been synonymous with tracks and Trans Am's racing throughout the year. And every time he's gone to a track, some of them knew that he's never raced before, he has come out on top. So it's been a spectacular year for Menard, the former NASCAR man. Many years at the front end, sharp end of NASCAR. I think something like over 300 races. Back with Dreesy. Can he improve? He needs to. Currently 5th. He'd love to be further up the board than that, but let's go on board as we come through 6 and 7. Just touching the apex there. Now starting to climb up the hill towards 8. Off the power again, just touching the side of the exit of 8. Then 9, just a flip across. Now 10. Drift to the left, just hit the apex there. Perfectly done by Tommy Dreesy. Now to the braking point, braking here as late as you dare, but don't miss the apex. You need the drive out here. Out of the gears he comes, up through the gearbox. Now over 100 miles an hour, he should get up to about 160. And he does hit just, way over 176 was the fastest he got before the braking point at 12. And now it's anchors on into 12. But Dreesy commits and does it well. Nice and smooth, beautifully done, into 13. Now it gets tricky because you want to go faster here in the stadium section. But you've got to hit your marks here through 14 now. Now the approach to 15. It's usually high in and then low out. And no, he's taken a low line, but actually that was a fast line through there. Nicely done by Tommy. Now it's the McConaughey. All right. 16, 17, and 18. And then heading down to the very tricky 19 coming up now. Still very fast this corner, as you can see, over 85 miles an hour. Hits his mark beautifully. And the last turn, turn 20, down to 50 miles an hour. And completes that lap. Nicely done on board with Tommy Dreesy. Sadly for him, it didn't improve, but he's already put in some good laps. He stays fit. That's good stuff, though, to be on board with him and enjoy that with him. That's the Rockin' Moroccan. At speed, and that'll do it. Let's head down to Ben Sissel, who has got our pole man, Paul Menard.
Well, thank you very much. I'm down here with the Master Force Tools, the Menards car, the Mustang, the 3GT team. And you can look, let's get a shot of this. Look at this. They're so close to winning this championship, but they are not counting it as anything right now. It's unbelievable to see. They've all got their game faces on, including this man right here who's just not getting out of the car. But Paul Menard with Gar Robinson, Chris Dyson, you had some good competition out there. Thomas Annunziata, but you are right now provisionally on the pole. How does that feel?
Gar's still out there, so it's not over till he takes the checkered, but super proud of these guys. You know, we're so close to the championship. We still have a little work to do on Sunday to make that happen, but obviously the car is super fast, and we're going down swinging.
Nice. We're going down swinging. We see here Gar Robinson coming in, so that basically means that Paul Menard, unless something happens at Tech, is our pole. So let's see if we can talk to Tony, who just loves being on camera. You know, we know that with 3GT.
It's my favorite.
Yeah, Tony Gentilozzi loves being on camera, but you're on pole here on the last race. Well, thank you. Last race here of the season, and everything is just going your way.
Again, we were trying to be conservative, but no one told Paul.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's not really how to do a win a championship unless you're like, we want to win a championship. We also want the fastest lap. We also want pole. But, man, nice job for you guys.
We figured we'd finish it like we raced it all year.
I love it. Well, definitely consistent with the 3GT team. But you can see there's no celebrating here with this team. Now their focus is on winning the race tomorrow. So unbelievable. Nice job, you guys. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back to you in the booth.
Great stuff, and yeah, they've got their game faces on, as they should. Yeah, Gar Robinson was still out there when you went for the interview, so he's a bit nervous to celebrate, but Gar didn't improve, but he does start on the front row. There's the rain in the background. Boy, did we squeak past that somehow. Luckily, the wind wasn't so strong that it brought it over here, but it's going to head towards Austin, and I think there's going to be more rain to come, so... But a great day here at the Circuit of the Americas. We've got a full day still to come. And that includes our feature races of Trans Am and TA2. And of course, we've got all the gold helmet races still to come. There's Austin in the background, that rain heading that way. Good, I could water my plants, that'll be great. Oh. And of course, we've got one more session to come, and I'm wondering if they're going to get the rain because, well, it's sort of swirling around both sides, as you can see it in the distance there. And don't forget, we've got the GTs out in terms of XGT, SGT, GT. So they've got their qualifying session coming. And let's take a look at that last session, though, for the pole for TA, and it was a cracker.
Don't forget about the likes there of Ken Sutherland's Chris Evans.
Annunziata was out and about, getting used to TA. Chris Dyson still got a chance, mathematically, of winning the title and making it a fourth. But Gar Robinson will be a spoiler, as he always is. The local man from Austin, a former Trans Am champion, was on the money and taking a front row start, trying to get the pole away from this man in the number 3. But as it has been all season, they have been superb. And Menard is looking once again ever more like the champion. So, as you can see, the final group of the day are out on track. And this is our production-based cars. And that's tradition. If you're wondering how this all fits in with TA, XGT, SGT, and GT, well, this is how Trans Am, which started back in 1966, began, basically. It was a sedan champion or production-based championship. And so, therefore, that's what started the Pony Wars. With Mustang versus Chevrolet versus Dodge versus back then Javelins and AMCs, you name it, and other manufacturers as well. But they kept
the under 2.5 litre cars as well, and they would race in 4-hour races back then. We do 100 miles, and that's plenty, I can assure you. But back then when it started, and perhaps the heyday was the early 70s, from 1970 to 73, maybe 69 could be included on that. And we've got some great cars out here in the production class. Got the Audi R8 in action straight away. And this has been a closely fought championship. I had a chance to talk to Kaylee Bryson earlier in the day, who's already wrapped up the SGT championship. She did it in style at VIR. It was an impressive performance to take the title. And she is the second woman actually to win in SGT, but she has got a stunning record. She's raced in other series as well and been successful there. There's the Maserati with the graphics that we all love from a graphics company. And we've had 46's Scott Dollarhide now. That's the man I was mentioning. He's a local guy from Austin. He's racing for the first time this year in XGT, and Scott Dollarhide and his family ran a racetrack called Austin Driveway for many years here in Austin, so he is certainly proficient on this circuit. And that's a beautifully prepared car too, and he's definitely going to be looking to try to stay at the sharp end. Chris Coffey, David Hampton, it's a good field. Josh Carlson, the youngster, the young 18-year-old is out there. Lee Saunders, multiple champion in SGT in his Viper, loves that car. Kaylee Bryson, who I mentioned in her Corvette, she's out there too. Ken Sutherland. So we've got West Coast as well as National. Michael LaPaglia in here. Now come the raindrops. The worst possible scenario that they could have now. It depends how much they get, but as you can see, it's starting to fall on our camera. And as you can see, the mechanics and the engineers looking up in worry at what is about to unfold, because at least the drivers will know. They'll get it on their windshields, and they'll know that it's going to get dicey out there. As we look at David Hampton, he's had a busy weekend. He was in the IGT races earlier in the day, but the weather's been so weird. It's been like it never really properly rained at lunchtime today. It sort of drizzled like this, and I think it's going to do the same. Quick wipe the camera. But already you can see when they wipe it, it's getting, it's nasty, it's starting to get a little bit dicey. I don't think we're going to see too many fast times. Even Ben's running, and I think his nails are running because of the wet, so he's come to dry them off.
Well, I tell you, I was just out there, and it started raining right when the TA cars took off, and it is raining harder than you can see right here on camera. It is actively raining out there, at least on this front straight that I can confirm because I'm wet.
Yeah, there you go. That's why we sent you out there.
Yeah, exactly. Now, these XGT and SGT cars are really going to struggle, but David Hampton, in that Audi R8 that's out there, they might be setting some fast laps.
Well, David Hampton has been busy.
Yeah.
This weekend. Yeah, the wipers are on. Now, there's just 10 minutes left in this session. Do you think, from what you experience, it's going to get worse, or it's just going to stop? It's like it doesn't look like it's raining here.
I don't know. You look out the window of our booth, and there's blue skies out there with some clouds. But, we saw that storm burst coming in the other shot, so I think that's what we're experiencing right now.
No kidding. So, curious times then, as we get our qualifying in for the rest of the field.
So Dollarhide in that Audi R8 should have a little bit of an advantage just because that car does really well in XGT in the rain.
Yeah.
But then Will Rogers, a very accomplished driver in one of the Chris Evans cars that we see there going up ahead down the main straight. Then McAleenan in that Lamborghini in XGT. And then Josh Carlson in SGT doing really well.
Yeah, it's been a good year for Josh. Still a youngster, but making his way. And I love to see youngsters doing this form of racing because, like you said before, it's a great environment, this paddock, to learn in. And, the pressure's not as much as it would be if you were doing Miatas or you were doing, a one-make series or something that, or single-seater series where the pressure is on all the time.
I have to give it up for my friend David Hampton because he could have run this year and won the GT Championship and the Western Championship, and in the same season won these SGT, the Super GT Championship, had he run Super GT Western Championship here. But he decided instead he wants to compete for GT with his friend Chris Coffey and Colin Cohen. So he kind of put aside winning a championship to just be able to compete with his friends out here at COTA. So we applaud that.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's Chris Evans, the builder of these beautiful XGT cars.
Yeah, we saw his mechanics, all the Evans t-shirts on. There they are.
And the pink headphones, that's a little out of...
Nice touch. Borrowed them from Chelsea, I guess.
Just keeping Austin weird. I like that.
Yeah. Well, you've done your bit this weekend. Well done.
And they're from the Portland area, so they're keeping up.
Oh, well, they're kindred spirits then. Yeah, that's fine.
And they're not texting, ladies and gentlemen. They're looking at an app called Race Monitor to see the times.
Which you can do, too.
Yeah, they're not super bored on pit lane. They're actually doing their job and looking at times and reporting times and intervals.
Well, I've got a feeling that Dollarhite's time may stay, given the greasy track that we've got. He got that in just before it really got bad. And so I would be surprised. There's Kaylee Bryson just going through shot there, but I'd be surprised if we see too many changes here in this.
And this is almost the worst conditions because what's going to happen, this little bit of moisture actually brings the oil up out of the asphalt.
Right.
And all the rubber that's been dropped and all the oil that's been dropped now comes to the top of the surface and makes for a really, like you said, greasy track.
Mm-hmm. Just under 8 minutes to go as we take a look at a rather slow-going number 92. Everybody's been very cautious as Dollarhite is even being more cautious in XGT. He's parked it. Doesn't need to go anywhere. He's got the fastest time at the moment.
But I'm not seeing it raining more on that windshield. And he's not under a cover.
No, I think it stopped. Yeah, I do think.
But could they dry the line quick enough?
Yeah, with 7 minutes, you might want to go out for a quick, 2-minute run. Here's Lee Saunders. So it's official. It has stopped raining, and that's why Dollarhite is not getting out of the car. Here's Lee Saunders in his Viper. So now, with 7 minutes to go, we should get a last run for everybody, where they at least get one flying lap. And it takes, the lap is 2:16, so a warm-up lap would be 3:16, and that would be a fast warm-up lap. So you haven't got too long. You're going to have one flyer out of this, aren't you?
Yeah,
maybe.
Somebody's going to run out there and try to be a hero, I think.
Of course. I don't think anybody's going to do anything spectacular.
So Will Rogers takes it in XGT now over Dollarhite.
Oh, yes, so there you go. Now Dollarhite will go out, I'm sure.
But look at Coffey in GT in third.
Yeah, very good. Ooh, that is impressive. Yeah, that's hugely impressive. Let's see what happens in SGT. Carlson leading it at the moment. Will Saunders overtake him? Not this lap. But he is now going for a fly with 6 minutes to go.
Now, the McAleenan says he's racing a Ford, but I think he's in a Lamborghini.
Now, Saunders has just gone quicker than Carlson. He's up to fifth, and he did a 2:24.6. So that was a good lap. Chris Coffey in third with that 2:21 in GT. So he's leading the way there, but he's right mixed in with the XGTs. So the man from Florida, the two-time champion in SGT, flying here at Austin.
We have seen a lot of Vipers today.
Yep. A lot of snakes in Texas. The Paglia just improved to 8th overall SGT. He's running in. Carlson in second in SGT. Can he improve? 6th at the moment, but that was a good lap from Michael Paglia from the West Coast. Katie Bryson not where she needs to be, down in 11th. The current champion, or new champion.
Uh-oh, here he comes. He's like, I'm getting back out there. I'm going to be back on this top of this leaderboard in that Audi R8.
Oh, yeah. Anything you can do, I can do better. It's the old proverb, isn't it? So, down the long straight he goes. This is his out lap, effectively, but he'll have plenty of time to do it, but it will be just one flyer, won't it? By my estimations.
Well, they can finish their lap when the time runs out.
Yeah.
So he may should be able to do
nip a tuck.
this. Next one should be his flyer.
Yeah, and then but he won't get round again.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, to do another one. So I mean, you know, we'll see. I think it's going to be one flyer, in and done. Scott Dollarhide then, coming out of 15. Winding himself up for a last attack at the pole for the GT classes. Rain almost everywhere around Austin. And it's not just approaching Austin City, it's now gone past the city itself, and it's also round to the south. So this is an intriguing end to proceedings here. Out of the last corner he comes for the flyer then. Now let's watch him. Scott Dollarhide heads towards Big Red.
But McAleenan has moved up there now. And
that's a good lap. Yeah, that was a very impressive lap.
I thought he was in a Lamborghini, and he used to say he was in a Ford. Now he's in a Chevy.
Yeah, I mean, he's still quite an impressive way off the XGT time of Rogers. 5 seconds it has officially, so Rogers is flying, but McLaren's gone ahead of Dollarhide. But that, remember, was set in rather dubious conditions.
This is his flyer. Look at you can tell by the posture of the car.
Yep.
Let's see what happens here.
He's up at 8, 9, now 10, coming up now. Just see the white dot in the distance.
Somebody's ahead of him.
Yeah,
is that Saunders?
Could be. It is Lee Saunders.
So is Saunders, is he on his flyer, or is he going to give him some room?
It won't matter down the back straight. In fact, it'll help him. He needs to try and clear him if he can.
Yeah, but he might
won't do. He
might, might be a little bit of a toe, but I don't know if he can get there. That big V10 of that Dodge Viper.
Yeah, I don't think he's close enough to get a decent. No, he's not going to get a toe. Hampton ahead of him. So coming down into 12. Now where he's got to be careful, Scott Dollarhide, is he doesn't get stuck behind these guys at 13, because that is where you really slow down. 13 and 14 are pretty slow, and there's not a lot of room to overtake, and you can lose time quickly here in this section. He wants to get past them at 15, if not before, and you can see he's looking desperate to do just that. Goes to the inside at 15, does make the move, and that was smart racing from Scott Dollarhide. He dispenses with Lee Saunders, now goes into the triple apex at 16, 17, and 18. 2 minutes on the board. He should get by and go for another flyer, actually. So he's got that prerogative if the tyres are with him. Because with 2 minutes to go, he's absolutely got another chance of a flyer. Should he get past Coffey and McClellan? We'll find out now. Dollarhide does improve to second place behind Will Rogers with a 2:07.98, but now we'll go for one more flyer with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
I can't believe Will Rogers was able to put a lap like that down in that huge horsepower rear-wheel drive, no-grip XGT car.
Yeah, easy for you to say. Lee Saunders in 5th position. And now bouncing over the curves. He really is pushing that car hard now. Chasing his own 2:07.9. And he's the closest man to Rogers. The gap now just 1.2 seconds. It was 5 between himself and McClellan, who might just lose some more places. As who else could get a flyer in at this point, I wonder. Down to 11. Key corner here. Smooth in, smooth out, but hard on the power early. And that's not bad. Save that, because if you'd gone any wider, he wouldn't have been able to get on the gas, because he got a slip slide going on, but he just held that nicely, and that might just put him in a good position. 30 seconds to go on the board, but Dollarhide will get to finish this lap. Important braking into 12. It's a little ripply and bumpy after Formula One, and the heavy cars of WEC ripple up the surface. Doesn't matter how old or young it is, that's a trait of all modern circuits. The braking just literally ripples the asphalt up. Big mistake out of 13, but he's still on it. You can tell he's on a quick one. Takes a higher line this time at 15. He's pushing.
He's had no traffic in front of him.
Yep.
And the checker flag is out, so they can finish the lap that they're on, ladies and gentlemen.
And he's just going to avoid the heavy rain that's in the distance, but what an interesting session. Started wet, dried out. They went faster. Rogers took the pole with 2:06.7. Dollarhide trying to improve. Has he got it? We're back to find out. I don't think so. And Dollarhide does get it. Yes, 2:06.5, only just, but he just got it. I thought that mistake at 13 might have slowed him down, but he does it by 0.158. Well done.
Now that was exciting,
wasn't it? I love that. I actually didn't think he got that, you know, but I was only 0.158 off. That is great. So Will Rogers will start on the front row, having held the provisional pole for a long time. Michael McLennan is third, and Ken Sutherland is fourth. Chris Coffey, fifth. John Moore, sixth. And Lee Saunders. Good session.
Yeah.
Well, that was a great session, and with two great Trans Am sessions in that last hour, great way to finish today. My thanks to Ben Sissel and to all our guests today. We've had many, and it's been a super day at the track. We've got a full day of the final day of the season tomorrow for the Speed Tour. Jonathan Green and the rest of Greenlight Television, a great job done by them. We'll see you tomorrow, where we do it all again. Join us for the Speed Tour tomorrow.